Hola, amigos. Get an early start today. In the dungeon. What's up, homebrew? Mr. John? Saw you were busy making friends today. What up, Glenn? Hi, Jacqueline. Packers and bowls. What smoke it? What strain? I don't know. Java OG. I got some like mint chocolate, raspberry hash. I'm gonna put some shatter on it too, just to fucking doll it up a little bit. A little bit of salad bowl going on there. A little bit of A, a little bit of B. Tiny bit of C. Oh, maybe not such a tiny bit of C. A big old chunk of C. All right, so that'll be enough for a fucking horse. Gotta love getting high. Figured I'm probably going to have me some company here in a little bit, so I might want to get my ass started early tonight. I've still got about 300 or 400 degrees to go before we get going. Good, how you doing, Balt? Don't let the peaceful appearance fool you. That's exactly what it is, Jacqueline. Mary Jane's making me be good. I stepped back from it for a little bit. You ain't noticed I ain't putting out no 3 videos a day. What can I say? I got $1,000 up for my link. I'm confident I'm going to get it at some point, even though all these fucktards keep coming in giving me the wrong links. Somebody today laid down every damn link I used in that fucking video, and I'm like, well, I'm asking for one that fucking tells you it shouldn't be, or it should be doing fucking cartwheels, not the ones I used. I found those, for fuck's sake. God. Oh, the funny thing, they brought me the Southern Hemisphere view from the LRO. How would you like to have a knuckle sandwich? You had to give up the Jane. I don't know if I'd be giving that to my Jane. I moved to a state that's wrecked, so I could just sit here and smoke it. Well, you might want to take a day off in 15 years. Just one. I take a day off every now and again. Sleep. Eat me a bunch of butter and just pass the fuck out. I was going to ask you if you'd ever played frisbee, but you had the chat cut off of it. Oh, damn. y'all better just be easy on John. He's about to cuss over here on one of his videos soon. I'm telling you right now. I see the signs. He's gonna fuck or fuck hard somebody right the fuck up here pretty soon. At least we hope. We can hope for it. Oh my god. Yeah, they come up with some all kinds of fucking crazy shit. I had to block our buddy. I forget what's his name, Mark or some shit. I forget his fucking name. He was bugging the shit out of me, dude. I think it was just to bug the shit out of me. He never said anything except for he was going to prove me wrong. Remember? I mean, that's the most useful shit that motherfucker ever said. I was waiting for him to prove me wrong or prove me what did he say? He was going to prove me something. He's going to prove me something. And he included fucking like WSO and Bobby in the conversation as if I was in cahoots with him or something, but he never came back with anything on that either. Robert was his name, right? That was his fucking name. Robert something. That's what I'm saying. Fucking moon's a hologram. The moon's a hologram, and they just begin to do the goddamn cartwheel to fuck with our heads. That's it. I'd like to get my hands on a motherfucker doing the cartwheel every night. McIntyre, yeah, that dude. Hi, Renee. How you doing, troublemaker? Yeah, I asked him. He said something about no data, and then I asked him what the fuck no data. And I've been monitoring that fucking question. He ain't never said anything, and he comes back this morning talking about I answered your fucking question about fucking no data, and your fucking went on in a long fucking paragraph. I'm like, dude. Had enough of my time wasted by motherfuckers like that. Especially if I turn on your channel and you ain't got no goddamn content sitting here giving me shit. I'm going to liberate you so you have plenty of time to go over there and make your own content. What's up, Jellyfingers? How you doing? Yep, I'm alive. I'm alive, motherfucker. Can't stop me. Motherfucking freight train. I love that hash. Make sure I got my phone with me. That way, if John decides he wants to ding me, I can answer right away. Shit, I got a booger on my finger. There's a problem. So I figured today we're going to do that would be giant things after the last hour of the end of days. I think we were on end of days.
As a winged cherub. We're going to stop right there. And yeah.
See, right there, that's where we were. We stopped right there. Just last night, we stopped right there. Doesn't know that it's there. Well, did you send them a Google search result? Long Valley Caldera with UCLA professor talking about it? Well, he knows now, Renee. Uneducated, yeah, Renee, obviously. Most head shops have smoking CBD. Fucker. Because it's legal. Well, what does she teach? English? English isn't geology. They keep people separated and fucking specialized. Huh? The English teacher don't know the geology. Yeah, it has a relaxing effect. It can help other things, but it won't get you high. Yeah, and the geologist doesn't know English. He wants to know the English teacher, though. Bad fish. Oh, she's a kindergarten teacher. God, I had a crush on my kindergarten teacher. No, it was my kindergarten. I can't remember if it's my kindergarten or first grade, but I'm pretty sure it was my kindergarten teacher. She was a little fucking hottie. Oh my god. I was a little kindergartner walking around with a fucking Woody. Hey, baby. They shouldn't do that to little kids. I did. I had a crush on that woman. Oh, she could have kept me after school every day. I wouldn't have complained. I'd clean all her fucking erasers and everything. Yeah, head fucking it doesn't do that for you. What it can do is help you relax and sleep a little better. I would say eat it if you need it for body effect. But it's still not going to do the same thing as THC to your body either. And THC is a required nutrient. Yeah. Yeah, it ain't going to do that without the THC. But that's why head shops can sell it. That's why you can buy it online or out of the newspaper. There you go, THC 2020. I'm with you. I'm with you there. Let's vote THC 2020. Now the vote doesn't matter as far as what you vote, but what does matter is it shows if we're being compliant or not. And if all of us walked in there and voted THC 2020, they would shit their fucking pants. They would. Honest to God, the elite would just fucking drop. They'd be like, what the fuck do we do now? These motherfuckers. I'm not kidding. Hey, that sounds like a good idea to me. That's who I would vote for, THC 2020. That's a good idea. Man, wouldn't it be cool at least if we swayed it enough to get a mention in the election? Be like, and THC came in fourth or some shit. I mean, come on, man. 10 fucking percent of us fucking vote THC 2020. They're gonna shit their fucking pants. They'll be like, oh damn, they're ganging up on us. I think it was only 10 people or 10% of the people fought in the American Revolution. We won. It may have been handy, but I mean, crunch the numbers. It wouldn't take much of us to actually take the country and be like, look, y'all motherfuckers are done. All right, just settle down, the fuck out. Well, we've got that, Paul. I'm sure we can muster that up. But at the same time, we got to get little Johnny to put down his gun because I'd rather do it with all of us. Just stop. Just stop listening to them. Stop taking their orders. Stop following their fucking laws. And lock them up if they don't like it. I mean, look, people are going to be farmers. People love to be a farmer. I've met they love the fucking life, but they don't like the fucking struggle. People like to be bankers too, but you know what? We're just going to have to do away with that profession. Create some kind of fucking international exchange. If somebody needs some fucking food, we might need some dirt to fill in some holes or something because fucking people eating is more important than fucking anything. We've got enough food on this fucking planet to feed 3 times what we got normally. Not today. But you got to keep in mind they got 20 fucking years of goddamn food down there stored that they just fucking took off our shelves because they know this shit's coming. So if we stop following their fucking orders, we get our fucking food back. Nobody has to die. Little Johnny down the road, cousin Timmy sitting across from you, Secret Service agent, that fucking Marine, they're guarding their food. They're guarding your food, sitting at your dinner table. Think about that one when you're hungry. It's us doing this to ourselves, folks, because they said to do it. And that's as simple the fuck as it is. And it shouldn't take any of us. It should be all of us saying we have had enough. I've had enough. I'm done. Yeah, the death rate's less than the regular flu. I've been saying that myself. Nobody listens to me. Probably nobody gonna listen to them either. Fuck up. They like to be afraid. Yeah. It's not gonna be easy to grow food. Ain't much of a harvest this year, buddy. Yeah, Europe's on fire. They're always on fire, though. They're a lot more free than America. Americans are very complicit, locked down on their own couches. They're happy with it. Yeah, Paul. I know what happens to real whistleblowers. They get silenced. We got to make our YouTube channels over here and be like, hey, man, hello. Ain't no CNN wanting to talk to us. That's what surprised me about this Shepherd guy who came over yesterday. He's supposed to come over again today. I don't know. He probably will. Seems like a really cool cat. Just hope he knows what he's getting into. I mean, I know he's worked with big people, but I mean, look, Alex Jones is fucking controlled opposition, folks. 45 deaths in all of Alaska. That's crazy, Catherine. We fell a long time ago, Jelly. We fell a long time ago. We're half the reason you guys fell. The only reason we got guns is to aid to the illusion that we have freedom, so we'll go and help other people get some. We ain't even fucking defined what freedom is. It's the Crown Vatican DC Corporation, man. They want us to have guns so we feel free. That way we feel like we can go over there and liberate other people that are oppressed. Anybody they put a picture of that looks oppressed, and we'll go over there and bomb them. MAGA! Get the picture? You're fucked. Don't wait on us to help. Jesus, please don't do that. Do they have enough bullets, Jelly? Are they good enough shots? Y'all motherfuckers can run them over, you know. You're pretty good at taking heads, right? That's what y'all famous for, off with they fucking heads. If it's so be it. But the same problem runs in your neighborhood, man. It's y'all doing it. It ain't your queen or whoever. It's your neighbors. It's your families. We're the ones doing it locally to ourselves. It's fucking amazing what we do for a paycheck. Damn straight, Paul. You guys are a lot more free than we are. Don't fool yourselves. Don't fucking fool yourselves. We're captured. Yeah, this fucking nation's done. I was having the hardest time trying to figure out how they were going to get these lazy, ignorant bastards up off the couch, fucking fighting each other in the street. And they came up with the solution because fucking they knew they couldn't. That's where I'm standing on it. They got them in there fighting over toilet paper instead. Israel don't rule no U.S. if that's what you're saying. That's right. Nah, don't. See, that's what they want you to think. It's the Crown Vatican, dude. It's the Crown Vatican. The Hebrews have been slaves of these motherfuckers since they made the Hebrews. Willing slaves. Will give their fucking life for their gods. You saw Cain and Abel, right? Dude, it ain't Israel. Israel's a puppet. Israel was formed by the Crown Vatican DC Corporation as per Balfour Declaration from World War I to World War II. Toilet paper was a. Yeah, dude. They got these motherfuckers programmed all over the goddamn place. See, the people are out there protesting about fucking lockdown. They, honest to God, don't even know what the fuck is going on at all. But they know something's going on, so they're pissed off. They saw this coming, Paul. We need direction to get effective. I know, water, rice, and they were out there buying the toilet paper up. That's the funny shit. Yeah, they're look, they took our guns too. We got little fucking pea shooters here in the United States, and that's about it. Fucking by our rights, if we still had our rights, we would have fucking tanks and Harrier jets. But we're not allowed to have them, or hand grenades, or rocket launchers. Anything really effective. It's just the way it is. Like I said, it's a smokescreen for people to honestly believe they're free and give up their children for the cause instead of sitting back and taking a minute to look and realize the only thing we've ever accomplished for almost 200 years is establishing UK central banks where they didn't want them. You shoot them in the eye, Doc. You better be a good shot, buddy. They got them helmet things on with the shield. Nice. God, that sounds like fun, Kath. Sounds like a lot of fun. Traipsing around. I don't know if I'd be able to shoot a moose. I might shoot a wolf or tame one or get eaten by it. most likely the latter. I go out hunting with Catherine. She'd come back alone. Something ate his ass. He's out there acting like a fool. He tried to pet a wolf. He's like, come here, puppy. Yeah, I know. You want food, you shoot a moose. I hear they're good game, too. Yeah, squirrels are good. Rabbits good, but you can starve on that shit. You gotta eat their brains, get the fat. Oh my god, yeah, that watermelon ice cream. Younger bear. I've had bear meat. It's all right. I don't think it was a younger bear though. It was kind of rough. I had the jerky. It was really pungent. Goat's milk watermelon ice cream. I wish you could share too. Just hit your share button. Mmm. Oh. I saw today like 3 or 4 people were like, "You were live." I didn't know you were live, this and that and everything else, because I posted it on my other channel. So I left a fucking note up on my last post. Said, "Well, if you didn't get the notification that I went live, you might want to subscribe to this channel." Fucktard, of course. in pure me style. So we should only probably get like the diehard mooners up in here. You hungry? So hungry you could eat a moose, huh, Doctor? Jelly's gonna go get himself a moose burger. I don't know where you get one of those in Europe though. It'd be hard to come by. They got buffalo burgers out here in Colorado, up in the mountains and shit. A lot of places have buffalo burgers. I like this place up in fuck, what is it? I'll think of it. It's up by Eagle. Vale. Duh. Up in Vale, they got a nice fucking buffalo burger joint. Yep. I get around, young lady. I know people. Yeah, I used to hang out in Mono, and I met a guy from Alaska, and he gave me a Carhartt. I've got like 3 of them. Are they? Shop very often. I've had this motherfucker for years, though, man. I just don't work in it very often. Yeah, I got the pants too. I made him a belt and a pipe, traded for the pants and the fucking shirt. I thought it was a good deal. What up, Rebel? I make hemp belts. At an 80-pound test, fucking whoop you up a nice one. Put trade beads in this. He had some trade beads he wanted to put in a belt. So I was like, yeah, man. Funny, I need a belt. Well, I don't have on. I got on my shorts. I don't have on my pants. I need a belt to hold up the Carhartt pants now, though, because I popped my button on them. How you doing, Rebels? Smoking some marijuana, warming up the kiln. It's getting hot. My thermocouple's been fucking up lately, though. Really, I need to order myself a thermocouple this week. I might be fucked if I don't. Who get the money? What? What money? Oh, yeah. Wow, I got it. I hope to get more. Always. Just enough. Why? What's going to happen to my money, John? Did you locate my link? Did you find my link, man? Did you find my NASA link, motherfucker? Look, John will find it. Well, I don't need to. I don't need to. I don't need to worry then. Thermocouple ain't no $1,000, man. It's only like $8 or some shit. I think the fucking wire I have to buy for the damn thing and the hookup's like 30. I think it's more than the thermocouple. Pretty sure. And I need a new wire too. That's my big problem. My wires broke up. Now, I've fucking recycled that motherfucker till it's done. But you want to purchase some pretty glass? What kind of pretty glass? Yeah, so I said about $40. It's fucking nominal, man. Anything about my kiln's pretty nominal. Uh, I usually buy two of each, just in case. For your flowers to burn, oh my god. What kind of glass do flowers burn? Damn. Hang on, let me look that one up. I gotta Google that. Get some pictures of some flowers burning. All right, I can do that. Well, it just so happens that I have some fucking flower pipes. What kind of pipe are you looking for? And how pretty did you want it? Does that tell you? I got a pretty one. If it's not pretty enough, I can make you one. I want to show you the ones. Have you seen the ones Anna has of mine? Here's a couple little rigs and bubblers. There's one with a jar. There's a that's a face hug. That is a Buddha set teapot, and that one is just a regular teapot. It's offset a little bit. The lid was tilted. That's the favorite one I made in her shop. Yeah, it's a little flower bubble too. That one's her favorite. and she's had it forever. She says she won't sell it, so you might be fucked on that one. How you doing, Chunky? And this one's a fucking nice piece right here. This one's got mica on it, and it's honeycomb. The whole piece is full honeycomb and metallic blue. So I like that. But that's about all she has of mine right now. I'm making as fast as I can for her. Thank you. Juicy steaks. Yummy. I had taquitos from Lucy's. You send money, I decide. All right. Well, okay. That's usually how I do it. You just tell me how much, what type or whatever. And if you're good, if I knew a guy, I'd draw up a little picture as something I would like. Yes, I could make ash jewelry. I've done it a few times, and marbles and commemorative stuff. Yeah. And I can do it a few different ways. I can make it a canister for your ashes, or I can make the art with the ashes because the ashes tend to have some minerals in them and will leave trace coloring in the glass. You say sister has cows. Farmers out here are trying to sell their cows like crazy because the silage lots don't have corn for them, and they ain't nothing out there in the fields for them right now but like bramble bush. So yeah, they're trying to fucking sell off. They're butchering themselves and trying to sell off as much meat as they can right now. Just letting y'all know, it's not the fucking butcher that's sick. It's the fucking cows. They got nothing to eat. So today we're going to start out with our last. I think it's like an hour and a half of the end of days, and then after that one, I've got lined up Darby Giants in them days, and I'm pretty sure that one's read by Josh too. Now I've got another one. His 12th planet, it's okay. The Earth Chronicles is okay. Josh doesn't read either one of them, but that's cool. He doesn't read everything. I'm just saying. Um, I'm still looking for a decent version of the Red Tail. Yeah, Paul, but the problem is the supply lines are dried up. Like I said, I had the Shepherd guy drive in from Dallas, and I asked him because I'd been all the way up north and coming down. I figured it was the same down south, and it is. The corn's about 2 foot high here for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles. He was like, "Man, I've never seen anything like it." I was wondering if the corn was just different here, and I was like, "No, not different corn. It's a different year." Well, yeah, Paul, anything viable they took down into those bunkers. They've got years and years stored for them, which would feed probably us until we need it again. Um, like I've been saying, though, they're having problems. They can't get in their damn bunkers. And they're kind of freaking out. I'm telling you, that Jersey quake wasn't no quake. That shit was 2 miles deep, and it was right between Philly and New York. There ain't no tectonic nothing 2 foot deep, 2 miles deep. uh, unless they're sitting on a volcano. Oh, Iowa. Well, look, these storms are magnetic. It's the magnets reaching through the ionosphere. It's not the ionosphere being affected by the magnetics. The fucking magnets are coming through the ionosphere. That's what flattened the corn. It's like, well, it's what's driving these storms. That's why they're merging into each other, opposing circles, and off they go. That's how magnets work. They do crazy shit like that. Um, yeah, these storms shouldn't be, but they are. Half the fucking state's crops are gone, and these crops here. I mean, I haven't seen any real healthy corn in Colorado. I'd say at least 90% of it. And as I will understand, all the way in from Texas, it's 2 foot tall, with little bitty ears. They'll probably leave it in the field. Some people will not even waste the gas harvest. It looks fucking pitiful. No, it's we're on our side, and harvest has been getting worse and worse every year. I've been telling people on my Facebook. I never made videos to people. I knew this year they had to have us in lockdown, and I knew it. I hit the date and said our food's going to start disappearing about the first, and it sure as fuck did, didn't it? Wendy stopped serving beef. NATO come out talking about we're going to starve all of a sudden. I mean, like, but it's COVID's fault. That's the thing. They left it in the field in Texas. I was afraid they was going to. When I mean, it used to be. It's pitiful. It's fucking pitiful. It's not even worth the fucking gas harvesting, is it? In some places, Wendy's had to stop selling beef. Yep. Yeah. Look it up. Due to COVID-19 beef shortages, Wendy's in several places had to stop selling beef. And there's a lot of menu items not offered. I got a local place over here that I like with their snake bites and everything called Old Boss Hogs. I go over there with Seamus and I'd have me a little margarita and shit. Tip the waitress is nice. And then this one time, the last time, I ordered my $12 motherfucking chimichanga, expecting a big, fat, beefy, motherfucking juicy. And you know them packs of frozen chimichangas you can buy 8 for $3.50. Well, there was one of them under my plate lid. I suspected as soon as I walked up from the bathroom and cleaning up and had all that shit done, and I looked and there was a lid on my plate. I suspected. I didn't want to lift it. It ain't never happened before. It was embarrassed to bring out that fucking ratty old thing. I would have been too. I would have just took it off the goddamn menu. And that's why I told the waitress as I was leaving, paying for my $12 burrito, I hadn't taken a bite off of, and I'll never fuck be back there again. Tell you that right now. She's like, "Oh, it's COVID. We can't get beef." I'm like, "Yeah, fucking Lucy's can, or they'll take it off the goddamn menu." So you guys are passing off a fucking 50-cent fucking burrito for a $12 fucking dinner. So you can suck my dick, bitch. I threw down my money and left. Thought I was different in fucking person, did you? I'm the same asshole everywhere I go. And you know where we ate tonight? Lucy's. And we had beef, shredded beef, fucking taquitos. Boy, they're really good. Matter of fact, I took Shepard over to Lucy's. He got himself a fucking burrito that was this big fucking around. Sat there and said, "Man, this is so fucking good. This is so fucking good." I was like, "Fuck yeah, it is." Damn it. That's what I'm talking about. And if you ain't got your regular menu item, take it the fuck off the menu. Don't be giving me no 50-cent fucking frozen ass flat pancake gerrymandered goddamn chimichanga for a fucking $12 meal that I've come in here and eaten before. It didn't look nothing like that. She's like, "Well, we can't get no beef." I was like, "Well, you take it off the goddamn menu then." So see, look, watch. You just left fucking. So what kills me is you put a lid on that because you knew you was embarrassed to fucking bring that to me. I said, "Here's your tip. You can suck my dick. I ain't never coming back." I left. Fuck yeah. I'll bet you they took it off the menu. Because this is a small town. They can't afford to have a bunch of people fucking walk out of them like on them like that shit. $12 for a fucking almost empty rolled up tortilla that you can literally buy $3.50 for 8 of them in any goddamn Dollar General store you go into, and they had to lid it up to bring it to me. And they brought it to me with a lid. I'm like, "Boy, they must have put a lot of shit on that." I'm like, "You don't want to open that, do you?" My God. Well, we got fucking cows out here. Like I said, Lucy finds their beef. Motherfuckers got chimichangas and oh, it's good stuff. They think you're mental. Holy crap. Yeah, well, you know, if you're mental, I'm mental. I'm offering $1,000 for a link to just prove me how mental I am. So if your family thinks that the moon rising wax rolling 180 degrees and set wane is normal, I want them to bring that link because I've been looking for it a long time now. And that's why we're out of food because we're on our side. Everything changed. Trade winds changed, the weather patterns changed, fucking, and they've been changing and changing worse and worse every year, just a little bit more and a little bit more. Affectionately, I've called it my slow train wreck because I've been watching it for quite some time. And now it's picking up speed. And it's really bothersome when folks come to me and tell me their families think they're crazy. I'm like, you do know I got $1,000 ransom out on a fucking NASA link, right? It should be real easy money to prove me crazy. And I'm just crazy enough to pay it to somebody if they give it to me. Yeah, the Gulf Stream stopped too. It's stalled at least. Well, look, progressively each harvest has been getting worse and worse for about 4 years. Well, longer than that, but I mean like noticeably like we're dipping below what the fuck globe actually needs. And I was like, well, how'd that happen? We usually have a surplus. And so I started watching it, and sure as shit, incrementally, it was getting worse and worse. And I started watching the cow lot, to start watching the fields, and what my own eyes verified, yeah, it's getting worse and worse. And then around Christmas, I started noticing there were less and less cows. And I was like, oh, not a good sign. So what I start doing, telling me, I was like, look, we're out of food. We're out of food, and they got to have us in martial law second week of April. And then other people came up afterwards and were criticizing me, say we ain't in martial law. And I agreed with them because I hadn't even thought about it at that point myself. And I realized, you know what? Actually, we are the fuck in martial law. Fucking Donald Trump signed us over to fucking FEMA, number one. Number two, we're in medical martial law. It doesn't have to, martial law don't mean you fucking out there in the street beating each other up, which I was looking for. I was trying to figure out how they was going to get motherfuckers from this country up off their couch. Couldn't figure that out. I was like, how's that going to happen? They got them too attached to the screen. They're going to kill the power grid. That was my only thought. I was like, they're going to kill the power grid, set fire to something, churches. But nah, here it comes with the fucking COVIDs. I was like, damn. These motherfuckers, look, 180 countries. Now they're fighting over toilet paper. They'll wake up, Valley. Tree nuts. Yeah, tree nuts sound good. I like tree nuts, Eli. Yeah, yeah, Paul. I mean, I made videos. I made videos. I did. Um, it's just, I mean, too bad you guys missed the first 2 years of me warning you because I wasn't making videos. I was on Facebook, just documenting everything, trying to get somebody to make videos because I'm not a video guy. Fucking look at me, listen to me talk, Paul. So I was a senator's investigator. I wasn't a senator. I just looked into shit. I dig shit up. And I'm good at it. Fucking catfish, man. Motherfucking rolling around in the shit all the time. I know what shit smells like. Motherfuckers. That's my job. That's what I do good. I find things that don't make sense and make sense out of. Be like, look, he did. I'm a sleuth, I guess you could say. I'm good at that. I caught a lot of people in a lot of shit, straighten a lot of shit out by being a dickhead. Now, I don't think it's a dickhead. I think it's fucking being straight and fucking just look, man, you got a truth and you see somebody being harmed by a fucking lie, you know you do. What do you do? What do you do as a human being? You do exactly what you see me doing. Damn straight. And I don't stop until the inequity is fixed. Then I walk away from it. I'm like, all right. And that's what I've traditionally been doing. And I intend to do the same thing with this one. As soon as it's over, I'm dropping the mic. Good. I'm glad you got your supplies on. And about to say, I hope your heart getting relaxed too, because that's the practice we need. That's going to be a pretty important tool in your tool chest. Pun intended. Matter of fact, pun intended. My fucking tool chest. Oh man, it just takes on new meaning, doesn't it? Yeah, Eli, wave two is going to be fucking horrible. Not excited about it. I've been warning about wave two just as long. So wave one ain't gonna be shit. Wait till wave two. This is the plagues of the Bible. This is how they play it. Doesn't look like we thought it would, I guess. Whoa, really? You can't do that. Hold on now. God, I'm about to blow the fucking breaker. Can't do that. Can't do it. All right. We're better now. Uh, 36. Oh. Uh-oh, shit. Watch out, Rebel's fixing to knock some shit down. I think second wave's gonna breed a lot of death. Anybody who gets that vaccine or gets too close to somebody that's had one, probably gonna get sick. They've already laid out their excuse for it. I don't see them backing up on it. You gotta see my pants. I was wearing them yesterday. Or was I wearing my Dickies? I don't remember. I got. I think I have holes in every fucking thing I own. No, no, take that back. I got a flame shirt that I got my typical Hawaiian tropic, like, stereotypical with a little palm tree shirt. I got that shirt. It's so fucking old, man. I've had this since I was a kid. It's faded. I mean, like, and I don't even wear the damn. It's so old. It's faded more than my tattoo, even. You know what? I'm not sure if this one's got holes on it or not, but I do have epoxy from doing plumbing. But I got my flaming shorts on, so they might have holes in it soon. But yes, I do. I wear my holy clothes every day. I'm always at church. You didn't know? My kiln's starting to act right again. That buzzing went away. I think I might have found the problem. See, my new fan is starting to make noise. So. Oh well. Josh will cover that up. Yeah, one of my leads had dropped down to where it was hitting the table and vibrating on that shit. That's what was making that bleh noise. I'm like, what the fuck is that? But that noise is coming from the fan. Oh, yes, I got my flaming shorts on. I usually only wear them with my other shorts because my other shorts, they're more hole than shorts. So I throw my flaming shorts and I throw my other shorts on top of them. When you're a cheap bastard, sometimes you just got to make two pair of shorts into one. Depends on where the holes are. You got to match up your holes. You got to match up your fucking hole. Make sure this cover each other. Oh my god. Yeah, of course. I'll wear them with my flaming shirt. So I got a shirt with flames on it where you button it up and on the sleeves and shit and on the pocket. You got little flames. Fucking love that shit. It's my going out shirt. I have worked in it, but I don't think it has a hole in it. Which one of the first things I do when I get new pants? Mm-hmm. Come down here and blow glass and wipe fucking 1100-degree hot glass on them. Give them a test. What's up, Jimmy? Look, they had to rush the vaccine, and the Russians were rushing. The Chinese even beat the Russians that were rushing, and we're still rushing to catch up with the Russians who were rushing to catch China, and the Chinese rush. So COVID has a tendency to go dormant for 20 years and then make you sick again. So we were rushing, and there were accidents made and guessworks, and we guessed wrong, and there was an accident. We didn't know because we were rushing, and we were because it's a deadly pandemic, and we had to rush. Now, now ignore the fact that 72 million times the people died of our vaccine and died in the pandemic itself because we were kind of rushing to beat the Russians, but the Russians beat us and the Chinese beat them because we were all rushing and making mistakes. Polio vaccine gave more people polio than polio, right? You know, right? Google knows it. Right. Yeah. I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm not going to tell you if you, well, I'm not going to tell you if you're a junkie either. I mean, that's just as bad poison right there. Fucking heroin. Give me my vaccine. Right there, nurse. Give me 32 of them. I was thinking the other day. Just leave it at that. I need 32 shots. I was thinking the other day. Oh, pump me full of mercury, please. I have too many brain cells left. Oh. You saw some what on Amazon? Vaccines? Vaccines was cheap? How many they got? I want a whole bunch of them. I just shoot myself up all day with vaccines. I'll be the most vaccinated, fucking healthy, pumped up, dead motherfucker I ever knew. Send me some. Send me some. Come on, Amazon. Give me a fucking case of them vaccinations. I'm gonna let no COVIDs get me. Jeez. Now I want the vaccinations. I want a box of them. Just in case one don't work, I'm gonna just take them all. I ain't getting no COVIDs. Mm-hmm. I'm fucking shooting COVID right up in your ass. Damn it. I like blueberries. Do blueberries give you COVIDs? I got COVIDs from a blueberry soup. I bought it at a live feed at a live fruit store, and there was blueberry soups, and I was eating COVIDs after they deep fried it and boiled it. It doesn't even make sense. The fucking bats are like deep fried and boiled. What fucking virus is gonna live through that shit? It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Motherfuckers think everybody's an idiot. Just after somebody got arrested for fucking sending some shit from Canada to Wuhan. No, it's a coincidence. This is a COVID 18 and three-quarter guy. Wasn't COVID 19. 18 and three-quarter. Jesus. Give you shits if you eat too many. Oh my god, they might. I love blueberries though. My whole freezer's full of them. We have blueberry smoothies all the time. Even if I'm making a shake, like a milkshake, I'm throwing half of blueberries in that shit. It's gonna be good. Oh, that's what it was. It was Kotex 19. Don't get me started, Reeves. My God. That's what I'm saying. It's some incredible stuff, dude. I've been watching some incredible stuff. I never expected 180 nations to fall for this shit, and just be like, oh, okay. And I mean, I realize it ain't the leaders falling for nothing. But, I mean, the population's kind of like went for it and fought over toilet paper. And they're still, I mean, people are like still acting like they're kind of afraid to get near each other. Or fucking, even with the masks on, they'll look at you like, don't get near me, motherfucker, 6 foot. And you get that look. I want to have a mask for my forehead. That way it's just the eyeballs peeking through. Might as well have fun with it, right? I don't want my forehead catching a fever. Nano silver. Don't turn yourself blue. It's good, and like everything else, I imagine it's good in moderation. I don't use it. I eat blueberries. They're good for you, especially the wild blueberries. I got wild grapes out here that I eat the fuck out of, man. I was fighting birds for some grapes this year, so I let them have them because they can't go to fucking the fruit stand and buy grapes. But they were good. I had me a few handfuls this year. Yeah, they picked them clean this year. Picked them clean in just a few days. I was like, fuck, look at these birds out here. They're hungry. So they ate my grapes and they shit all over. They shit all over my grapes. I want to put up bird spikes to kill them next time. Not blood all over my grapes. What the fuck is big cities putting up with fucking pigeon spikes? It's like, holy fuck. It's like, who gets up there and digs the pigeons off of that shit? That's fucking cruel, man. What, they shit on my grapes? I know. They were like, thanks. Yeah, no, Valerie, most people don't. And when we moved in, those grapes were fucked up. They were just little tiny, mostly seed. And I cut them. I did a California cut on, and my neighbor about flipped out. The, the judge's husband, the defender, the guy on my side, he was mad. He's like, I was like, yeah, the landlord told me to take it down. I said, no, I saw grapes. They was pitiful. I said, I pulled a pulled a pruning on them. I said, next year they'll come in stronger, and they did. And then last year, oh my God, they came in really nice. And then this year, like I said, I only got a couple handfuls of them. They were really good. They were sweet, juicy, and big. You know how grapes get if you let them overgrow. They put too much into their vine rather than the fruit. Because the important part to the actual vine is the seed. But if you cut the fucking vine back, ah, they grow bigger grapes. So I think I taught him something. He's been happy with it. He got a lot of grapes this year. At the hospital in Dallas. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I mean, who voted to do that shit? That's fucked up. I mean, that needs a angry letter to the management. I think. You know, I've seen people taking them down because people would be like, "What the fuck?" I guess write the letter to the management. But yeah, first time I saw that shit, I almost shit myself. I was like, "What the fuck is that?" And then I was like, "Oh my god, this is for the fucking pigeons." That was in Philly. And that's not even right. They hunt pigeons. Grinder bird. I wouldn't eat one of them. I'll tell you that. Yeah, if that's what they're hunting them for, they just shooting them. It's fucking big old high powered air guns or some shit. Yeah, this is some grinder bird, man. Well, you know, they're probably not as dirty a bird as the ones that are in Atlanta. You could probably get away with eating grinder birds and not dying of salmonella or some stupid shit. The hawks hunt them in Dallas. Nice. Hawks are like taste like chicken. Motherfucking chicken hawk. Fucking A. That's a good shit. My belly is full. I just ate Lucy's taquitos. We got a dozen taquitos, and they got the homemade guacamole and the cheese and beans and rice and stuff. And I split it with Seamus. It's only like $9, man. Feeds us both. And I'm all like, man, we can do that once a week. Why not? Because he likes Lucy's. Sometimes, man, I'll go up there and they got this fucking shrimp chimichanga that is just, I would fight somebody. That or even their ground beef chimichanga is just that good. No, not yet. I am going on an unannounced date, Paul. There are two temples I've got it boiled down to, and I've also decided to hit the third one up. I've sent emails out to two of them. The other one, I'm just going to kind of knock on the fucking door, which I'm going to do with number two and three on the way out to the airport. Third one being out by the airport. I kind of have high hopes for the one in Springs area. It seems a little bit more fucking. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It seems like it might be the one I'm looking on. I eliminated hundreds of things I thought might be temples, like local places and shit. No, but I do also have a local guy who I'm going down and seeing tomorrow that I asked a friend of a friend of a friend, found out he's local in town. And that's all I'm going to say about him for now. I'm working on it. These guys don't really have phone numbers like the Navajo tribe and the I mean you do to the of course you can call the fucking lodge or not lodge, but you can call the temple. Um, Probably not going to get an answer. I haven't yet, but I sent out email. And like I said, I'm going to go door knock. I'm just not going to tell you what day. I don't want anybody trying to flatten my tires or worrying about me. Yeah, well, I don't think it's going to be so hard. I was really worried, and I mean, okay, I was more than worried. I was scared when I got the order to not order. Mama asked me why I stopped at the Hopi, and I didn't know how to answer it. She says, "Well, why did you stop at the Hopi?" I don't. And she gave me the picture of the Hopi prophecy, and I realized at that point, well, maybe I should read the damn thing. Because I already knew the answer to the Hopi prophecy. It's the red and blue kachina. I thought I was doing them a fucking favor. And this chick named Denise Chavez had given me a copy of the red and blue kachina prophecy, and I got out of it that they had seen it before, and that they knew exactly where in the sky it was going to fucking show up, because that's exactly where in the sky I found it, the blue kachina. And I had stopped reading it at that point. I was like, and then she came back at me. And so I read it a little more, and I realized, and I'm just reading it, and it got boring. And I just kind of stopped, and I realized that nowhere in there did it mention like the Hopi from what I had read to that point. So yet again, I stopped reading. The prophecy left probably about that much unread. Dumbass. I had not even to that point read about my fucking tattoo, dude. When I read about that shit, I was kind of flipping. I was like, no. But so I made my calls to uh, the Pueblo people, and they were sitting by the phone acting like they were waiting for me to call. And I was telling them about what I had done and found and read. And I didn't know how I was doing it yet either at that point, But I made videos about it. I felt awkward as fuck. But so I decided at that point I should probably go ahead and fucking look into this. And then my buddy, his name was Mike, he's been a friend of mine for like 3 years, he's a truck driver and shit. Well, he comes out and starts telling me exactly who he was, which really kind of freaked me out because he's one of these medicine men of a very prominent tribe within the tribes that came here through creation in a mist. And I guess several tribes have done that. So, anyways, he started telling me who he was and asked me if I'd read the prophet. I was like, oh, yeah. I told him, he goes, well, read the whole fucking. He was just waiting for me to read the whole fucking thing, so I read it, and Then I really kind of started freaking out. Because I was like, what the? He's like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He's like, you can't really, because I had made a video talking about how I thought this shit was, uh, I didn't think it was prophecy. It was just like the Catholic prophecy isn't prophecy. So they've seen this 4 times by their own admission and shit. And do what on my swastika? On my swastika? Scientifically needs to revisit his one sun theory, but what the hell's he doing worried about my tattoo? But yeah, I had never read any of that. I had read the Egyptian version, and look. I kept reading the Egyptian version, trying to read out of it, and then I read the other Hopi version. I was like, well, this is kind of fucked up. And we're here today now. You guys are reading hieroglyphs. I figured out how I was reading these motherfuckers thanks to Homebrew and Kendra. Are you talking about Justice Swastika in general? He didn't do well on my tattoo. Yeah. Yeah, in general. That's what I thought. Yeah, well, I guess it's the Hopi symbol of the blue sun. I'm not even sure if they know what their symbols. They say it's male purity. Definitely pure male, motherfucker. Kind of makes me a pig, don't it? Well, Lee only has a third of the story, bro. He truly believes the universe lost voltage, and I'm telling you, it didn't. We lost voltage. I agree with him about the molecules and everything, the Cretaceous boundary, the loss of voltage. I agree with him about the Berkeley current, but I disagree with him about his Eye of Ra being the Berkeley current. That's that clef denotes the Berkeley current. And I've seen it not only in Giza, I've seen it in the Native American fucking writings, and I pointed it out in a video. So he's just going off a download. I'm going off a download and research. Lee will sit there and tell you, I don't really know anything about, if I don't know anything about it, I'm going to find out about it and then I'm going to prove it to you first. So there's a difference there between how me and Lee operate. Lee's got some good information and he can teach you how to read hieroglyphs. I just wish Lee would drop his fucking ego, take a fucking seat and look a little bit harder at what's going on. But Lee doesn't actually have the understanding of what a fucking magnetic signature or GOES ISWA satellite is or does. That's where that is. What are you going to do? I'm not going to force it. That's just the way he is. That's what he is. It's cool. I love Lee's heart. He's got a good heart. He's all pissy with me because He's stuck on that. We're all gonna die. And that is not a good attitude to have right now. That's what I'm saying. It's not a good attitude to have right now. To me, an ego means very specifically, even though someone's got evidence you're wrong, you won't look at it. Like I said, I mean, that applies every bit to Anunnaki, but that does apply to Lee in this case also. Because I have made videos when I'm wrong. I've been proven wrong by a planet twice. I'm telling you. Ain't nobody got my $1,000 but mama. Actually, I owe her $200 because I usually back it with $100. But she proved me wrong, but she never brought my link. Bitch never brought my link. I don't know where to mail her $200 to. You was gonna wait till I see her. You're like, Mama, here's your money. She wipe her ass with it. You're like, thank you for the toilet paper. It's a little rough. That's what I do with it too, Mama. Fucking toilet paper. Jesus. People are fighting over it, Mom. Crazy. Crazy motherfucking human. Everywhere you go. Don't worry, folks. We ain't alone. Mama knows everybody's heart. That's the cool thing about the planet. She's good at being one. She ain't even groggy no more, man. She's awake. She's ready. She's ready. She's on Dad's cue. Because Dad's got a timer. Mama ain't on it. Be ready. She's ready. You ready? I'm ready. Tiny fucking bubbles, Reeble. You can get me a Walkman just in case. And I'm gonna save it for the moment. That way, just in case, it has some tiny bubbles in my ears. That's the way to do it. Nice. I know you is, John. The fucking flat earthers will make you ready, won't they? Oh, bring it, God. Bring it, please. I can't believe we've gotten to this state. Oh my God. Poor John. Your last few videos, my heart goes out for you so bad, dude. I've been there. Don't feel like you're alone, John. This, next flat earther comes along, you just remember my words. Fuck off, you fucking flat tard. Block. Hit the block button, man. Just don't even play. Look, somebody talk about frisbee. I don't play frisbee. Fucking block, son of a bitch. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth your fucking time. somebody already got them, or they are paid well to fucking be in flat tart in public. In public, they're in public talking that shit. Dude. You got 5 thumbs down before I even made it to your video. I was like, oh damn, somebody don't don't like John's fucking curved earth. Oh my god. Yeah. Good. The other day I got like fucking dude, I swear to God, man, I posted that thing up and I got like 8 fucking thumbs down in like the first 5 minutes. I'm like, what the fuck? The fuck was that? I ain't even ever had that many thumbs downs before in my life. Motherfucking somebody was rolling my ass. Oh my god. It's feel the burn, man. Rainbow, I sat there and watched, what was it, 39 reasons? Something, 192 fucking reasons why the earth is flat or some shit. It felt like, oh, my head hurt. My head hurt by the time I was halfway done with that shit. I think I even mentioned it in my video. It fucking hurt, man. I was like, holy. And I'm not sure. I was trying. I'm not sure what was actually causing the pain. Me trying to imagine a scenario where any of those words were correct. I mean, it was hard. It was hard. It was hard. It was hard to sit through. It was hard to sit through. It was actually very difficult to sit through. That's oh my god, that's not even a laughing matter. It was very fucking difficult to sit through the whole fucking thing. Um, I laugh because it's funny. It really is. Oh god. All right. No. Okay. It's funny because it really is fucking terribly, terribly fucking sad. What am I gonna do? Cry because somebody believes the fucking Earth's flat? No, I'm not gonna let that happen. I'm just like, how? How? How did we get this back? I mean, dude, we were fucking making mud bricks and knowing the goddamn gods was flying off to the moon because we was on a globe. I mean, I have sailed on the ocean and I've looked at the horizon and it worked. Look, I'm starting to get a headache again. I'm all, I'm trying to justify the globe being round, and I can't even figure out the mechanics of a fucking flat Earth. They'll show you a graphic of this plate Earth, and they'll show you the moon and the sun doing this number around it, right? And I'm all like, okay, what in the fuck, Meccan, is that God holding his flashlight? Number two, have you ever tried to hold a flashlight over a plate and just light half of it? Hey, I'll wait. You know, ooh. Yeah, they come along with Nibiru. And it's like, how in the hell is Nibiru coming in to our frisbee? Did somebody did somebody throw it? Just did somebody throw the frisbee? It's too in the well. Where's Lassie? Somebody threw the frisbee. It's like, are you gonna be fucking kidding me? How is that happen? Are we the only frisbee in space? Are we on the magic turtle's ass? Because I've seen that meme. Or is Nebaru a bigger frisbee than us that has frisbee moons? I'm really confused on that. It's like who? I don't even have to ask who thought this shit up. I can tell where the tax dollars went. Jesus. Yeah, about yeah. uh, See, I about said I came on here and I was like bombarded with it, and I've been bombarded with it. So I started looking at it, and I'm like, well, what actually makes these fucking people believe this shit? Because I've watched the videos. I mean, I would if they had evidence, I would be willing. Evidence went along with my visual observations on the fucking USS Texas floating around the fucking globe. But if they had observations and or fucking calculations that went right along with fucking the fact that we was flat Earth, I could see it. But we're not. And I ain't ever seen any fucking picture of London from New York. It ain't that fucking far for a fucking telescope if we're flat, right? Your camera, how you doing, Wade? Yeah, they use that for the Pangea map. I know. I've seen. I did. I sat and watched the whole damn video. I've watched a couple, but I saw one that said it was like 39 proofs that the Earth is flat, and I was like, this has got to be a good one. See, I'm getting a headache again. It starts right here, kind of works its way up, but it's just right here right now. So we're not going to discuss the video I watched. It was fucking painful. Um, I'm willing to give anybody a fair shot at it. You know what I mean? And I've had so many fucking people come in with the whole fucking hologram moon. And anyway, I decided I'd better look at it before I got all nasty shitty with it because I've been shitty with Gaia people for a long time. All right. So, I mean, I've been wrong before. it's I decided to look around a little bit. And then I decided I need to make a movie. Because when I looked around at it, I was like, oh dear God, there's actually people that breathe air that believe this shit. Are we sure they're breathing? I'm not. I'm not. I think they might have stopped a while ago. I mean, I have a hard time believing those people ever got out of their mother's house. I think they live in the basement and they've never left. They've gotten themselves, they've made an internet connection with paper clips and shit. I mean, I don't know. Somebody has locked them in a closet for their whole life. Convinced. They got thumbtack paperclip fucking keyboards just sitting there tapping into the internet, doing their high tech fucking Morse codes, talking to me about flat Earths. I don't know. I just get this image. The kid ain't never been outside. Mom, I'm hungry. To this day, the Earth is flat. Yeah, I know. It's fucking nuts. It's it's fucking nuts. We're reading the cuneiform, and they say it's like fucking 5,000 years older than the damn Bible. And they knew it was round, like a globe. I don't even say round. It's round. Earth's round. They'll be like, "How do you mean round? Is it like a frisbee round, or is it like a globe round?" Just the fact that you're asking that is fucking making me want to bang my head on the fucking sore spot over here. It shouldn't be a topic. But it is. Well, I know it's a spaceship. Well, it is. We on a beautiful spaceship. She's a living, being spaceship. Technically, if you want to think of it that way. The giant swimming pool. Maybe for the Kraken, because this old boy ain't getting back in that motherfucker. I used to love surfing. My ex-brother-in-law fucking got his heel bit off by a damn shark, though. I've been bumped by quite a few. I've killed a hammerhead, fishing, out shrimping and shit. Yeah, I'd rather not go on those. I'm too old to move that fast. Beautiful green pond. Yeah, well, Mama intends on hiding behind Papa Rob, and she has magnet warriors that are willing to give their magnet to her. So she's honestly she's not worried about herself. She's more worried about her Aunt Heaven that these Anunnakis came from, and that has everything to do with these Masons and Muslim, Hebrew, Hopi, and their brother in the Navajos. Yeah, it's a scary feeling, Glenn. I was on a shrimp boat, and the stupid captain backed the boat up with the nets in the water. Guess what happened? He was like, "We're stuck on a reef. I'm gonna back it up," and I'm like, "Oh God, we're fucked." Next thing you know, the whole boat's fucking. Yeah, this is a big fucking shrimp boat, fucking bouncing. Oh, he killed the engine. We had the rope fucking is good, fucking 3 foot thick, just solid nylon melded together around the prop. Somebody had to go in and cut it off with the machetes. We had two machetes. First mate went in first. He fucking yeah, I was stupid once. First mate went in first. He come up shivering. He was cold. And I was like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna go in. I'm in there. I'm fucking sawing away at it. And when you're underwater cutting rope, all that shit that falls off the rope don't fall off the rope. It's floating around. You can't see fucking cloud going around. I'm sitting there, and next thing I know, somebody pushes me into the fucking back of the boat. And I thought it was David at first, the first mate. And I turned around, man. let me tell you something. What's his? Oh God, I think he's a grouper. Looks like a Fred Flintstone fish. It's sitting there doing this number with teeth that look like my fingers and they interlock. And he was just sniffing me like a dog. Like, I mean, I'll tell you what, man, it scared. He could have took a chunk out of anything he wanted to, and it scared the fuck out of me. I don't know what it is. Fred fucking Flintstone. I had a little line, of course, a lifeline to get back up there, and I was breathing the air from the deck, so it was on a long line. But I lost the mask. The mask came off at some point. I'll tell you what, I was not ready for that. So I got back up there and they was laughing at me. I was like, God dang it. So they made me feel stupid. And I went back in. And I know that's why he came up. He wasn't shaking because he was fucking cold. That water ain't cold. These motherfuckers, they knew it was down there. Anyways, I got in there and I wasn't gonna sit there with my back to the fucking world this time. I'm glad I didn't. So I got inside the actual bell guard of the fucking wheel, the wheel guard. It's a big, basically fucking piece of metal that goes around the fucking propeller. I got inside the propeller and started cutting fucking shit. And out of the shadow, man, I saw a fucking hammerhead rolling up. And by the time I got to my shadow, I realized it was just like a baby, 2, maybe 3 footer. Wasn't that big. But I still swung on that bitch real hard with my machete. I hit him right smack in the head. That thing didn't even flip. It didn't even flip once. His head just kind of fucking separated in the middle. He was done. I grabbed that thing by the tail, grabbed it, went up back up on the deck with my lifeline again, and I threw it up on the deck. I said, I'm not going back in now. I said, those nets are in the fucking water, and we got sharks. I wasn't coming up empty-handed, but we only had like one wrap around the thing, and I had already gotten the nets completely loose from the screws, and I was like, look, dude, start this fucking thing up. He went in there and started the thing up and started to fucking take off, and we started bouncing again. And I'm like, oh. He goes down into the engine room and starts screaming, God damn motherfucking fucking he fuck. Well, the first time we took off bouncing, apparently, he had sheared off these fucking huge bolts that held this fucking engine on and sheared the fucking drive shaft, man. We was sinking. The whole time I'm under the boat, cutting the rope and shit, right? And I'm all like, the fuck is this guy been doing on some fucking time I'm down here? It's hateful to be stuck out in the middle of the fucking Gulf of Mexico, fucking Atlantic Ocean out there. Just inside fucking Cuban waters. In a broke down boat with 2 idiots. So the owner of the boat comes down and rescued the captain, tied off to the fucking boats, and side by side, he's going to tow us into Key West, and from there he was going to take the boat up to Tampa. I was done. I was getting off of Key West. I couldn't wait to get in fucking port. Oh my god! So man, if it wasn't getting caught up in our fucking screws, we was getting caught up in crab traps. This guy is he didn't do us any favors out there driving up the road. And anyway, I could have made as much money at Burger King. We was out a whole month. We're like, man, uh-uh. He want me to go out again. Yeah, he was missing a few screws, dude. I'll tell you what. Well, that it gets better, Regal. Here comes the good part. So about the time the owner starts taking off, I realized the first mate had tied off a rope over a fucking guardrail, and I'm running because I know what's coming. I don't want cut in half. I was trying to get in the cabin's captain, and that thing went boing, and it helped me get in the captain's cabin by blowing me through the fucking door. And I had a bruise from my belly button to the halfway down my thigh. Mr. Happy was black and blue, man. I got almost cut in half by a fucking rope. And yeah, I'm laying there, and we had just run out of weed. Captain looked at me and says, "You okay?" I said, "Call 911, motherfucker. Give me a bowl." So they actually passed back over the side a fucking nice big hefty bag of weed because the owner brought one down. The captain had already requested one. So we hollered out a potato and got high as fuck. And, I went on my separate way. Once we got paid, that was my last shrimping ever. My first shrimping ever too. I didn't like it. Captain let me drive his boat. He had never let the first mate, and they'd been together for like 6 years. But I am held when fucking qualified. I proved to him I actually knew more about his charts and his boat than he did. So he let me drive to the fishing spot that he picked, and then he drove the boat while we were fishing. I was like, this motherfucker. I should have been driving the boat. Can't see a goddamn crab trap, motherfucker. God, if we was fishing for crab traps, we'd have been rich. They got big old balls and fucking flags on them too and shit, man. You'd be running into them all the time. What the fuck, dude? Anyway, it was fun. We got a stingray in there big as my car one night. Probably like 2 o'clock in the fucking morning. Hello? Hey, what's happening? Yeah, you can come over here anytime you want. I got the killing heated up. I'm sitting here talking with the folks right now, chilling out. Okay, cool. All right, we'll see you then. All right. We'll be having company tonight. Shepard Ambellis, he did Shade, the movie. He's come halfway across country to talk to him. He came over last night, uh, shot some footage, and he's going to come over again about 8. I thank you, Regal. I do have it upstairs. I will go get it. It smells like me last night, dude. But I guess the camera isn't going to pick up the smell fumes like a cartoon would. So I decided to wear my clean shirt so I can smell like roses right now, as usual. Now, this is a heavy shirt. If I work in it, I start sweating really fast so it comes off. That's why it doesn't have holes. Honestly. The green one's a pretty heavy shirt, too. But at least it opens up down here and you can vent it a little bit. Smell-o-vision, exactly. Don't scratch that screen. I'm warning you. Smells kind of like feet. Good shit. I'll tell you what, you wish smell-o-vision. Yeah. YouTube does need to put in a virtual pass the bowl button so it'll blow you a hit. Long distance. Man. Just type in your strain, be like, all right, I got the OG and I got it topped with some nice chocolate raspberry fucking deliciousness of mint. Fucking fuck your mama with the strawberry. You hit that shit. It's like, oh man, that was good. I could go for that. Ooh, been a while since you smelled it. Uh-oh. What, feet or marijuana? Marijuana. Gotta love her. Sometimes she smells like feet. It's okay. I like cheese too. Poor Reba. You know what's funny? I didn't even fight for anything in this state. But I was close to here and it's totally wreck. And I was like, fuck it, man. I'm just gonna go enjoy some wreck then. I don't need to be medical. Although I've been medical for years. I don't need to renew that shit. Fuck it. It's easier just to do recreational weed. Same laws apply, pretty much. You just pay extra taxes. So what are they doing? They're trying to make medical go away here in Colorado and just make it recreational. I'm like, no, 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 no. That's actually not a very good fucking idea at all. You want Thai stick? You may have to go to Thailand and get some of that. You know, COVID killed the imports. I've had some good Thai bud. Um, not in a few years though. Colorado's a little stifled on their bud supplies. What'd you do, homebrew? Rebel says he don't give a fuck. Oh, I think he was talking about having to go to Thailand for some Thai stick. But I'm just saying, that looks fun. Rebel's like, I don't care. That's a good shit. What'd you do to your page? Let us in on it. I've already got a lot of pages open. I don't want to lose anybody. Uh-oh. Did you go modern on us, John? God damn it. You added channel art? Uh-oh. Is it scientifically drawn a home with a... Oh, God damn it. Now I gotta look. Oh, it's not that kind of art? It's scientifically drawn art. Holy shit! What is that? Oh my God. Hang on a second. I need to use some toilet paper. What the hell is that? What is that? What are those? Is that a flat earth? What is that picture of? What is that picture of? That looks like me. I see a cartwheeling moon on your channel. He has his own dingly coat. I got a little one. It's more like a dingly garter snake. Oh fuck. Hey, baby. Oh Jesus. I was wondering what it was. I was like, oh my God, it looks, what is that? Is that Jupiter? Is it drunk? Oh, John, people are going to ask you all those questions like 10 times a day. No, it's not that hard to see at all. No, it's not that hard to see that the fucking Earth is a globe either. But, you know. Jesus. That's certain. What are you gonna do, John? You can't escape it. I'm sending them all to you. Oh, you think the Earth is flat? Here, go down to Homebrew. He got something for you. Oh my God. Oh shit. This is fun stuff. Well, I thought I would kill the actual flat Earth movement with my uh this topic comes up too much or some shit, whatever that fucking video was I did. And yeah, it did. It got a couple people blocked. Oh my God, Jesus. Fucking crazy. No, I know what that Glenn guy was talking about now. He's like, oh, that stringy fucking cartoon model. He's a fucking Ben Davidson dude or some shit, man. He was all dissing on fucking who. They're cartwheeling the moon with a goddamn hologram, and they're shooting the fucking Dingley Cobra on uh, Iswar. To what end? To what end? What end are they doing that for? That as yet, I mean, I what? It's not a random pattern in space. That's like flat Earth shit, man. It makes my head hurt. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Well, but what do you do? What do you fucking do, John? You just, at one point, I promise you, man, you just be like, and he's like, I'm already there. You be over it. You just block the motherfuckers. It's you're really, I mean, you've reached 1,000 subscribers now, dude. You're gonna get shared, and you're gonna get shared in groups, and every flat toad is coming at you. You're going, oh, is the Earth flat? No, bye. Sometimes when you say bye, you scared them away, dude. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Scared away. Let me go look at your. Where's your? Where's your? Okay, hang on, hang on. Let me look. Let me look. Where are we at? Where are we at? Let me see.
Hello and welcome to my channel.
Oh, John.
This video is going to be dedicated to the flat earthers.
John.
My request is that
you got 5
please
thumbs
do
down,
not come
John.
on my channel
You have.
and try to
You
convince
got
me
5
that the
thumbs
earth
down.
is flat.
What other videos you got 5
the
thumbs
moon
down
is
on?
not
Let me go
a
look.
sphere.
Let me go. Let me go look.
Hello and welcome to my channel. This
I
video is
love
going
John's
to be
channel.
about
No, just one thumb down there, John.
Uh,
Just one. There's your troll. Let's go look at this one.
Hello and welcome to my channel.
Hi, John.
This is a follow-up video.
Oh, you got 3 on this one.
Friday.
Oh, follow-up clarification. People don't like
There seems to be
clarifications,
some
John.
confusion.
let's look at your distraction.
Hello.
Oh my God, you're running close, John. Look,
Well, it's that time of
you're
year
pissing
again
people off, John. You got
follow the
4
forest fires.
fucking thumbs down, dude.
And you start hearing again about
I'm proud of you. You can't even cuss once. Can't even cuss once. What the fuck are people thumbs down in your shit for, dude? That's nuts. That's gotta be trolls or the stupid people that think the Earth's flat. I don't. I live on pancake Earth. Whew. Kids therapy on someone. What you need a good laugh, right? Or John. John's like fucking. I like his. I sit there. I'll refresh his page. Be like, when you gonna put out another video? You be like next week. I'm still sitting there refreshing his page. You said bullshit once. Oh fuck, man. Oh man. He's like, I marked it on the calendar. Actually, it was your wife, didn't she? She marked on the calendar and made you put $1 in the swear jar. I know. Oh. John had to put $1 in the swear jar. Ah, darn it. He does. He makes better videos than I do. You should all be over there thumbs up in his videos. What does it do for the algorithm when you thumbs down a video? Because I'm telling you, man, I had a parade come over here and thumbs down like 13 on one of my videos. I'm like, holy fuck, I pissed somebody off. Oh my god. I don't even remember which one it was. It was recently. I usually do okay, I guess, on the thumbs ups. I don't know. My percentage wise is usually pretty high, but yeah. Uh, I don't know. Every once in a while, I get a troop of trolls that'll run through, hit them hard with the thumbs down. I'm like, who the fuck is? And you know they ain't even looking at your content. You're just logging in, hit your thumbs down, and leave it. He's like, who the fuck did that? Somebody had pissed off. Roids of London. Thumbs down helps it is because it's controversial now, I suppose. They like that controversial shit, get everybody all fighting. Is the moon supposed to even roll? Look at the BBC guy, he said so. He has an accent. You must know. He's on the BBC. Yeah. I've always wanted a British sounding Australian dude talking about the moon rolling. I always have. I always said that when Dazzler the cameraman was first making his fucking videos that I didn't even know what was going on. I didn't know anything Five Eyes existed. All right, this motherfucker's fucking with me. And I thought he was a real person. Well, he's a beer breathing demon, actually. Oh man, it was driving me fucking Five Eyes. They latched onto me quick. Once I realized who they were, I was like, oh my god. These motherfuckers had my address fast. Because Dazzle was on me, dude. I had never made a video before in my life. And still hadn't. For years after I dealt with that motherfucker. If you want to hurt it, you don't watch it. they they like controversials. You've never seen an Eric Briggs video? Oh Jesus. I'll go in there and hit the pause button. I'll go in there in his "No, we're not going to starve" video, and I'm sitting there looking at it, and I'll scoot over it and see if he has anything to show me. And it's the same thing as the fucking moon isn't spinning videos, and it's like, are you actually making these? I can't. It's like a flat Earth video. It hurts to watch. It's like, holy fuck. Nah, that guy ain't. God, dude. He's fucking nut job. Yeah. If I see him out in the wild, because I know I'm not normally blocked on those channels. He's fair game. I'm going to ask him for a fucking NASA link. Where's my NASA link, bitch? Yeah, I'm not trying to pump his channel up. Yeah, I still can't even locate his channel on a freaking Google search. I have to wait until I see it.
Fascinating stuff there, especially getting into, the origins of that.
So Shepard's showing up.
They actually have a place in Saudi
In less
Arabia
than
they
an
call
hour.
Nana's landing pad.
I'm going to make some coffee.
We've been over there and stuff.
I'll be back.
And they don't say, this is where Nana appeared, or this is where they say that's where she landed. As if when she came to Earth, she landed in this spot. That's there. What the people in Saudi Arabia say, just like it's nothing, but yet
that's what they say.
They'll cut your fucking head off for reading any other religion and claim you're doing witchcraft. It's just unbelievable to me. Cyrus, some historians attach the epithet the Great to his name. Consolidated into a vast Persian empire all the lands that had once been Sumir and Akkad, Mari and Mitanni, Haiti and Elam, Babylonia and Assyria, was left to his son Cambyses to extend the empire to Egypt. Egypt was just recovering from a period of disarray that some consider a third intermediate period, during which it was disunited, changed capital several times, was ruled by invaders from Nubia, and had no central authority at all. Egypt was also in disarray religiously, its priests uncertain who to worship, so much so that the leading cult was that of the dead Osiris, the leading deity, the female Neith, whose title was Mother of God, and the principal cult object, a bull, the sacred Apis bull, for whom elaborate funerals were held. Cambyses, too, like his father, was no religious zealot and let people worship as they pleased. He even, according to an inscribed stela now in the Vatican Museum, of course, learned the secrets of worship from Neith and participated in a ceremonial funeral of an Apis bull. Now think about that. way before Christianity, way before Catholicism, way before Judaism, way before any of this stuff, right? And, there it is. We were worshiping the bull, Baal, thousands of years ago. And again, where is that artifact now? Of course, it's in the Vatican Museum. Yeah, of course. So, for those people out there that try to say that, there's no connection to the Vatican and this, the ancient Sumerian stuff and the ancient societies that had to do with the Anunnaki. Oh, there's plenty to do with it, believe me. There's no coincidence why they hold those, those artifacts as being important. I mean, hell, if you've seen my Reality of Illusion film on the Norway Spiral, there's a news clip in there where they talk about a lot of the artifacts that were looted from the Baghdad Museum. Guess where they showed up at? They showed up at the Vatican. They showed up in Rome. Yeah, they just happened to they just immediately found their way to the Vatican after being looted by special forces. Yeah. You understand? It's a historical fact that the special forces to this day started with the Knights Templar. It's a fact. I didn't know that until 4 or 5 years ago. It's an absolute fact. I mean, this is admitted mainstream scholarly work that our modern day special forces originated from the Templars. These religious laissez-faire policies bought the Persians peace in their empire, but not forever. Unrest, uprisings, and rebellions kept breaking out almost everywhere. Especially troublesome were growing commercial, cultural, and religious ties between Egypt and Greece. Much information about that comes from the Greek historian Herodotus, who wrote extensively about Egypt after his visit there, circa 460 BCE, coinciding with the beginning of Greece's golden age. The Persians could not be pleased with those ties, above all because Greek mercenaries were participating in the local uprisings. Of particular concern were also the provinces in Asia Minor, what is present-day Turkey, at the western tip of which Asia and the Persians faced Europe and the Greeks. There, Greek settlers were reviving and reinforcing olden settlements. The Persians, on their part, sought to ward off the troublesome Europeans by seizing nearby Greek islands. The growing tensions broke into open warfare when the Persians invaded the Greek mainland and were beaten at Marathon in 490 BCE. A Persian invasion by sea was beaten off by the Greeks in the Straits of Salamis a decade later, but the skirmishes and battles for control of Asia Minor continued for another century. Even as in Persia, King, I just didn't. Some of the way that he words sometimes it just doesn't. It's not English. I don't think Zechariah can speak English very well. Even as in Persia, king followed king, and in Greece, Athenians. Even as in Persia, king followed king, and in Greece, Athenians, Spartans, and Macedonians fought one another for. Oh, it just drives me crazy to just have to say those words wrongly. It just pisses me off. In those double struggles, one among the mainland Greeks, the other with Persians, the support of the Greek settlers of Asia Minor was very important. No sooner did the Macedonians win the upper hand on the mainland than their king, Philip II, sent an armed corps over the Strait of Hellespont, today's Dardanelles, to secure the loyalty of the Greek settlements. In 334 BCE, his successor, Alexander the Great, heading an army of 15,000 strong, crossed into Asia at the same place and launched a major war against the Persians. Alexander's outstanding victories and the resulting subjugation of the ancient East to Western Greek domination have been told and retold by historians, starting with some who had accompanied Alexander, and need no repetition here. What does need to be described are the personal reasons for Alexander's foray into Asia and Africa. For apart from all geopolitical or economic reasons, for the Greek-Persian Great War, there was Alexander's own personal quest. There had been persistent rumors in the Macedonian court that not King Philip, but an Egyptian god, was Alexander's true father, having come to the queen Olympias disguised as a man, with a Greek pantheon that derived from across the Mediterranean Sea and headed, like the Sumerian 12, by 12 Olympians, and with tales of gods, myths that emulated the Near Eastern tales of the gods. The appearance of one such god in the Macedonian court was not deemed an impossibility. With court shenanigans that involved the young Egyptian mistress of the king and marital strife that included divorce and murders, the rumors were believed first and foremost by Alexander himself. A visit by Alexander to the oracle in Delphi to find out whether he was indeed the son of a god and therefore immortal only intensified the mystery. He was advised to seek an answer at an Egyptian sacred site. It was thus that as soon as the Persians were beaten in the first battle, Alexander, rather than pursuing them, left his main army and rushed to the oasis of Silla in Egypt. There the priests assured him that he indeed was a demigod, the son of the ram god Ammon. In celebration, Alexander issued silver coins showing him with ram's horns. But what about the immortality? While the course of the resumed warfare and Alexander's conquests have been documented by his campaign historian Castaphiles and other historians, his personal quest for immortality is mostly known from sources deemed to be Calistinides or Alexander romances that embellish fact and legend as detailed in the Stairway to Heaven. The Egyptian priests directed Alexander from Silla to Thebes. There on the Nile River's western shore, he could see in the funerary temple built by Hatshepsut the inscription attesting to her being fathered by the god Ammon when he came to her mother disguised as the royal husband, exactly like the tale of Alexander's demigod conception. In the great temple of Ra Ammon in Thebes, In the Holy of Holies, Alexander was crowned as a pharaoh.
In Thebes.
Then, following the directions given in Siwa, he entered subterranean tunnels in the Sinai Peninsula, and finally he went to where Amun-Ra, alias Marduk, was,
Not that guy.
to Babylon.
Not Marduk.
Resuming the bowels with the Persians, Alexander reached Babylon in 331 BCE and entered the city riding in his chariot. In the sacred precinct, he rushed to the Esagiel Ziggurat temple to grasp the hands of Marduk as conquerors before him had done. But the great god was dead. According to the sources, Alexander saw the god lying in a golden coffin, his body immersed or preserved in special oils. True or not, the facts are that Marduk was no longer alive, and that his Esagiel Ziggurat was, without exception, described as his tomb by subsequent established historians. According to Diodorus of Sicily, whose Bibliotheca Historica is known to have been compiled from verifiable, reliable sources, scholars called Chaldeans, who have gained a great reputation in astrology and who are accustomed to predict future events by a method based on old age observations, warned Alexander that he would die in Babylon, but could escape the danger if he re-erected the tomb of Belus, which had been demolished by the Persians. Entering the city anyway, Alexander had neither the time nor the manpower to do repairs, and indeed died in Babylon in 323 BCE. The first century BCE historian geographer Strabo, who was born in a Greek town in Asia Minor, described Babylon in his famed geography, its great size, the Hanging Garden, that was one of the seven wonders of the world, its high buildings constructed of baked bricks and so on, and said this in section 16I5. Here, too, is the tomb of Belus, now in ruins, having been demolished by Xerxes. As it is said, it was a quadrangular pyramid of baked bricks, not only being a stadium in height, but also having sides a stadium in length. Alexander intended to repair this pyramid, but it would have been a large task and would have required a long time, so that he could not finish what he had attempted.
He said, fuck it.
According to this source, the tomb of Bel Marduk was destroyed by Xerxes, who was the Persian king and ruler of Babylon from 486 to 465 BCE. Strabo in Book 5 had earlier stated that Belus was lying in a coffin wherein Xerxes decided to destroy the temple. In 482 BCE, accordingly, Marduk died not long before Germany's leading Assyriologists meeting at the University of Jena in 1922 concluded that Marduk was already in his tomb in 484 BCE. Marduk's son Nabu also vanished from the pages of history about the same time and thus came to an end, an almost human end, the saga of the gods who shaped history on planet Earth. That the end came as the age of the ram was waning was probably no coincidence either. With the death of Marduk and the fading away of Nabu, all the great Anunnaki gods who had once dominated Earth were gone. With the death of Alexander, the real or pretended demigods who linked mankind to the gods were also gone. For the first time since Adam was fashioned, man was without his creators. In those despondent times for mankind, hope came forth from Jerusalem. Amazingly, the story of Marduk and his ultimate fate in Babylon had been correctly foretold in biblical prophecies. We've already noted that Jeremiah, while forecasting a crushing end for Babylon, made the distinction that its god Bel Marduk was only doomed to wither, to remain, but to grow old and confused, to shrivel and die. We should not be surprised that it was a prophecy that came true. But as Jeremiah correctly predicted the final downfall of Assyria, Egypt, and Babylon, he accompanied those predictions with prophecies of a reestablished Zion.
Yeah, but
a rebuilt temple and of a happy end for all nations at the end of days.
Which is,
it would be, he said, a future that God had planned in his heart all along, a secret that shall be revealed to mankind at a predetermined future time. At the end of days you shall perceive it. And at that time they shall call Jerusalem Yahweh's throne, and all nations shall assemble there.
Yahweh.
Isaiah, in his second set of prophecies, sometimes called the second Isaiah, identifying Babylon's god as the hiding god, which is what Ammon meant. Well, that's interesting. So Isaiah identified Babylon's god as the hiding god,
the unseen,
which would have been Ammon or Amun-Ra, where, of course, we get Amen from.
Yep.
Bel is bowed down, Nebo is covered. Their images are loads for beasts and cattle. Together they stoopeth, they bow down, unable to save themselves from capture. These prophecies, as did Jeremiah's, also contain the promise that mankind will be offered a new beginning, a new hope, that a messianic time will come when the wolf shall dwell with the lamb. And the prophet said, it shall come to pass at the end of days that the mount of Yahweh's temple shall be established as foremost of all mountains, exalted above all hills, and all the nations shall throng unto it. It will be then that the nations shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, and they shall no longer teach war. The assertion that after troubles and tribulations, after people and nations shall be judged for their sins and transgressions, a time of peace shall come was also made by the early prophets, even as they predicted the day of the Lord as judgment day. Among them were Hosea, who foresaw the return of the kingdom of God through the house of David at the end of days, and Micah, who's using words identical to those of Isaiah, declared that at the end of days it shall come to pass. Significantly, Micah too considered the restoration of God's temple in Jerusalem and Yahweh's universal reign through a descendant of David as a prerequisite. Well, yeah. Well, think about that. A descendant of David. When you think about the possibilities that could be in a modern context. A must destined from the very beginning, emanating from ancient times, from everlasting days. There was thus a combination of two basic elements in those end days predictions. One, that the day of the Lord, a day of judgment upon earth and nations, will be followed by restoration, renewal, and a benevolent era centered on Jerusalem. Yeah. Well, why do you think everything's going to these priest class fuckers? That's what everything's going toward. They want to rebuild the temple so they can, install their phony deity on the crown and unite and have a global government. That's what this is all about.
Yep.
It blows people's minds that these people set this quote unquote prophecy down years and years and years ago, that they had the foresight to do this, knowing that it would take thousands and thousands of years to achieve, well beyond any technology they had at the time, but they also had a knowledge it would happen. And so that's why all this stuff has been hijacked and why they have steered world events towards this, because they are trying to create an end that will fall in line to religious teaching so that they can gain total control once that end comes to pass.
Oh, you mean they scripted it?
The other is that it has all been preordained, that the end was already planned by God at the beginning. Indeed, the concept of an end of epoch, a time when the course of events shall come to a halt, a precursor, one may say, of the current idea of the end of history, and a new epoch, one is almost tempted to say a new age, a new and predicted cycle shall begin and can already be found in the earliest biblical chapters. The Hebrew term Akeret Hayamim, sometimes translated last days or latter days, or more accurately end of days, was already used in the biblical Bible in Genesis chapter 49, when the dying Jacob summoned his sons and said, "Gather yourself together that I may tell you that which shall befall you at the end of days." And again, the end of days, it can have so many connotations. What if that's the end of time? The end of time. I told this story in the chat room last night, and because somebody was bringing up something, or I think it was Rick was bringing up the idea of the Earth being, planets being spaceships, as we talked about last week, and as of the Earth possibly being a spaceship, and it just triggered this thought. I had this dream last week. It was totally crazy, and I never had dreams like this. It's completely vivid. I had this dream that the sun,
a living one,
heated up and expanded to a huge size, like a much larger size than it is now, like, 10 times or 20 times the size of what it is now. And because of this growth of the sun, it basically caused our entire solar system to expand, and it pushed everything out. And so it pushed the Earth, all the other planets farther out away from the sun, almost naturally by itself, by some unseen force, and which kept us from getting cooked. But what it also did is it also caused our orbit to go around the sun at a much slower rate because we were farther out, which then caused basically they were saying that everybody was talking about it in my dream. Everybody was saying that I was like reading news stories and everybody was talking about it on TV and stuff. And they were saying that essentially that was going to cause humans to live much longer. The quote unquote, maybe that's the end of days. I don't know. But yeah, I had this crazy dream that the sun expanded and pushed us out farther, and took us longer to go around the sun. So we lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Just a crazy dream, but it kind of made me think of that there. How do we even know that end of days means the end of the world or anything else? That's the whole thing that I found with reading these religious texts. And, I used to think the Bible, I said, it's bullshit. I don't think all this bullshit. I think what the bullshit is that they haven't given us the context. We're going by interpretations that humans, that men have given us of what these terms mean, like such as the end of days, but we really don't know exactly that's exactly what they meant by those terms, by the end of days. How do we know that's not the end of a cycle, or as mine was the end of the known world and the beginning of a new world? It is a statement followed by detailed predictions that many associate with the 12 houses of the zodiac, that presupposes prophecy by being based on advanced knowledge of the future. And again, in Deuteronomy chapter 4, when Moses, before dying, reviewing Israel's divine legacy and its future, counseled the people thus: when you in tribulation shall be, and such things shall befall you in the end of days, to Yahweh thy God return and hearken to his voice. The repeated stress on the role of Jerusalem, on the essentiality of its Temple Mount as the beacon to which all nations shall come streaming, had more than a theological moral reason. A very practical reason is cited: the need to have the site ready for the return of Yahweh's kavod, the very term used in Exodus and then by Ezekiel to describe God's celestial vehicle. So Yahweh is gonna land on the motherfucking Temple Mount in something called a kavod, as Ezekiel described. So that's what this is. Okay, I get it now. So these motherfuckers want to rebuild all this Zionism and the Middle East and all these ideologies and all this killing. This is so that they can secure Jerusalem, so they have a landing pad for Yahweh to land on in his kavod spaceship. What? Why can't they just tell us that? God damn it. We have a lot less problems on the planet. I think a lot of people just feel better about that. They just need to get on TV tomorrow and go, look, we're not going to bullshit you anymore. This is what's going down. Yahweh, yeah, he's an alien. Yeah. He's coming back. He needs a place to park. And I don't know about you, but I'm not going to be the motherfucker standing around with his dick in his hand when the Lord creator of all comes down and his fucking parking spot is not ready. Are you going to want to be the one that wants to deal with that? I'm not. You know what? You deal with the big man. You go and tell him that his parking spot's not ready when he gets ready to come down here and park that big celestial.
Okay.
Fuck you, buddy. No fire and brimstone. And this shit done. That's what they need to do. Okay, so Yahweh's going to land in Jerusalem on a big fucking thing, and he's going to unite the world. We're all going to worship him. And we're going to have, peace in the heart. And I'm still going to be over here raising my hand going, hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Right? He's still a man. He's still not, because we think of God as our idea of the creator is not the same thing as, Yahweh or these gods that can fly around in ships and rain over. But that's not God. That's not the eternal. That's not the source. That's not anything. Those things were unspeakable and untouchable. So the idea that a God, or someone who was supposed to worship as he was created, that's a punishment like us was put in a ship, I'm not buying that for a second. Fuck you. I'm not getting down to worship that. Because it just sounds like a corruption. It sounds like a lie. It sounds like a farce. But guess what? Our whole planet exists around that farce, like it or not.
Yeah.
The kavod that will be enshrined in the rebuilt temple, from which I shall grant peace, shall be greater than the one in the first temple. The prophet Haggai was told, significantly, the kavod's coming to Jerusalem was repeatedly linked to Isaiah to the other space-related site in Lebanon. And from there, that God's kavod shall arrive in Jerusalem. One cannot avoid the conclusion that a divine return was expected at the end of days. But when would the end of days be? The question, one to which we shall offer our own answer, is not new, for it has already been answered in antiquity, even by the very prophets who have spoken of the end of days. Isaiah's prophecy about the time when the great trumpet shall be blown. The great trumpet shall be blown. Is that what the fucking sound coming out of the clouds are? Oh, shit. The great trumpet shall be blown. Oh, man. See, I was wondering about something like that. Is that why there's been so much disinfo and cognitive dissonance around these sounds coming out of the sky? Oh, boy. Fucking Yahweh's on his way. I'm just not new to worship anybody. Dude, I got, I have a concept for that. I'm gonna go worship fucking, Ozzy or something. Oh, he's a lot more fun to work. No, man.
You're perfect than that.
This motherfucker, he'll get this whether they stage it or not. It may really happen when they stage it. But, God damn, can you think of a better thing to give them a little order than, Yahweh landing his spaceship in the middle of Jerusalem and, uniting the world? My God. And then everybody, all the religious zealots and all the government, we're vilified by this. Yes, this is everything we've been telling you about for years. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Isaiah's prophecy about the time when a great trumpet shall be blown, and the nation shall gather and bow down to Yahweh on the holy mountain Jerusalem was accompanied by his own admission that without details and timing, the people could not understand the prophecy. Precept is upon precept. Precept is within precept. Line is upon line. Line is with line. A little here, somewhat there, was how Isaiah complained to God. Whatever answer he was given, he was ordered to seal and hide the document. No less than 3 times, Isaiah changed the word for letters of a script, otioth, to ototh, which meant oracular signs, hinting at the existence of a kind of secret Bible code to which the divine plan could not be comprehended until the right time. Its secret code might have been hinted at when the prophet asked God, identified as the creator of the letters, to tell us the letters backwards. The prophet Zephaniah, whose very name meant by Yahweh encoded, relayed a message from God that will be at the time the nations gathered that he will speak in a clear language. But that said that no more than saying you'll know when it will be time to tell. Now that's interesting, that coded language thing. I had a master mason one time, no shit, tell me that if you took a Masonic Bible, the tools from the Masonic Lodge that they have, because have you ever seen a Masonic Bible? They're real big, they're real big and thick. They're not small like other Bibles. Well, you take one of these Masonic Bibles and you take the big square and compass that they have in the Masonic Lodges, and you can overlay that over a Masonic Bible, and you can actually glean information that's encoded in it that can be viewed only by putting the square and compass on top of the Masonic Bible. I wonder if that's the same thing. I've never done that, but I've been told, I was told on good faith by someone I trusted to Master Mason that absolutely is.
You're gonna shit the fucking triangle right out their ass.
No wonder then that in its final prophetic book,
I'm a
the Bible does
motherfucking
almost
master,
exclusively with the question of when.
speed square.
When will the end of days come? In the book of Daniel, the very Daniel who deciphered correctly for Belshazzar, the writing on the wall, it was after that that Daniel himself began to have omen dreams and to have apocalyptic visions of the future in which the Ancient of Days and his archangels played key roles. Perplexed, Daniel asked the angels for explanations. The answers consisted of predictions of future events taking place at or leading to the end of time. And when will that be, Daniel asked. The answers, which on the face of it seemed precise, only piled up enigmas upon puzzles.
Next week.
In one instance, an angel answered that a phase in future events, a time when an unholy king shall try to change the times and the laws, will last a time, times, and half a time. Only after that will the promised messianic time, when the kingdom of heaven will be given to the people by the holy ones of the Most High, come about. Another time, the responding angel said 77s and 60s of years have been decreed for your people and your city until the measure of transgression is filled and the prophetic vision is ratified. And yet another time that after the 70s and 60s and 2 of years, the Messiah will be cut off and a leader will come who will destroy the city, and the end will come through a flood. Seeking a clearer answer, Daniel then asked a divine messenger to speak plainly. How long until the end of these awful things? In response, he again received the enigmatic answer that the end will come after a times, and a time, times, and a half time. What the fuck does that mean?
What the fuck does that mean?
Why aren't these gods or entities ever clear on their fucking messages?
Because we ain't sure what time
who talks
is.
like that, really?
Is it
please, oh
time?
Great Master, please tell
time?
me
I like
when
to think
will
it's
the end
zodiacal
of
time
days
because
occur?
I like the fucking word.
Please,
zodiacal.
Master, do you hear me? I'm calling you.
Can you tell?
Please
fucking
tell
zodiacal.
me when the end of days will occur. Pathetic human. The end will come after a time.
And a time and half a time.
And a half time. What in the fuck does that mean, Great Master? I mean, really.
Next week,
like that.
Next.
But what did time, times, and a half time mean? What did 70 weeks of years mean? 70 weeks of years?
All you gotta do is look at the
Could
fucking
this have
long
to be
count
with what that dream that I had the other night?
Guess what? They marked
about the moon, the sun expanding out and pushing us farther out so our orbit's farther, but the sun still heated us in the way we needed for life. But because of our long orbit, we live longer. I heard and did not understand, Daniel stated in his book, so I said, my Lord, what will be the outcome of these things? Again, speaking in codes, the angel answered, from the time the regular offering is abolished and an appalling abomination is set up, it will be 1,290 days. Happy is the one who waits and reaches 1,335. And having given Daniel that information, the angel who had called him before, Son of Man, told him, now go on thy end and arise for your destiny at the end of the days. What in the fuck does that mean? Why can't these, you're almighty and all-knowing and omnipotent and everything else. God damn it, can you just speak plain English? Can you dumb it down a little bit for brother? Good God. Like Daniel, generations of biblical scholars, savants, and theologians, astrologers, and even astronomers, the famed Sir Isaac Newton among the latter, also said, we heard but did not understand. The enigma is not just the meaning of time, and a half time, and so on, but from when does or did this count begin? The uncertainty stems from the fact that the symbolic vision seen by Daniel, such as a goat attacking a ram or two horns multiplying to 4 and then dividing, were explained to him by the angels as events that were to take place well beyond Babylon of Daniel's time, beyond its predicted fall, even beyond the prophesied rebuilding of the temple after 70 years. The rise and demise of the Persian Empire, the coming of the Greeks under Alexander's leadership, even the division of his conquered empire among his successors, all are foretold with such accuracy that many scholars believe that the Daniel prophecies are of the post-event genre, that the book's prophetic part was actually written circa 250 BCE, but pretended to have been written 3 centuries earlier. The clinching argument is the reference in one of the angelic encounters to the start of the count. From the time that regular offering in the temple is abolished and an appalling abomination is set up. That could only refer to the events that took place in Jerusalem on the 25th day of the Hebrew month Kislev in 167 BCE. The date is precisely recorded, for it was then that the abomination of desolation was placed in the temple, marking, many then believed, the start of the end of days. So that is the end of chapter 14, and we'll go ahead and stop right there. Chapter 15 of Zechariah Sitchin's The End of Days, Jerusalem, a chalice vanished. In the 21st century BCE, when nuclear weapons were first used on Earth, Abraham was blessed with wine and bread at Shalem in the name of God Most High and proclaimed mankind's first monotheistic religion.
Oh, fuck.
21 centuries later, a devout descendant of Abraham, celebrating a special supper in Jerusalem, carried on his back a cross, the symbol of a certain planet, to a place of execution, and gave rise to another monotheistic religion. Questions still swirl about him. Who really was he? What was he doing in Jerusalem? Was there a plot against him, or was he his own plotter? And was the chalice that has given rise to the legends about and searches for the Holy Grail? On his last evening of freedom, he celebrated the Jewish Passover ceremonial meal called Seder in Hebrew, with wine and unleavened bread together with his 12 disciples. And the scene has been immortalized by some of the greatest painters of religious art, Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper being the most famous of them. Leonardo was renowned for his scientific knowledge and theological insights. What his painting shows has been discussed, debated, and analyzed to this day, deepening rather than resolving the enigmas. The key to unlocking the mysteries we shall show lies in what the painting does not show. It is what is missing from it that holds answers to troubling puzzles in the saga of God and man on earth, and the yearnings for messianic times. Past, present, and future do converge in the two events. Separated by 21 centuries, Jerusalem was pivotal to both, and by their timing, they were linked by biblical prophecies about the end of days. To understand what happened 21 centuries ago, we need to roll the pages of history back to Alexander, who deemed himself the son of God, yet died in Babylon at the age of 32. While alive, he controlled his feuding generals through a mixture of favors, punishments, and even untimely deaths. Some, in fact, believed that Alexander himself was poisoned. No sooner did he die than his 4-year-old son and his guardian, Alexander's brother, were murdered, and the quarreling generals and regional commanders divided between them the main conquered lands. Ptolemy and his successors, headquartered in Egypt, seized Alexander's African domains. See, there again, they were after Africa even back in those days, weren't they? Seleucus and his successors ruled from Syria, Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and the distant Asian lands. The contested Judea with Jerusalem ended up in the Ptolemaic realm.
And that's hard enough to work with.
The Ptolemies, having managed to maneuver Alexander's body for burial in Egypt, considered themselves his true heirs, and by and large continued his tolerant attitude towards other religions. They established the famed library at Alexandria and assigned an Egyptian priest known as Manetho to write down Egypt's dynastic history and divine prehistory for Greeks that convinced the Ptolemies that their civilization was a continuation of the Egyptian one, and they thus considered themselves rightful successors to the pharaohs. Greek savants showed their particular interest in the religion and writings of the Jews, so much so that the Ptolemies arranged for the translation of the Hebrew Bible into Greek and allowed the Jews complete religious freedom of worship in Judea, as well as in their growing communities in Egypt. Like the Ptolemies, the Seleucids also retained a Greek-speaking scholar, a former priest of Marduk known as Berosus, to compile for them the history and prehistory of mankind and its gods according to Mesopotamian knowledge. In a twist of history, he researched and wrote at a library of cuneiform tablets located near Haran. It is from his 3 books, which we now know of only from fragmented quotations in the writings of others in antiquity, that the western world of Greece, then Rome, learnt of the Anunnaki and their coming to Earth, the pre-diluvial era, the creation of wise man, the deluge, and what followed. Thus, it was from Berosus, as later confirmed by the discovery and decipherment of the cuneiform tablets, that the 3600 Sar, as the year of the gods, was first learned. In 200 BCE, the Seleucids crossed the Potomac boundary and captured Judea. In other instances, historians have searched for geopolitical and economic reasons for the war, ignoring the religious messianic aspects. It was in the report about the deluge, but the tidbit information was given by Berosus that Ea and Enki, or Ea, who is also Enki, instructed Zisudra, the Sumerian Noah, to conceal every available writing in Sippar, the city of Shamash, for post-diluvial recovery, because those writings were about beginnings, middles, and ends. According to Berosus, the world undergoes periodic cataclysms, and he related them to the zodiacal ages. His contemporary one having begun 1,920 years before the Seleucid era, that would have placed the beginning of the age of the Ram in 2232 BCE, an age destined to come soon to an end, even if the full mathematical length is granted to it. The available record suggests that the Seleucid kings, coupling those circulations with the missing return, were seized with the need to urgently expect and prepare for one. A frenzy of rebuilding the ruined temples of Sumer and Akkad began, with emphasis on Eanna, the house of Anu in Iraq, the landing place in Lebanon, called by them Heliopolis, city of the sun. God was rededicated by erecting a temple honoring Zeus. The reason for the war to capture Judea, one must conclude, was the urgency of also preparing the space-related sites in Jerusalem for the return. It was, we suggest, the Greek Seleucid way of preparing for the reappearance of the gods. Unlike the Ptolemies, the Seleucid rulers were determined to impose the Hellenic culture and religion in their domains. The change was most significant in Jerusalem, where suddenly foreign troops were stationed when the authority of the temple priests was curtailed. Hellenistic culture and customs were forcefully introduced. Even names had to be changed, starting with the high priest, who was obliged to change his name from Joshua to Jason. Civil laws restricted Jewish citizenships in Jerusalem. Taxes were raised to finance the teachings of athletics and wrestling instead of the Torah, and in the countryside, shrines to Greek deities were being erected by the authorities and soldiers who were sent to enforce worship in them. In 169 BCE, the then secular king Antiochus IV, who adopted the epithet Epiphanes, came to Jerusalem, or Epiphanes rather, came to Jerusalem. It was not a courtesy visit. Violating the temple's sanctity, he entered the Holy of Holies. On his orders, the temple's treasures and golden ritual objects were confiscated. A Greek governor was put in charge of the city, and a fortress for a permanent garrison of foreign soldiers was built next to the temple. Back in his Syrian capital, Antiochus issued a proclamation requiring worship of Greek gods throughout the kingdom. In Judea, it specifically forbade the observance of the Sabbath and circumcision. In accordance with the decree, the Jerusalem temple was to become a temple to Zeus. And in 167 BCE, on the 25th day of the Hebrew month, Kislev, equivalent to today's December 25th, an idol, a statue representing Zeus, the Lord of Heaven, who was also Enki, was set up by Syrian Greek soldiers in the temple. And the great altar was altered and used for sacrifices to Zeus. The sacrilege could not have been greater. The unavoidable Jewish uprising begun and led by a priest named Mattiyahu and his 5 sons is known as the Hamashian or the Maccabean Revolt. Starting in the countryside, the uprising quickly overcame the local Greek garrisons. As the Greeks rushed in reinforcements, the revolt engulfed the whole country. What the Maccabees lacked in numbers and weapons, they compensated for by the ferocity of their religious zeal. The events described in the book of Maccabees and by subsequent historians have no doubt and leave no doubt that the fight of the few against a powerful kingdom was guided by a certain timetable. And I always say that, it seems that these people are on a timetable to find out this information or to get these antiquities.
I got the information.
Like the article we read earlier about the robot being sent into it just seems like they're on a timetable here.
Free the dragon.
And I've talked about that before. And that's another thing I found in my research, the thing about the timetable, but also what they mentioned before, this whole thing of cataclysms. And I mentioned that the elites seem to have knowledge of these cataclysms. And so they hide that from us, meanwhile trying to keep us in fear that there are always cataclysms that are going to happen to us but never seem to appear.
Yep, they're here.
It was imperative to retake Jerusalem, cleanse the temple, and rededicate it to Yahweh by a certain deadline.
They're not going to be Hollywood.
Managing in 164 BCE to recapture only the temple now, the Maccabees cleansed the temple and the sacred flame was rekindled that year. The final victory, leading to full control of Jerusalem and restoration of Jewish independence, took place in 160 BCE. The victory and rededication of the temple are still celebrated by Jews as the holiday of Hanukkah, which means rededication, on the 25th day of the Kislev. The sequence and the timing of those events appeared to be linked to the prophecies about the end of days.
Seem to be.
Of those prophecies, as we have seen, the ones that offered specific numerical clues in regard to the ultimate future, the end of days, were conveyed by the angels to Daniel. But clarity is lacking because the counts were enigmatically expressed either in a unit called time or in weeks of years and even in numbers of days. And it is perhaps only in respect to the latter that one is told when the count does begin, so that one could know when it would end. In that one instance, the count was to begin from the day when regular offering is abolished and an appalling abomination is set up in the Jerusalem temple.
Well,
we have established that such an abominable act indeed took place one day in 167 BCE. With a sequence of those events in mind, the count of days given to Daniel must have applied to the specific events of the temple. Its defiling in 167 BCE when the regular offering is abolished and an appalling abomination is set up. The cleansing of the temple in 164 BCE after 1,290 days and Jerusalem's complete liberation by 160 BCE, the numbers of days 1,290 and 1,335 basically match the sequence of events at the temple. According to the prophecies in the book of Daniel, it was then that the clock of the end of days began ticking. The imperative of recapturing the whole city and the removal of uncircumcised foreign soldiers from the Temple Mount by 160 BCE hold the key to another clue. Oh, so everybody who's uncircumcised is the unclean, because that's why they did circumcision in the first place, was to make us look more like the Anunnaki, because we have the extra skin fold because of the genetic tinkering. So the reason why they've always called them God's chosen people is because Jews are actually of the Anunnaki. Is that what it is? That makes total sense to me now. That's why they get to be musicians and rock stars and movie stars and all that, and we're just the lowly goy. Yeah, it makes sense now. You know what? Fuck them. That's what I say. Fuck them and feed them fish heads. While we have been using a separate count of BCE and AD for dating events, the people for those pastimes obviously could not and did not use a timetable based on a future Christian calendar. The Hebrew calendar, as we had mentioned earlier, was the calendar that began in Nippur in 3760 BCE, and according to that calendar, what we call 160 BCE was precisely the year 3600. That, as the reader knows by now, was a SAR, the original mathematical orbital period of Nibiru. And though Nibiru had reappeared 400 years earlier, the arrival of the SAR year, 3600, the completion of one divine year, was of unavoidable significance. To those to whom the biblical prophecies of the return of Yahweh's kavod to his Temple Mount were unquestioned divine pronouncements, the year we call 160 BCE was a crucial moment of truth. No matter where the planet was, God has promised to return to his temple, and the temple had to be purified and ready for that. That the passage of years according to the Nippurian Hebrew calendar was not lost sight of in those turbulent times is attested by the book of Jubilees, an extra-biblical book presumed to have been written in Hebrew in Jerusalem in the years following the Maccabean revolt. Now available only from its Greek, Latin, Syriac, Ethiopic, and Slavonic translations, it retells the history of the Jewish people from the time of the Exodus in time units of Jubilees, the 50-year units decreed by Yahweh at Mount Sinai. It also created a consecutive cylindrical historical count that has since become known as Annu Mundi, the year of the world. In Latin, that starts in 3760 BCE. Scholars such as the Reverend R.H. Trollz in his English rendition of the book converted such jubilee of years and their weeks to an Anno Mundi count. That such a calendar was not only kept throughout the ancient Near East, but even determined when events were timed to happen can be ascertained by simply reviewing some pivotal dates, often highlighted in bold font given to our earlier chapters. If we choose just a few of the key historical events, this is what transpires when the BCE is converted to NC, the Nippurian calendar. 0 to 3760, Sumerian civilization, Nippur calendar begins. 3460 to 300, the Tower of Babel incident. 2860 to 900, the bull of heaven killed by Gilgamesh. 2360 to 1400, Sargon, the era of Akkad begins.
Fucking Sargon.
And this goes on and on and on and on. You can read this yourself, the PDF. I'm not going to go through and read all these dates. Yeah. So I guess when you translate anything to this type of calendar, you start to see events that happened along the dates of this Shar, this orbital cycle of Nibiru. Now, that's interesting. And whether Nibiru is a planet or a ship or a hoax or anything else, it is interesting. The century and a half that elapsed from the Maccabean freeing of Jerusalem to the events connected with Jesus after he arrived, there were some of the most turbulent in the history of the ancient world and of the Jewish people in particular. That crucial period, whose events affect us to this day, began with understandable jubilation. For the first time in centuries, the Jews were again complete masters of their holy capital and sacred temple, free to appoint their own kings and high priests. Though the fighting at the borders continued, the borders themselves now extended to encompass much of the olden United Kingdom of David's time. The establishment of an independent Jewish state with Jerusalem as its capital under the Hashemians was a triumphal event in all respects except one. The return of Yahweh's kavod, expected at the end of days, did not take place, even though the count of days from abomination time seemed to have been correct. Was the time of fulfillment not yet at hand? Many wondered. It became evident that the enigmas of Daniel's other counts of years and weeks of years and of times, and so on, had yet to be deciphered. Clues were the prophetic parts in the book of Daniel that spoke of the rise and fall of future kingdoms after Babylon, Persia, and Egypt. Kingdoms frequently called of the south, of the north, or of a seafaring Kittim, and kingdoms that shall split off of them, fight each other, plant tabernacles of palaces between the seas, and all future entities are also cryptically represented by varied animals, a ram, a goat, a lion, and so on, whose offspring, called horns, will again split apart and fight each other. Who were those future nations and what wars were foretold? The prophet Ezekiel also spoke of great battles to come between north and south, between an unidentified God and an opposing Magog. That's funny because that's George W. Bush's nickname at the Skull and Bones is Magog. And people were wondering whether the prophesied kingdoms have already appeared on the scene. Alexander's Greece, the Seculans, the Ptolemies. Were these the subject of the prophecy, or was it someone yet to come in the even more distant future? There was theological turmoil. Was the expectation at the Jerusalem temple of the kavod as a physical object a correct understanding of prophecy? Or was the expected coming only a symbolic of an ephemeral nature, a spiritual presence? What was required of the people, or was what was destined to happen will happen no matter what? The Jewish leadership split between devout and by-the-book Pharisees, and the more liberal Sadducees were more internationally minded, recognizing the importance of a Jewish diaspora already spread from Egypt to Anatolia to Mesopotamia. In addition to these two mainstreams, small sects, sometimes organized in their own communities, sprang up. The best known of them are the Essenes of the Dead Sea Scrolls fame, who secluded themselves at Qumran. In the effort to decipher the prophecies, a rising new power, Rome, had to be figured in. Having won repeated wars with the Phoenicians and with the Greeks, the Romans controlled the Mediterranean and began to get involved in the affairs of Ptolemaic Egypt and the secluded Levant, including Judea. Armies followed imperial delegates, and by 60 BCE, the Romans under Pompey occupied Jerusalem. On the way there, like Alexander before him, he detoured to Heliopolis and offered sacrifices to Jupiter. It was followed by the building there atop the earlier colossal stone blocks of the Roman Empire's greatest temple to Jupiter. A commemorative inscription found at the site indicates that the Emperor Nero visited the place in AD 60, suggesting that the Roman temple was already built by then. The national and religious turmoil of these days found expression in the proliferation of the historic prophetic writings, such as the Book of Jubilees, the Book of Enoch, the Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs, and the Assumption of Moses, as well as several others, all collectively known as the Apocrypha. The common theme in them was a belief that history is cyclical, that all has been foretold, that the end of days, a time of turmoil and upheaval, will mark not just an end of a historic cycle, but also the beginning of a new one. And that the flip-over time, to use a modern expression, will be manifest by the coming of the Anointed One. Malach in Hebrew, and thus the Messiah or Christ in English. The act of anointing a newly invested king with priestly oil was known in the ancient world, at least from the time of Sargon. It was recognized in the Bible as an act of consecration to God. But its most memorable instance was when the priest Samuel, custodian of the Ark of the Covenant, summoned David, the son of Jesse, and proclaiming him king by the grace of God. And we'll leave it there for tonight. But that's where that divine right to rule comes in. And that's where that divine right to rule comes in. Goes back to that email we talked about from John earlier, the Hermetic Seal of Solomon, the jinn. They were given the divine right to rule because they had the information that the priests had, which came directly from the gods themselves, the Anunnaki, or whatever you want to call them.
Nice.
And so that's where we see this power, right? Because Solomon had great power, and he could have ruled the kingdom in any way he wanted to, but he ruled the way he did, and it was, of course, very tyrannical. But that's what this power is, and that's exactly what I've found in my research of the secret societies and the secret knowledge. Is that the secret knowledge itself that is held by these priest class minions of the Vatican, and in some part, they don't have all of it, but
no, they don't.
The stuff that's held by the secret societies and the hidden knowledge itself.
You can read it too. Check in on
the information itself is just information. It's just like a gun. It's neutral. A gun is just a gun, but a gun in the hand of someone using it for destructive purposes is bad. It could also be used as a purpose to find food or protect somebody or whatever it had.
Used for bad. See, that's the beauty of it.
But what we've seen from the conspiracy genre and the research culture has been, that's devil worship. That's evil. Don't look at that. Blah, 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 blah. Because they want to maintain that only their people learn this knowledge and only use it for the bad. And the fact of the matter is that the information, the knowledge of itself is just knowledge. How it is used is dependent upon the hands of who it falls into. And unfortunately, this knowledge and this power has found itself in the hands of evil men with evil intent and purposes from time immemorial.
Because they know they can't use it.
Well, the darkness doesn't last forever, and it's time that we come to the forefront and be the light, take back this knowledge, and use it for the light, and use it for the good, not use it for evil, use it to free humanity and not to enslave them. And that's the double-edged sword of both knowledge, information, sacred knowledge, and technology.
You don't have the right.
But if we don't want to live under evil, it's time that we start making those steps to reclaim and re-own this information and use it for peaceful purposes. We'll stop right there. Now that's if that's not a reference to bloodlines I don't know what it is. The divine vow that it will be the seed of David, a descendant of the house of David. Well, you look no any further than all religions. I mean, you've got like the Levites and all that stuff. I mean, they were in those that same bloodline. All the people that set up where you have like Brigham Young and Joseph Smith and their ties to Freemasonry, and Freemasonry being or Mormonism being a front to set the practice Freemasonry in secret, and Charles Taze Russell as well. And all that bloodline ties back to that. So does all of these creators of these religions. So, I mean, it's just there's no question that whoever shall establish the throne of David in Jerusalem again will, number one, be somebody that is absolutely a bloodline, and number two, will be somebody who is very much involved in religion, a religious figurehead. So it's, as soon as we see a religious figurehead that is, of the bloodlines start to make your way towards Jerusalem, it's time that we get the fucking, hanging nooses out. I don't know, maybe it's Maybe that's extreme. I don't know. Let's continue on here. It is on the throne of David that future kings who must be of the house of David shall sit in Jerusalem, and when that shall happen, the kings and princes of the earth shall flock to Jerusalem for justice, peace, and the word of God. This God vowed is an everlasting promise, God's covenant for all generations. The universality of this vow is attested to in Isaiah 16:5. And on. Say it all the time if I get some. These are strong ones, unmistakable in their messianic coverage of the house of David, yet they were also full of explosive facets that virtually dictated the course of events in Jerusalem. Linked to that was the matter of the prophet Elijah. Elijah, nicknamed the Fistfight after the name of his town in the district of Gilead, was a biblical prophet active in the kingdom of Israel after the split from Judea in the 9th century BCE during the reign of King Ahab and his Canaanite wife, Queen Jezebel. True to his Hebrew name, Yahweh is my God. He was in constant conflict with the priest and spokesman of the Canaanite god Baal, the Lord, whose worship Jezebel was promoting. After a period of seclusion at a hiding place near the Jordan River, where he was ordained to become a man of God, he was given a mantle of haircloth that held magical powers and was able to perform miracles in the name of God. His first reported miracle was the making of a spoonful of flour and a little cooking oil last a widow as food for the rest of her lifetime. He was then resurrected. He then resurrected her son, who had died of a violent illness. During a contest with the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel, he would summon a fire from the sky. It was the only biblical instance of an Israelite revisiting Mount Sinai since the Exodus, when he escaped for his life from the wrath of Jezebel and the priests of Baal. An angel of the Lord sheltered him in a cave on Mount Sinai. Of him, the scriptures said that he did not die because he was taken up to heaven in a whirlwind to be with God. His ascent, as described in great detail in
a whirlwind
Kings
being a
2,
helicopter.
chapter 2, was neither a sudden nor an unexpected occurrence. On the contrary, it was a pre-planned and prearranged operation whose place and time were communicated to Elijah in advance. The designated place was in the Jordan Valley on the eastern side of the river. When it was time to go there, his disciples, headed by one named Elisha, went along. He made a stop at Gilgal, where Yahweh's miracles were performed for the Israelites under the leadership of Joshua. There he tried to shake off his companions, but they went on to accompany him to Beth El, though asked to stay put and let Elijah cross the river by himself. They stuck with him until the last stop, Jericho, all the while asking Elisha whether it was true that the Lord will take Elijah heavenward today.
I'm just wondering when Timmy got stuck in the wall.
Huh? Oh, yes, will he go heavenward today? We'll see. At the bank of the Jordan River, Elijah rolled his miracle mantle and struck the waters, parting them, enabling him to cross the river. The other disciples stayed behind, but even then Elisha persisted on being with Elijah, crossing over with him. As they continued to walk and to talk, there appeared a chariot of fire with horses of fire, and the two were separated. And Elijah went up to heaven in a whirlwind. And Elisha saw and cried out, my father, the chariot of Israel and its horsemen. And he saw it no more.
404 page.
Archaeological excavations.
Those are always fun. I get those links a lot.
The Prophet's Mound, a site in Jordan that fits the biblical tale's geography, have uncovered murals that depicted the whirlwinds. It is the only site excavated under the auspices of the Vatican. Well, go figure.
Okay, cool.
Isn't that fucking fun? Right. So they've got so in Jordan
we have company.
They've got murals depicting these whirlwinds, and it was the only site that was excavated by the Vatican. Yeah, I wonder why. A little too much real info there. Got to send the butt touchers in black out to man the dig. My search for the finds, which covered archaeological museums in Israel and Jordan and included a visit to the site in Jordan, ultimately led to the Jesuit-run Pontifical Biblical Institute in Jerusalem, is described in the Earth Chronicles expedition. Oh my goodness. You hear that? So old Zechariah went looking for these murals of the whirlwinds, and lo and behold, he finds out they've been excavated by the Vatican. He goes looking in Israel, can't find anything, goes to Jordan, can't find anything. Then he goes to the site in Jordan, can't find anything. And then the next thing you know, where else do I go and look? Oh, well, the Pontifical Biblical Institute in Jerusalem, ran by Jesuits, they seem to have all the intel on that. Oh, but the Jesuits don't run anything. It's all the Jews, right? Jewish tradition has held that the transfigured Elijah will one day return as a harbinger of final redemption for the people of Israel, a herald of the Messiah. The tradition was already recorded in the 5th century BCE by the prophet Malachi, the last biblical prophet in his final prophecy. Because tradition held that Mount Sinai cave where the angel took Elijah was where God had revealed himself to Moses, Elijah has been expected to reappear at the start of the Passover festival when the Exodus is commemorated. To this day, the Seder, the ceremonial evening meal when the 7-day Passover holiday begins, requires the placement on the meal table of a wine-filled cup for Elijah to sip from as he arrives. The door is open to enable him to enter, and a prescribed hymn is recited, expressing the hope that he will soon herald the Messiah, son of David. As is the case with Christian kids being told that Santa Claus did sneak down the chimney and bring them the gifts that they see, so were Jewish kids told that though unseen, Elijah did sneak in and take a tiny sip of wine. By custom, Elijah's cup has been embellished to become an artful goblet, a chalice never used for any purpose other than for the Elijah ritual at the Passover meal. The Last Supper of Jesus was that tradition-filled Passover meal. While retaining the semblance of choosing its own high priest and king, Judea became, for all intents and purposes, a Roman colony ruled first from headquarters in Syria, then by local governors. The Roman governor, called procurator, made sure that the Jews chose as ethnarch, the head of the Jewish council, to serve as the temple's high priest.
Yeah, and we can just
and
interview for now,
also
right?
a
So
king of the Jews,
and then maybe you fire it up later or whatever.
not king
right?
of Judea as a country.
I can pull points.
Whomever Rome preferred.
Right.
That's
I love that.
Yeah.
We're going to make the king of this person the king of the Jews. Whatever they prefer in Rome, that's what we'll do. See, I mean, the Jews were subservient to Rome even back then.
Yeah.
From 36 to 4 BCE, the king was Herod, descendant of the Levite converts to Judaism, who was the choice of 2 Roman generals of Cleopatra fame, Mark Antony and Octavian. Herod left a legacy of monumental structures, including the enhancement of the Temple Mount and the strategic fortress of Mazda at the Dead Sea. He also paid heed to the governor's wishes as a de facto vassal of Rome. It was into a Jerusalem enlarged and magnified by Hamotian and Herodian constructs, thronged with pilgrims for the Passover holiday, that Jesus of Nazareth arrived in 33 AD. At that time, the Jews were allowed to retain only a religious authority, a council of 70 elders called the Sanhedrin. There was no longer a Jewish king. The land, no longer a Jewish state, but a Roman province, was governed by the procurator Pontius Pilatus, ensconced in the Antonia citadel that adjoined the temple. Tensions between the Jewish populace and the Roman masters of the land were rising, and resulted in a series of bloody riots in Jerusalem. Pontius Pilatus, arriving in Jerusalem in AD 26, made matters worse by bringing into the city Roman legionnaires with their full-mounted signae and coinage bearing graven images forbidden in the temple. Jews showing resistance were pitilessly sentenced to crucifixion in such numbers that the place of execution was nicknamed Golgotha, the place of the skull.
Well, if that's gonna fuck you over,
Jesus had been to Jerusalem before. His parents went to Jerusalem every year at the feast of Passover, and when he was 12 years old, they went up to Jerusalem after the custom of the feast. And when they had fulfilled the days as they returned, the child Jesus tarried behind in Jerusalem. When Jesus arrived with his disciples this time, the situation was certainly not what was expected, not what the biblical prophecies had promised. Devout Jews, as Jesus most certainly was, that's a misnomer. Jesus was not a Jew.
That's pretty cool.
He was a Semite.
My hair was just that
Semitic.
long, too.
Semitic can be Arab, can be
I get it.
Jewish. This whole connection with this of falsely calling Jesus a Jew and not a Semite, and the false connection with the people who are the true inhabitants of that land, which are the Semitic blood. See, that's why they wanted to wipe out. People can never figure out, well, why, blah, blah, blah. Why are they wanting to wipe out these Jews if they're, if there's Jews or anything? It's because they want to wipe out Semites. And so the Ashkenazis can go in and run the show. That's the whole deal with it. They were beholden to the idea of redemption and salvation by a Messiah, central to which was the special and everlasting bond between God and the house of David. It was clearly and most emphatically expressed in the magnificent Psalm 89, in which Yahweh, speaking to his faithful followers in a vision, said, hold on, let me get the Yahweh voice going here.
How y'all doing? Oh, nice.
Sorry.
I have exalted one chosen.
You can put it out and smoke or whatever.
I have found with my holy oil I have anointed you. He shall call out to me. Thou art my Father, my God, the rock of my salvation.
I kind of licked mine.
And I, as a firstborn, shall place him supreme of all the kings on earth.
Shepherd brought me a fancy joint. Where's Regal? There he is. Look at
My
that.
faithful, I shall not
It's
betray.
got a wrap on it. What's this
My
say?
covenant with him will not be violated. What I have uttered, I shall not change. I shall make his seed endure forever. His throne shall endure.
King Palm, yeah.
King Paul. We got a
Was
fancy little
not that
thing on it.
reference to the days of heaven a clue, a linkage between the coming of a Savior and the prophesied end of days? Was it not the
It's like
time
a
to
real
see the
cigar.
prophecies come true? And so it was that Jesus of Nazareth, now in Jerusalem with his 12 disciples, determined to take matters
that's
into his
nice.
own hands.
I like that.
If salvation requires an anointed one of the house of David, he, Jesus, would be the
Down here
one.
listening to it on my cell phone.
His very Hebrew name,
Yeah, and it's too hard to.
Yahuwah,
Been listening to
Yeshua,
Canon and
Yeshua, Joshua,
down
meant
here
Yahweh's
teaching
Savior.
some of the things I learned before I
And as for
started
the
reading
requirement
Bible.
that the anointed one, Messiah, be of the house of David, that he was. The very opening verse of the New Testament in the Gospel, according to St. Matthew, says, the book of the generations of Jesus Christ and the son of
I
David,
guess
the
it's a
son of Abraham.
quality thing.
Yeah, man.
Then, there, and elsewhere in the New Testament, the genealogy
King
of Jesus
Paul.
is given through the generations. 14 generations from Abraham to David, 14 generations from David to the Babylonian exile,
That's the
and
first.
14 generations from them to Jesus. He was
Where'd you pick
qualified.
this up?
The Gospels assure
I got the black route at the
Our sources
shop
for what
in
happened next are the
Rockport, and then
Gospels
you
and
pack
other books of the New
your own
Testament.
blood into it.
We know that the eyewitness reports were in fact written long after the events.
Like a
We know that the
packer.
codified version is the result of deliberations at a convocation called by the Roman Emperor Constantine 3 centuries earlier. We know that Gnostic manuscripts like the Nag Hammadi documents or the Gospel of Judas give different versions that the church had reason to suppress. Yeah, the Nag Hammadi. That's
You'll
definitely what we'll
probably
look
have
into.
to
That's
go
actually
where you fly now.
magical text.
We're
Actually,
gonna have some sound quality down there.
Eventually, or whatever.
which is an undisputed fact that at first there was a Jerusalem church led by the brother of Jesus aimed exclusively at Jewish followers. That was overtaken, superseded, and eliminated by the Church of Rome that addressed the
Sometimes on the
Mine
babies,
is, it takes one like 2-3
We shall
days,
the
and then
official
I'll
version.
get used to someone and
For
kind
it
of
by itself links the Jesus events in Jerusalem to all the previous centuries and millennia as told heretofore in this
but
book.
she'll sit there exactly for 2 or 3
First,
days.
any doubt
you
if it
sat there
still
on
exists
the
that
step.
Jesus came to Jerusalem at Passover time, and that the Last Supper was the Passover Seder meal, must be removed.
Neurotic.
Matthew 26:2, Mark 14:1, and
But yeah,
Luke
I love,
22:1 quote Jesus saying to his
Even
disciples as
when
they
I
arrived in
was
Jerusalem,
blowing
"You
without
know that
the
after 2
YouTube
days
going,
is the feast of the
you listen to the
Passover.
uniform.
After
'Cause,
2 days
I-
was the
I've
feast
always
of the
read
Passover
books.
of the
Yeah.
unleavened
And
bread. And now
I'd
the
never
feast of
logged
the
on
unleavened
until
bread
like
drew
fucking,
near.
about 2012.
And it is
I got
called the
online
Passover.
pretty steady.
The three Gospels in the same chapters then
I had
state that
never
Jesus told his
even
disciples
logged
to
on
go to
until
a certain
2011
house
at my
where
friend's
they would be
house.
able
I
to
didn't have
celebrate the
computers
Passover
then.
meal with which the holiday
Um,
begins. Next to be tackled is the matter of Elijah, the herald of a coming
I just,
Messiah.
I didn't know what was
Luke
online.
1:17 even
You know,
quoted the
I-
relevant verses in Malachi. According to the Gospel,
Yeah.
the people who
And,
heard about the
thinking,
miracles
what do
that
I
Jesus
need to get on
performed,
there? I got my son
miracles that were so
PlayStation,
similar to those by the prophet Elijah,
That was my mentality.
the people at first wondered whether Jesus was
Yeah,
Elijah
I
reappeared.
My electronics kind of
Not
annoys me.
saying
Like,
no,
I'm-
Jesus
I
challenged
don't
his
like to
closest
learn new
disciples.
things. Like,
What say you
I
that
have
I
to
am?
sometimes
Peter
just,
answered
like,
and
go
said
up,
unto him,
go
Thou
through
art
it,
the
and
anointed
just-
one.
people are like,
If
why
so,
do you
he
say you
was
don't know
asked,
anything
where is
about tech?
Elijah?
You do all this shit.
Who had to
But I
appear
mean, I
first?
feel like I'm not
And
like
Jesus
this
answered,
guy,
yes,
like
of
me,
course, but he has
that's-
already
you know.
come. And they asked him,
Definitely.
saying,
I'm not.
Why say the scribes that
I'm like kind of like, I
Elijah
could
must
do it, but it's
first
fucking annoying.
come first? And he
you know?
answered and told them,
Sometimes.
Elias very cometh first and restoreth all things. But I say unto you that Elias has indeed come.
So what strain is
This was an audacious statement,
is,
the test of which was about to come.
Very smooth.
Or if
I can't
Elijah
remember.
has
I
in fact
got it
returned to
written.
thereby
Have you ever
fulfilling the
listened to my
prerequisite
music?
for the Messiah's coming, then he had to show up at the
I
Seder and
make
drink
like
from
beats
his cup of wine,
and stuff like.
as custom and tradition require.
I'm gonna pause it. How y'all doing over here? Is Rebel causing trouble? All right.
No.
As long as Rebel's causing trouble, everything's good. Look, my head's cut off. You can't even see me.
You can maybe go back with that a
Okay.
little.
Sure. I do this all the time. You can tell I'm a mobile shop.
Yeah. I'm like that when I do electrical.
Well, I take this up to Denver a lot too.
Oh, really?
Everything in here.
That's cool.
And I'll just pile up because Anna's got a shop up there. I'll go up and work at sometimes if I have a bigger project than this kiln going on. I'm up there because she's got a big Scut 2-door lift up scissor jack kiln. It's pretty nice.
You got a flat?
Flathead? No. I found other limbs, but it's probably not going to be big enough for yours. If you want to see what it looks like.
No, it's not. It's not big enough. This is a pro lens.
I don't want to melt your camera either.
This goes right through. Burns the fucking hole through.
I think I could be making mushrooms too. 'Cause I can make mushrooms without the kiln, and that's just even if you want a small flame going on, or I could be putting the big flame on. Now the big one's the quiet one. The small one, that's that one. It's kind of high tech. The big one is the soft sounding, but it's hot as fuck. I'm gonna point it away from the camera like that. And not leave it on.
Yeah.
Right.
Like only,
I don't want to
like only
shit,
if we
man.
need it or something. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to
So,
melt your
and
shit.
we don't always have to be doing that, but like,
Because this stuff's fun. I mean, it's hot. It's
if we put
incredibly
some
hot.
flame when you're during your interview and some not, it might give the illusion of you're kind of blowing glass sometimes, and then sometimes you're not. You know, and so
That's how it is.
yeah, and based on what we found, but then we probably should get shots to be doing a little bit of blowing or something like later. Well, we'll see. Let's see
So I
how.
can pull a point or something while I'm talking and make mushrooms. So I give classes all the time on how to blow glass while I'm blowing glass. Oh, we got the microphone.
Well, no,
Maybe. It might. I would at least pull this up to a check so that, make it shorter for you. Hey, that's better. Yeah, I don't want melting equipment. Yeah, it sucked. Mm. So to give you an idea, I can turn on the flame a little bit, and it doesn't get hot. It's just broken.
yeah, that's how we should have it when we do it.
You like that?
Yeah. Okay, so just kill it and then.
That's my candle.
Now let me see what this audio is.
Oh, you want me back over there?
Yeah, maybe talk like you're gonna be talking. Just like talk to me. How was your day?
It was good. How was yours? How'd you like the hunter?
It was cool, man. I went around a little bit and fucking.
You got to go up to Rocky Ford, get yourself a little bit of weed at our local club. It's different being able to walk into a shop and just buy it in there. Pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I decided after being on the road so long, fighting for it, I might as well come to the place that had the recreational. That way I ain't got to fight for it or nothing. I just do it. I don't
Yeah.
have to pay for it or, yeah, because they charge you for a medical license. Granted, you're paying less in taxes every time you buy it, but I don't really care. I'm going into the store buying some buds. Cheaper than I
Do
could
we need
back
the
in the day.
fan? Do we need that fan on?
Oh, no, not unless you want
Even when that little flame's on?
to.
Not if we just do it here and there, right?
Yeah. No, I don't problem. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise in the glass shop.
Mm. And maybe I want to capture that with these good. I got a real good microphone too. I'm gonna test this one. We'll do like a little test, real quick, and then.
Yeah.
What do you think you want to talk about
I got
first?
all night, man.
Okay, I might
I'm
throw
getting
you
like
some
two-
topics.
Please do.
And you can just warm up, and we can always redo and do things at different angles too. So don't feel like you got to do it the first time or anything, because we can all go back through the same kind of process again from a different angle and even a different angle. Maybe because I only got one camera, that'll give me some options.
Sure.
Okay,
You're the boss, man. You got the camera, and I'm just happy you're out here trying to expose the truth about why we're having this lockdown and what's going on. And I mean, I know when you came here, you didn't even really understand all of what we had discovered here.
Right.
I mean, we've broke the code of our ancient languages. And
Okay, so with this camera, I've got it on such a depth of field that if you even move like an inch, it'll go into blur.
Okay.
So you can keep bouncing around, but hold your foot in, don't weave like in and out. You know what I mean?
I'll try not
This
to.
would be sick if we
I've
get it.
got created this.
This is gonna look
I
fucking sick.
roll a lot.
Dude, I'm telling you, this footage I already got is just like fuck. It's like wow. Like
Nice.
I can picture it in the image.
Well, I'm excited. I know. I'm happy I haven't broke your camera yet. I'm not exactly. I was talking to these guys earlier. I'm like, I'm not exactly the guy I wanted talking about this stuff. Really, I'm the guy behind the scenes that does the investigation. That's always been my strong point.
That's cool, though. I mean, you did that, and now you're just telling them about your investigation.
Mm-hmm.
You do it on YouTube, anyways.
I mean, well, that's what I'm saying. I do. Well, I didn't for years, and I documented everything. And then this last year, I was reading hieroglyphs and all this stuff happened.
Okay, find your spot, your natural spot that you kind of want to. And you'll be talking to me like here, but this motherfucker will be filming you from an angle a little bit.
Yeah, I feel at home with my little torch, baby. I would say I married my glass. This is like the finest cigar I've ever had in my life. Thank you. It has some very nice flavor too.
So talk about FEMA. Anything you know about FEMA, and anything you think is happening with FEMA. Anything, just fucking anything that comes to your mind.
FEMA right now is in control of the country by presidential decree, actually. And the thing is, when he signed that act, the Emergency Act, that gave Congress had 6 months to revisit even that act. And Congress hasn't even spoken about revisiting. We're talking about a second wave. And I mean, you call the White House for decades and decades. I've always called the White House. I've been very active politically for medical marijuana across the nation, hemp, the medical rights, and human rights. I've fought the core curriculum in North Carolina and won. So I've always called the White House, and they'll give you an option. Do you want to have a live operator or a recording? And I would always wait for the live operator because I knew somebody was actually going to be on the phone and listening to my work. Well, now that hotline directs you to FEMA. They say our nation isn't in a state of emergency, and you should call FEMA. And by law, and we've read that agreement that he signed, or that declaration he signed, that signed over all presidential powers to the head of FEMA. So it's kind of scary. We're under medical martial law for a flu that they just came out yesterday. It's admitted has less than a regular flu's death rate. I've been saying this for a long time. The cow lots out here. You drove by the silage lots where the cows. I mean, those pens are empty. There's no cows out there in the fields. They're like maybe it's like about right here now. See what that? Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm. You know that cow lot on the other side of town. That thing's empty. You know.
Repeat that. That cow lot.
That cow lot on the other side of town. It's empty. All those fences, they don't have cows in them. They usually fill them so full they can't move around and feed them high energy grains to fatten them up before a lot. And it's been less and less since Christmas. And now, I mean, there's hardly any cows out there. The ones in the field, I'm talking to the farmers out here, and even the fields aren't growing grasses. They're eating bramble brush. So the cows aren't doing well. The farmers are butchering them out here selling meat, but they can't really get them into market. It seems to be the issue. It's not the butcher that's sick. It's the cows that are getting feed. You drove what? How many hundreds of miles? We've got 2 foot corn out here. It's pretty scary when you're driving for hundreds of miles and you're looking at 2 feet tall corn. It very unnerving. It's all summer. I'm waiting for it to grow.
We gotta put you in that green shirt.
Oh, fuck me.
I just noticed. That's good. We noticed.
Reeble!
So it has continuity.
Reeble just reminded me.
So it
too.
looks like it's
I'll
the
get it.
same.
I'll get
Okay.
it.
But that's good. Okay, I'm gonna test what this looks like anyway.
So upset. Okay, green shirt got. I forgot my green shirt, Reeble.
Remember,
He just reminded me to do it
and you
too.
had your red glasses, red lens glasses around your nose or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, I did. I totally forgot my damn shirt. And Reeble just reminded me too. He's like, gotta get your green shirt on. I'm a dumbass. See, I don't know why you guys even tune in anymore.
So talk about FEMA, anything about FEMA, and anything you think is happening with FEMA, anything is fucking anything. We have no flame right there too, but I'm just kind of testing it down and stuff.
By presidential decree.
Whoa.
And the thing is, when he signed that act, the emergency act, that gave Congress had 6 months. She gonna make me say dirty words like FEMA again with my green shirt on. I bet. Congress hasn't even spoken about this. They're talking about a second wave. I mean, you called the White House for decades. Yeah, the Congress hasn't said anything about this fucking act. Active. You know, politically, makes you like. So what we doing for the election? Medical rights and human rights. I thought the core curriculum in North Carolina had one. So I've always called.
Okay, so I need to go on down a little.
An option. Do you want to have a live up?
Okay, I know what I'm doing. All right, talk again.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. Welcome to the dungeon.
How was your day?
It was wonderful. I like a little bit of chocolate milk in my coffee. Preferably Ovaltine chocolate. It has vitamins in it. It's almost like blueberries.
Okay.
Did you want me to turn on the flame? See how that
Yeah.
works? Just a low flame like that?
Yeah.
Oops.
Like a real low flame, and that's just to give it a flicker. Like that flicker. Yeah, a little more. A little less. Maybe like that. Yeah, that's lower. And then I'm gonna come out here. Now,
Just in
can you
case I
pick a
need a
spot
light.
to look at? Like, what, like, like you're looking at fucking something. Like, what are you looking at? Like right here, and that's what you're talking to, right? Or like right here, you know, and that's like what you're gonna be talking. Let me see. Look, yeah, look down here. Look over here. Yeah, look at this fucking thing.
I was gonna say, kid, how about move that trowel to where you want me to?
I think
Good
something
shit.
I think something like that. Okay.
Ooh.
I can let you rant and rave for a minute. You know, just do whatever you want.
Talk about FEMA.
Yeah.
Well, FEMA is running the nation by proclamation of the president. He signed the Emergency Act. Congress didn't mention anything about it. They had 6 months from the point he signed it. They couldn't even revisit the act. And that time's passed, and they're still not mentioning it, and we're moving into wave 2. I've been warning. They needed to take the supply chain into their hands. We're short on food. Our crops have for the last few years been progressively getting worse and worse at harvest. And I did the numbers and came up with the second week of April. Said they have to have us in lockdown. I didn't have any idea how they were going to get the American people off the couch. And it turns out they didn't need to. What really impressed me, though, was 180 nations actually went under this lockdown. For a virus, it's been proven to have less of a death rate than the typical flu. I see Europe's in an uproar over anti-lockdown marches, and as usual, most of America is sitting on their couch. Problem is, I even see the anti-lockdown marches as a potential issue because people aren't really sure why we're even in lockdown. They're not sure of the big picture, what the governments are doing, and if they had that kind of direction, we might be able to stop this kind of thing from happening. Uh, I've been working on since I quit working for Senator Davis, just showing people the most obvious thing they could ever look at. It's not a computer they can turn off. It's not a book they can close. It's the moon. It's rising in wax. It'll roll 180 degrees. It's that way. And to be more specific, the thing's rising like a Cheshire Grin tonight about 2:30. It'll roll until it's a Cheshire Frown by noon. That's been going on almost 10 years now. And the government, they're working really hard to keep their power grid up. They can't hide the moon, but they can sure make it enticing to look at their screen rather than their sky. So I've just been asking people to unplug for 5 minutes, go out and catch the moon at rise. That their screen will tell them what time it rises in their zone, and then go see it at set. They'll see the thing upside down from the way it rose. And that shouldn't be happening anywhere in the world. I was helmsman qualified on the USS Texas. It lives depended on me to know how to navigate with that moon. I saw it upside down really fast and went from there. I ended up telling a sitting senator what was going on. I was interrupted and told that they already knew, which in hindsight, how could I have been surprised? In the process, I was in an interview and somebody put a hieroglyph in front of me and I was reading it. And I assumed that it was the person that had put it on there. He had he and his girlfriend drawing it up for the interview. It was pertinent to the eye raw and goats. And come to my surprise, it's actually thousands and thousands of years old. And it was written in magnet and frequency.
All right. Hold on. I'm gonna move a little, and then you can kind of, continue.
I've seen this thing on TV where he's talking and then the camera angle changes and he keeps talking. I've seen this.
Yeah,
He's good.
except because I only got one camera. So we're gonna see.
I'm cool with that.
All right, we can kill your flame in a minute. This wouldn't be nearly a head-on shot. You're looking, I think, at this still, and we'll just see what happens when we do it. Okay, let's get flame. All right, you could so I'll come up, and when you see the camera kind of start getting up to you, you can start talking. Do you know what you want to talk about? You were starting to talk about raw.
I was gonna, because you're on the COVID, I was gonna start out again in Davis's office.
Okay. Good.
Where he's kind of laying out this plan where everybody needs to be held in place because the physics of
Perfect. That's
breaking
gonna be really good. Okay, go over that part, recap a little bit about that, and then go into your new part. But don't start talking until the camera kind of comes up to you. Okay.
So I report this lunar acrobat to my sitting senator I've been working for 3.5 years, and his sister Kay interrupted my presentation and started informing me they're already aware. There are other suns entering our solar system. We live in a binary system. It was what she told me, and that was before I found the third sun. They started telling me about how everybody has to be in martial law. They're going to put out disaster prepared commercials and tell them to gather food, and we're going to be in lockdown. And the projection is for 3/4 of the population to die in 3 days after perihelion from two very avoidable subjects. One is being washed away because of magnetic braking. When the planet starts slowing, the west coasts are going to get inundated. And it's probably not going to be a Hollywood 3-mile tall wave, but it's going to come in faster than you can swim and cause lack of drinking water. So I've been imploring people to bottle of water and gather a little bit of rice or whatever is left on your shelves. I still advise that. Even though, I mean, wake up one day and you start reading hieroglyphs. That was a big change in this. They call this revelations because they're
okay. Go into the thing. Wake up one day and you're reading hieroglyphs, revelations. But can we come in with a noise on this thing and then you kill it, but you have your glasses on at first? So then you take your fucking glasses off, like you're getting ready to talk, and then then you take your glasses off, and then you fucking start talking. You know what I mean? And what was I?
I don't remember where I was. I just talk a lot. I was getting ready to talk about Ra and waking up and reading hieroglyphs.
Oh, okay. So talk about that again. So start with your glasses on. Have the torch already on and making noise. Okay. And then when you see the camera come up near your eyes, then take your glasses off.
Let me. You want it to make noise like that, or you want it to make noise?
No,
like that.
No, that kind.
How about that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now hold on. Okay. Now Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna I'm rolling. I'm gonna come up. When I come up, you kind of kill it, take your glasses off, and then you start talking about you woke up in hieroglyph. Okay.
So yeah, after that, I started monitoring things. Ra shows up with his dingly cobra on his walk, and I got in an interview and woke up one day and started reading hieroglyphs. It was the missing key we had. Never really had the key. We were really brilliant in ancient times, so much so that we never gave ourselves that much credit to understand what we were drawing on those walls in Giza. That's a magnet signature. That's very high tech. Right down to the dingly cobra, the ball on top, the cap. They put it everywhere in Egypt. They drew it. They carved it. They made sculptures of it.
Okay, hold on. Okay, same kind of thing.
Okay.
And then whatever you want to talk about. Let me get a focus on your face though. Okay.
So yeah, I had thought about why didn't Tesla figure this out? Because he would have been probably better at this than I was. Because he hadn't seen the things before. They were they were in our face, but we had never seen these magnet signatures. And they were so brilliant that they knew we were. And when we seen them, we would understand what we were writing. Well, we're seeing them again, and we fully understand what we were writing. Ra's actual magnetosphere is his shirt. His eye is his magnet signature. and he travels with a partner who's a red sun, Ra being a blue sun. The natives spoke about it as the red and blue Kachinas. The Chinese, ow, torch is hot. Everybody speaks about it all over the world. We've got the dark star, the black sun, the invisible sun. Well, that's Ra. He's a blue spectrum, ultraviolet sun. It's like a black light, but it's a sun. You can kind of see it, but you can't while the lights are on. The other one is a dark red sun. A lot of people will talk about these. Was a brown dwarf system. Well, we're seeing solar winds every day, all day now, at the opposition of the polarity of our sun filling our magnetosphere. That's just the physics demands that your polarity isn't going to change just because you pass by it. So we're getting negative charge filled up and having CMEs coming from behind, leaving. We've got magnet signatures of the staff of Ra. We've got magnet signatures of the cat goddess. I'm not.
What do you mean? Is that Isis? No.
Well, Isis actually is planet Earth. She has a long golden gown on. It's very much magnetosphere in the hieroglyph I'm reading.
Let's get a little flame now.
Like that.
But yeah, like this, like that. And you're still gonna do like
the fireside chat.
You're still gonna look like right here. I'm gonna raise this a little more. You can kill that if you have to, but this is. I mean, if you.
Ooh, it makes noise. Ooh. Ooh, daddy. Yeah, it sounds like a gun going off sometimes.
Do we need to turn the fan on at all for a minute?
Hey, Henny. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Where do I put it?
Sorry.
No, I'm just saying this while we're. Might as well, right?
Nobody likes cigar.
No, I mean just for the. I don't know if there's gas in here or whatever.
Nah, not yet. I can't promise there won't be later.
I ate chili earlier.
Yeah, I actually found a little bit of a loose nut over here. I just tightened up. It happens.
You're gonna melt me right there?
Well, not if I keep it on a fireside chat kind of thing going on.
Okay.
Where were we, Reeble?
Now, fucking try to get over here at this fucking thing. See what happens.
Kind of help orient myself.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking good. Try looking right here. Look right here. Maybe let's do this shot again, like where it's like right there. I feel like it's great. This tongue here. One cut.
I'm not a very good camera subject.
All right.
Around too much.
Wait, don't light that yet. Take that out of your mouth. Fucking take that cigarette out of your mouth, son. All right, and then you light it, and then go into talking.
Can't remember what I was going to talk about. Ra. I mentioned him. Isis. That's mom. You know why they mentioned? Oh, you know why they depicted them in Egypt as people? Because they are. That's God's first creation. And I had no idea. I'd always make fun of Gaia people almost as much as I've made fun of flat Earth people. I stand strong on my flat Earth beliefs. I've sailed around the globe on Texas. It's definitely cool. Anyways, yeah, Gaia. I mean, I don't think that's her name. I'm just saying, and it's not a religion. She's first creation. She has a magnet just like ours. It's her life force, just like ours. Um, it's the mechanism where you can be unique. We have a brain in here. I didn't even know we had a magnet in our chest. I got the training in the magnet training, but they keep us specialized. And I knew about magnet, but I didn't know about medically. I had an actual magnet. And when I looked at the hieroglyph, told me I did. So I went and looked at the medical journal, found out indeed we do. We have more brain neuron tissue in our torso than we do in our brain cave, in our head. Um, so it kind of brings on new meaning for Jesus's words. If you meet your heart, but how can you attain uniqueness if you think that our Earth is actually glued on googly-eyed rock that somebody made in kitty club? Our Creator is a lot greater than what we can relate to.
All right. Then maybe start it off with like our Creator. You want to do a little closer. All right. Try to keep where you were still looking at before somehow, but now I'm just moved it on you.
Our Creator, well, it's no longer a question or belief or faith that our Creator exists. We've actually proven omnipresence at a very specific hertz, 1748 hertz. It was the centerpiece of the first hieroglyph I translated. Took about 6 months and 4 or 5 of us to figure out what it actually meant in the big picture. And you'll find the pattern in movies today. They actually have the torrid field in on the movie screens out of Hollywood that shows up on the any magnet you put in about a millimeter of water and just sit there.
All right, hold on. Oh,
and I showed you that yesterday.
All right, you can start talking about the torrid field.
So
wait.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So I started looking, and we've got 1748 hertz on a metal plate in Egypt. It looks like a 1748 hertz metal plate today. We've got the frequencies, we've got the magnets, we've got the eye signatures. And so I start looking into 1748 hertz in the human body. I find that that is actually the resonant frequency of the hair and the follicle when you're having goosebumps. As a side note, a friend that's, of course, starting to help read hieroglyphs discovered that people that get goosebumps more than others actually produce more T cells, the very essence of your body that heals yourself. So if you're not doing goosebumps 3 or 4 times a day, you're not living. Not for long, anyways, because your T cell counts down. Or what is it? Stem cells. They're producing more stem cells if they're.
All right, hold on.
My bad. I was going on with T. That's totally different.
All right, start talking.
Well, the stem cell production in the human body is stimulated by getting goosebumps, and that's from your electron magnet sending electromagnetic energy through your body at 1748 hertz, just like any other magnet in creation, right down to the atom. In the microscopes now, the electron microscopes, they're showing all of atoms are showing torrid fields. That makes them magnet.
All right, now we gotta. I forgot about this fan. We should try it without it just to be safe. No, like Okay, so that was really cool type shit.
Yeah, it's amazing the stuff we're learning. I mean, we actually proved omnipresence, at a specific frequency in every atom in existence, being every atom in existence is a magnet. And quantum theory has been disproven by scalar physics, which has been established for centuries. The properties of magnets. It's a instantaneous reaction at a distance. That's known properties of magnets. That's one of the bases of quantum theory. So, all you theorists out there, you've actually got some back to basic. So, you need to redo your formula. So, might help.
All right, let's turn your table a little bit like fucking angle it this way.
Because, yeah, I've looked at that too. That is just confusion you're throwing on people.
Mm-hmm. It's
just like everything else.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they wrote the Bible from cuneiform. You read the cuneiform, you can tell the Bible is surely not relaying the same message that cuneiform did. And that's source. But I come across anything in a report. I want to look at the source that this report was based on. And that's anything in my life. I'd much rather look at the source of something rather than somebody's interpretation of the source first. I found that required in biblical source too. I've read the Bible, I've read the Quran. They're very similar books, and that left me questioning what the heck is really going on here. Because don't get me started about how many questions I had about biblical text. What is a confounded moon? Well, there's corresponding verses in cuneiform, Bible canon, that explain when Earth's axis tilts, it starts making the sky roll. Because we're no longer rolling like this to the ecliptic, we're rolling like this to the ecliptic. Now, it didn't change our spin, but it gently, relatively gently, tilted us. Fukushima, Indonesia, because it happened almost about 10 years ago. I count those for the first events.
all right, wait. Talk about the tilt and the roll and when you noticed it.
So, well, I first noticed October 2010, almost my birthday, that the moon was full and Tycho crater was at 1 o'clock on the moon surface in the northern hemisphere. It should hang around 6 to 6:30 and always be there. Well, my navigational training kicked in. I realized that my Central California home shouldn't be in Australia. So I started watching it, and after a while, the shadow shows up. It was a full moon when I noticed. So I'm watching the shadows actually rolling too, and it's literally rolling from wax to wane every night. So I deduced, well, Isaiah 24:23 states, in the end of days, we'll have a confounded moon, the sun, and the stars be out of their house. Well, the corresponding verses in the cuneiform, which is basically what the Bible canon, you've got, they're stating that when the Earth's axis shifts, it makes the sky roll. Well, if you think about it, we live on a ball and it's rolling like this, basically, and to the ecliptic, and nothing flips. Nothing ever has, never done wax to wane overnight. Well, until 2010 when we rolled. And now the same spin. But this is the action from north to south in relativity to the ecliptic, which used to be the only way you could see the moon roll is jump on an airplane in New York and fly down to Sydney. Well, now you can actually step outside, watch it at rise, catch it a few hours later, catch it at set, and then you're in Sydney. And the Sydney folks are up here because we're rolling like this now instead of like this.
The spin has never changed. It's just the orientation. And
All right. This is way better. Like that lighting. Like this is sick. Looks good. Because this lens is really good too. So that looks nice.
I like it because it's a nice, cool flame. It's like a fireside chat, and this is not supposed to be some scary shit.
Yeah.
Because we're actually created for this. What can I say? It's not scary.
How did you get to where you are now? What do you think led you on your journey to finding raw and all the magnetic signatures? And then also, what the fuck is a magnetic signature?
The magnetic signature is like your fingerprint. Every magnet, when you throw metal filings at it, shows a different pattern. I don't care if you got all your magnets from the same Pizza Hut. Well, this magnet, we were following a magnetosphere.
Okay, wait. Do the magnetic signature thing again.
A magnetic signature is much like a thumbprint, admissible in court. And it is basically you take metal filings and throw it at a magnet, and you're going to get a different pattern each and every magnet in existence. The magnet signature is determined at the atomic level of the magnet, therefore it never changes. This particular magnet that bears the Dingly Cobra and Eye of Ra, conical king's cap, is the signature of a blue sun. We've been tracking its magnetosphere for about 3.5 years before it got close enough to blow out a CME behind us in about a couple-hour event, and was throwing magnet signatures at us. And the Eye of Ra, conical cat, Dingly Cobra came out in perfect IMF textbook form.
Come over here real quick with that cigarette. Come over with your cigarette. Is it lit? Your blunt?
No.
Can you light it? Like get a cherry on. But wait. Come over here and light it. Let me get you in focus first. And face like you're more over here. Like you're facing this way and you're right in. I want to get a real close up of this, closer even. Like over here.
To you.
Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Closer even.
Where was I?
All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and light that motherfucker and then talk.
I don't remember where. Long story short, if Tesla was alive now, I'd be a real happy man. He could probably read these articles better than I can because it's magnet and it's frequency, it's electromagnetic. It's not really that hard. I've never looked at hieroglyphs before. I've never looked at Egypt. I've never looked at the ancient American cultures. But I've got petroglyphs out here less than 10 miles from this house. And I've taken pictures of them. They've got a board that actually shows you what is drawn in one big picture. Well, the Birkeland Current Club is universal in Egypt and depicting suns and polarities of these suns. Well, the Native Americans were writing the same Birkeland Current Club, and they actually have positive and negative suns dictated on their drawing. So, I mean, even though they weren't drawing it as deeply and as technically perfect as the Egyptians were, they were speaking the same language. We were drawing these things globally from Maya. We've got these golden Peruvian plains with the pretty open halo waves on the wings, and the centrifugal and centripetal convergence on the nose. That's actually schematic on how to make that plane operate in the magnetic field. We don't need gas. We've got working models now of engines that operate on just an oscillating magnet. You can generate electricity by bringing a magnet down on top of a magnet, opposing each other with a copper wire feed in between and clamping it down. No moving parts at all. it perpetually forever will make electricity. It's the electromagnetic field. And we've discovered secrets that have been hidden from us for centuries. And that's not a coincidence. I think it was the hand of God that led us here. It's got to be divine. I just had a little bit of training, magnetic fields and stuff when I was in the U.S. Navy. And I carried it through as a hobby, checking out physics and stuff. And then, like I said, one day I woke up and I'm reading. Oh, I mean, your mind's blown. You should be in these shoes.
Stay at the level you're at right there. Yeah.
The hardest thing about it was trying to figure out how I was reading hieroglyphs because it was so easy. I was reading them like a Sunday newspaper. It was like scary. And people started throwing prophecies at me. And I didn't want to be that guy. And a friend of mine, homebrewed, he and another friend of mine, Kendra, had been over watching this guy, Scientific Lee. He's got this really neat tool that's called a ferro cell. It's 2 pieces of glass with liquid metal instead of the metal filings. So amazing. It shows the whole magnetic field in real time in a holograph. And it's lit up with LEDs. It's not high tech at all. It's 2 pieces of glass squished with liquid metal. You're seeing the whole field. We've never had anything like that before. It's like a couple of years ago. So they bring me these pictures. I'm looking at it, and he's got videos. So I started looking at the video, and I'm all like, "Hey, John, what do you?" I bring him this Peruvian plane. They call them the V planes. I says, what do you see over here? And he draws me the 4 winds of Earth, which is how energy moves through matter, and showing me the propulsion method of the plane. I giggled and said, now I know how to read these hieroglyphs for freaking keep. I can read too. It's just physics. It's that simple. It was right in front of our face.
All right, hold on. That's really good. Let's test some of this real quick. Let me check this. Make sure we're not
take your
fucking
time. Want me to kick back on the
Yeah.
table and shit? Get some of my cigar out of here.
Yeah, you can tell me
Okay. Now the lights actually got a switch on it.
And you can kill that fucking thing too.
Okay.
Oh, okay, the light has a switch.
Yeah, it actually has a little switch on it right here. It's just a little push button if you want to just turn it off for the effect stuff.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and take that motherfucker and then pop. Let's see what.
Long story short, if Tesla was alive now, I'd be a real happy man. He could probably read these hieroglyphs better than I can because it's magnetic and it's frequency, it's electromagnetic field. It's not really that hard. I've never looked at hieroglyphs before. Never looked at it. I've got petroglyphs out here. I just turned this so they could see. Yeah, I've taken pictures. If there's anybody even on there anymore, I didn't even check. Oh, we got a few people in there. How you all doing? Well, the Brooklyn Current. Probably some of your fans by now. I can only imagine. Shepard Ambellis is here interviewing me. We're checking out the sound. They actually have positive and negative suns dictated.
No, I still got this. But
So,
thanks.
even though they weren't drawing it as deeply and technically perfect as they were speaking the same language. We were drawing the same.
Yeah.
Oh man, it gets cool. In the daytime, it gets up to about 100.
Yeah.
Here.
So
You can't draw in cold air from 100 degrees outside. So yeah, you have to work it out. Actually schematic on how to make that plane operated. We don't need gas. And this got working models now. I say, yeah, about 100 inches operating. investigate.
Oh yeah.
Generate electricity by doing anything. This is what I've done since '93. I'll tell you, like, kids doing a good job on this. I'm like it.
It's gonna be real fast cut too, maybe. So like, I mean, it might be,
I'm sure you're gonna cut it on the production.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be like me. We'll see what we get out of all this. That's why you kind of want to keep overlapping what you're talking about, even though it's grueling, because we only got one camera. So like that, when I move to the next shoot, still keep covering a lot of the shit you were before, and then ramp up to like a new level, and then so we get like
Overlap
2-3 takes of overlapping shit.
I just didn't want to leave the wrong impression right now.
We might be able to get that flame down lower, like a bit lighter almost, to give it less whiteness. You see that whiteness in there? Like a less of a white. But that's looking pretty cool. That angle is that trend line. Let's do it some of this.
Yeah, I like the way it looked too.
And then, whatever we want to talk about. Let me get a focus on it.
I look like a space cadet.
Okay. Look at that, and there's like a little glow there and shit. Pretty sick.
So yeah, I thought about why didn't Tesla figure this out? Because he would have probably because he hadn't seen the things. They were so they were in our face.
I can also add effect in to give it like a warmer yellow look or something like on some of these lighters. So that's pretty good. Okay, so that's pretty good. So I'm gonna keep going with it. We'll do less flame and more of a yellow glow.
Okay.
Where do I switch this shit at?
Oh, the switch is here.
Okay.
And oops. Well, it'd probably help if I just left everything plugged in or on until I unplug the right. Here's the thing. All right. Oh Christ! Now I forget what it was. What was I talking about?
Now, I'm gonna come over here on the side of you a little bit.
Okay. You want me to move this way?
Maybe not. Maybe you just maybe you just get a flame, a low flame.
Oh, there it is.
You're gonna cook it. Maybe you should we'll talk about the magnetic more, or the magnetic signatures.
We talked about that.
Okay. The torrent fields and shit or something.
Well, every atom in creation is a magnet. That's everything with a torrid field with showing magnetism and right down to the atomic level. We figure out how you make black holes. We were writing all kinds of amazing things on those walls. It's just a matter of getting to them. Seems like there's whole temples, but they've only got little snapshots of pictures. Almost like, I don't know, you want to keep something hidden. But yeah, we've uncovered a lot of things that reading Bible canon, you get the picture that they didn't actually understand what we were drawing in the first place. They say that they gave us a language, and they didn't understand what we were drawing, but they took on the personas of these people that we were drawing on these walls and became our kings and leaders with those beings. And skewed history, they hid us from ourselves. The funny thing is, I'm reading hieroglyphs. A lot of them are really easy to read. And then you come across some of the later dynasties. They actually expanded the pantheons. They confused the text. They took some of the writings that we were using and started changing the meanings of it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that angle too that you're at.
Okay.
All right.
So I read this hieroglyph.
Oh, this card's full. Hold on.
We got a full card. Shoot.
I don't know. Okay, now let's really think about what we want to hammer out because we probably got 30 or 45 minutes of film on this other card.
Okay.
And then I could dump it, or we could see what we think we're getting, and then I could get more cards, or we could see if we think we got like real solid shit or whatever. We might need to get more than we think just to do it.
I'd like you to have some pictures of Raw, Cap, and stuff like that for the movie too, because
You'll send me the links and I can film it on my computer monitor.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I've got pictures.
So just we'll correlate on that. But I gotta know exactly where it's coming from, like what website and stuff, so I don't get sued and stuff. So and certain things I can publish, like if it's government shit, I can do it. But make sure and like tell me and send me a link, and then I'll shoot separate. I won't even flash it like they do. Like I'll actually film it maybe, like or something, or print it, or I'll do something cool.
Yeah, because the actual Raw die came off of Islam. That's a NASA.
Where were you looking at one time? Like right here?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're gonna pick your spot. This is looking pretty. All right. Rolling.
So I'm reading this hieroglyph and it's telling me I've got a magnet in my chest.
Restart that. Wait. Okay.
So I'm reading the hieroglyph. It tells me I have a magnet in my chest. me understanding scalar physics, I'm thinking, I've got an electron magnet. All I have to do is bring my electron magnet to the same frequency as Earth's electron magnet, and I'm going to be able to crush this tin can. Well, with the intent of my heart, I went to try to truly bring my magnet to the Earth's frequency, not knowing what I was doing. And I realized at that moment something went wrong. She gave me quite a download of information, which began with she didn't recognize the moon. Her trees had been downed, and the crown jewels were taken as a trophy of their conquering Earth. And I thought instantaneously, I've lost my mind. I pointed at the moon too. And a couple of days later, I'm reading some small print on some court papers, and I realize, wow, I'm reading small print. And I had been diagnosed with cataract. I hadn't been able I had to have my son read small print for me. So I realized something actually had taken place, which I wasn't able to explain. And I started looking into what was in my head. And I started finding evidence on Google Earth and YouTube where people were getting Google Earth images of these massive trees that are like the landscape. I started looking around. Aboriginals are talking about how the moon was drugged here by two brothers named Enlil and Enki, the same Enlil and Enki of Kunave.
All right.
Yeah,
that's fucking cool.
Oh man, the information I got off of her was amazing.
So now you're gonna talk about Enlil
and Inky.
Yeah.
Those cats.
And then also make sure and talk about what you think might be coming, how you think this thing's creeping up. Explain in detail, like picture like you're looking at those fucking magnetosphere graphs, and like kind of have your hands up by your face more, right? And it, like at one point, and explain in detail, like, oh, it's fucking coming. Here's the front. Here's the front of the planet. Here's like the back. This fucking thing's coming in from the back, and then there's fucking raw symbols in here, you know. Yeah. And that way, maybe then I'll put a picture in or something, you know, and shit like that. Like try to be real descriptive, but hold your hands up more like higher when you do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see.
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna lower this down just a cunt. Ooh, oh shit. Sorry, I don't want to hit.
It's unplugged. I can rewire anything. Let me get a fresh cigar.
Maybe do that thing where we light it up again. You know,
wrong cigar.
Because one of those I'll probably use and it'll look like really cool or something.
Coughing and hacking with my blunt.
All right, wait. Don't light it up. All right, keep when you do it, keep your face where it is, kind of, you know. Okay.
So I'm monitoring ISWAP. It's a GOES satellite on NASA site. Start noticing tickles coming from behind on the magnetosphere, and it just gradually got worse and worse and worse and more noticeable, and more people are starting to come around, look, and ask questions about what's going on the magnetosphere. Because we're starting to see CMEs come from behind the planet, which is a sun side event. a lot of the misinformation people are talking about how the magnet is weakening, but we're seeing closed field lines. And when a magnet closes its field line, that's a very strong action right there. The problem is, a lot of people don't understand magnetism. It's just like anything else. When you go from brain to brawn, you hunker down and fist up. That's just what a magnet does. She like any other electron magnet, she's drawing in from her actual bow shock in and around and through into the equator and pushing out these field lines.
What? All right, hold on. All right, what the fuck is a bow shock?
The bow shock is where the solar wind meets our magnetosphere, and they call it the magnetopause or the bow shock. And that is where an immense amount of energy is. And we kind of look like a comet going through space. These are things they just don't tell you in high school. So what she's doing is actually inducing energy from the bow shock through the atmosphere, through us, through the planet, and out the back in highly charged field, which is closing and pushing against another magnet. In physics, there's only one reason for a magnet to close its field line. That's if it's pushing another magnet away. They usually hang out like this. With the solar wind, it looks something like that. And the Schumann frequency everybody talks about. It's a trapped frequency. And it bounces between the magnetosphere relaxed magnet lines and the ionosphere at 7.83 hertz. That's subsequently the exact same frequency your alpha wave is in your brain. Well, when she starts pushing, all of a sudden the Schumann frequency escapes. And according to Professor Schumann's research, the lack of Schumann frequency causes dizziness, ringing in the ears, seasick feelings, panic, into agitation, and madness.
All right, hold on. I wish I could get real close, just a little closer. Can you get in a little closer, even though you're on that flame?
I don't have any hair to work.
All right, rolling.
So, I'm getting a little bit nervous, realizing just how right I am that there's 2 suns and several massive planets coming into our system. Every culture across the globe has written. And I'm kind of feeling panicked. I've got a 15-year-old son. I don't know what to do about it because our government is expecting to do nothing about it for anybody. And then, like I said, I wake up and I'm reading a hieroglyph, and this hieroglyph tells me that I already have a magnet in my chest, just like Earth. And if I can come to a resonant frequency, I can actually stack my magnet and add it to Earth, and there's going to be 2 magnets. And
hold on. Let me try something else. I want to. Okay, now turn yourself to the right a little bit, just your body. Like that. Not too bad though. Maybe a little less than that.
yes.
All right, rolling.
So come to find out, after translating this hieroglyph completely, I find out that the actual meaning of a steward and meekness and our biological purpose in creation. It's not a coincidence we have a magnet, an electron magnet, just like Earth's in our chest. To be a steward, we have to attain the right frequency, and we will inherit the entire strength of the Earth's magnet. And therefore, there's 2 shields over the planet, and we protect all of life. That's how you're a steward. And that's how I could never imagine when I was reading the text. And then it hits me. I'm like, legend. You know what legend is? And they train these people, the temple priests and the masons and all these people, they'll train them for years to understand one part of the legend because it's so important that they hold the legend true, even if they don't have the knowledge of what the legend means. Because when the knowledge comes back, we'll understand the full legend and the full knowledge of that. And that's why it was so important that these people held these. Well, guess what? We've got that information now.
All right, now hold on. Try to turn in on me now, like just your body. Mm-hmm.
So now we've got why are we here? And we've got all this information that apparently nobody's had on the planet. They've been fighting for years and years, wars and killing each other and having us kill each other for them. And it's time to stop because we've got the information now, and I'm not demanding the war for it. I'll send people to Scientific Lee. He's got a 28-minute video, and you can read the hieroglyphs yourself. It's fairly simple. We're children of creation, and we have to own up to what we are. There's nobody coming to save us. Our salvation lies within our heart, not our bloodline. It's the frequency that you're emitting out of here. You can't fake it. You can fake words. You can fake anything coming out of your head. Your head can fool you, but your heart is pure intent. And that is what our Creator understands, the frequency. You can't fake that. And His first creation speaks that language. And we used to.
All right, that's fucking badass. Now, fucking, let me move this motherfucker a little bit, but you hold that same angle you were just at. All right, rolling. Maybe like right here. Up like, yeah. Rolling.
So one of the most frequently asked questions I get is, okay, so the moon's doing cartwheels, but what can I do? Well, you were actually created to do everything.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna take this up even higher. I gotta find out how to roll this fucking part of it. I can't figure out how to open it. Do you know how to work that part? I guess I could bring it up right here. Let's I want to go up to eye level because a lot of my shots are a little lower for like a look. Now let's do more like an eye level. Here we go. Yeah. All right, rolling.
So one of the most frequently asked questions I get is, okay, so the moon's doing cartwheels, and we're on our side. We've got two suns coming in that nobody told us about, planets bigger than our sun. So what can I do about it? Well, in actuality, our Creator understood all of these things before we were formed in the first place. Why do you think He got the magnet chest? It's not a coincidence. We were created for this moment. We are stewards of our Earth. It's like a symbiotic relationship with a planet or with a plant. You need to breathe in a plant fart. The plant needs to breathe in your fart. Okay. Who gets the short end of the stick there?
Now face me more right here. Hold on.
Symbiotic relationship.
Bring your body more square toward me a little bit, like square off toward me, like you're,
Okay.
other way. Yeah, like that. Okay. And then maybe like right at me. Well, I'm gonna move over here because of the light. Okay, so right about here.
Okay. So it's like the symbiotic relationship in nature where you're breathing plant parts, plants breathing your parts. You know, we get the short end of the stick, sure. I like roses. But we have the same symbiotic relationship with our planet, and it's our magnet energy that we have to exchange with her. She's first creation. We've been let out, and that shortens your life. Like we went over before, if you're getting goosebumps and you're using your magnet energy, you're instantaneously getting goosebumps when you're speaking with God or God's first creation, and you're producing those stem cells that are repairing your body just by loving God and nature. And that's all you got to do is let go of the world and love the earth. She's God's first creation. She's your mother. And you can't be meek without that knowledge. Unfortunately.
All right. A little bit. Okay. Same thing. Look at me. So.
So we're in a time where there's some great and terrible things. And how many terrible things depends on us. We've got to stop doing these things to each other. We're on a beautiful blue living planet. And we've got one. We're for children. And we need to stop fighting. We need to come together in love. And it doesn't matter what color you are, what root you need to drop that. We're all one family. It's the mother, the father, the child. Creation. It's the mother, father, child of any animal, anything in creation. I don't know anything that isn't compiled of the mother, the father, and the child. The true Trinity. You've been
Hold on. Before I forget, we should get some of that. The fucking caldera. Tell me anything you know about that caldera.
okay.
Let me position over this.
Yeah.
You're gonna keep looking that same exact way that you just were, but I'm just moving slightly. So kind of right about here, or wherever you were. Okay, caldera.
So everybody's worried about Yellowstone caldera. Well, how about the Long Valley caldera? Long Valley caldera is almost twice as big as Yellowstone. It's more viscous, which means it's much more liquid. They're having 300-degree surface temperatures, and the ground can't stop shaking there for the last 6 months. Problem is, there's too many people living there. If the U.S. government evacuated,
Oh wait, hold on. Let's repeat all that, starting with the fucking Long Valley caldera. I'm worried it's in the shot, bro. I think it is. Okay, hold on.
So what about the Long Valley caldera? It can't stop shaking.
Wait. I like how you started before. So everyone's worried about.
Okay. So everybody's worried about Yellowstone, but what about the Long Valley caldera? It can't stop shaking. The magma pool is almost twice as big as Yellowstone. It's much more liquid and more prime to blow. We've got fires starting in creek beds and mammoth lakes that are pretty unexplained. We've got people pulling dews out of their pocket when there isn't any dew needed. We went over mothers pulling in induction, and that causes induction heating. That's a forge. Of course, the metals are heating, and the mantle's heating, and the magma is coming up. It happens.
All right, hold on. Talk about this fucking caldera again.
Yeah.
Same way, kind of. Everyone's worried about fucking
Yellowstone, and you're looking at a grassy knoll.
yeah. Hold on. Rolling.
So I stepped down from Senator Davis because of a plot to see 3/4 of us die. I'm sitting here looking at everybody worried about Yellowstone, while all the fingers are pointing at Yellowstone. The dangerous caldera is over here. They just had a huge quake. And ever since then, it's been putting off more and more and more quakes and steady up to the 3.5s and in Long Valley. And I start thinking to myself, well, because they evacuated Los Angeles and the surrounding areas all the way up into Fresno, how many millions of people would live? That would skew their numbers, wouldn't it? So no wonder they've got everybody looking at Yellowstone. If I was you, I'd get out of Los Angeles, Fresno, and LA Basin. It goes all the way through Bakersfield into Nevada. All these volcanoes are shaking. It's not a plate action that we're watching. There's rise in this caldera, and now all of a sudden everybody's really quiet about it. But you see the infrastructure set up back east. You don't see any infrastructure set up here. They're expecting us to go back east.
All right, hold on. Talk about anything you want to say about the field hospitals and trauma surgeons and fucking
robot fucking dogs running around New York City.
What do you think COVID is? Like,
COVID. This wave of COVID is a cover for the fact.
All right, roll it. Do that again.
This wave of COVID is for the fact that we've run out of food. They needed to have the supply chain in their hands to blame themselves or anything else other than the fact that we're out of food. It's covered, and what they expected possible asteroid strikes and stuff, which isn't a surprise. I mean, we've got 2 suns and at least 12 massive planets coming in that nobody's talking about. NASA releases a half-cocked story about a glowing wall of hydrogen on the edge of the solar system last year. And everybody just kind of reads by it. And I'm like, well, what exactly is a glowing wall of hydrogen, NASA? That sounds like a sun to me. So, I mean, this is disclosure. This is the best you can do for the American public. Millions and millions, billions of dollars, and that's the best you can do for your public. It was disgusting to me. I mean, needless to say, I stood down. They've tried to kill me. And this is before I even had this information. I was just pointing at the moon, trying to warn people, hey, you might want to move away from the coast. And
keep talking.
A real whistleblower just doesn't get CNN coverage. My life has been crazy since I quit working for Jim Davis. And they're really hell-bent on seeing our population reduced. And there's no reason for our population to be reduced. They plant everybody in these concentrated cities by the oceans, and they get them all brainwashed into thinking that there's no room left. Well, there's no room left because you're living in the wrong spot. There's plenty of room. There's plenty of fields to be planted, but they're all owned by Monsanto and all these other corporations that have monopolies on seeds and stuff. We've allowed this system to get us to where we're at, and we need to stop working for that system. This system has been in place for too long. The only division is at the bottom level, us. Those people work together. That was one of the things that made me suspicious. I watched them help each other get elected. And it's not that they get elected, it's that what they're doing is they get your constituents believing that they're working for you. And they're going to be in the office anyways. Our leaders are appointed, and they're chosen and they're worked. And it's a big system that is just against us.
All right, let me move. This is pretty fucking cool. Okay, what do you think we should cover to get in this film? It's a film about like what's going on, the lockdowns, fucking Antifa, fucking the planet.
Well, it's keeping us in lockdown. We're going into a harder lockdown. They're going to be open and blatant about it. State to state travel is going to be suspended. What, is state to state travel suspended already?
No, the Mercy's now docked in Portland. that means
The
that they're
hospital ship.
expecting that shit to blow or
Hospital
something.
ship.
Because they docked it by New York because they were expecting asteroids over there.
How's it the christening?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hey, talk about the fucking Mercy and the Caldera and why they would potentially maybe dock the Mercy on that or something like that, just in case it becomes like a thing.
Yeah.
You know, it might develop or something.
Well, that
like
sounds
yeah.
pretty the way they like
You're
to play
right.
things. I mean, the Mercy just docked in Portland. That's a little bit of a red flag right there. But they're expecting exactly what I expect they're expecting. The Long Valley Caldera to blow. They're expecting a mass exodus. They're expecting mass casualties. They're expecting inhalation injuries. Why do you think they've been pushing these masks for flu with the one of the least death rates that flu's ever hit us with? No, they're expecting a natural disaster. They're just not telling. That's what they're expecting. Field hospitals back east, they've got the military guard dogs running around in New York City, making sure people are 6 foot apart, just so you get scared and you're distracted. If you're scared and distracted, you're never going to guess as to what's really going on. And they've gotten really good at distracting us, harassing them. When you start looking around, you can really figure things out. We're on our side. The biggest thing in our sky is doing a 180-degree roll. It certainly shouldn't.
Now turn your whole body like square off like to here, yeah. And come in as close as you can. And kind of like you're talking like right here or something.
All you got to do is pull your head out of your screen for 5 minutes and go look at your rock. You can
Wait. I got a wobble. Oh. You're doing good. I got a picture.
Yeah, notice I don't have to have any of this scripted.
Yeah, right.
This is real knowledge that has been. I've had it triple checked. All the translations, I had them triple checked on these hieroglyphs, different linguists and stuff. Check 100%. Come back like, oh my goodness, I suspected. Well, the suspicion is over. We know it. But I mean, look, we got the biggest thing in our sky doing cartwheels every night. It's called the moon. And if you can't look at that, what you can actually ask yourself is, why is Venus rising before the sun? And then it sets after the sun. Because this day sky isn't rolling also. These signs have been in our sky for almost 10 years now. We're coming to a period of time where this slow train wreck's picking up speed. And I really hope people start opening their eyes, because there's a lot to see. We can read our old
talk to me right here. Let's change your angle just a little. So like right here, you'll just flicker. Okay. Yep. Right there. All right, hold on. Rolling.
So all this information is available. I would just hope people would start to open their eyes and see. There's a lot to see. It's not a scary time. It's a time of revealing about who we are and what we are and why we're here. It's a time of coming together and helping each other get through this time, including all the little bunnies. I happen to like bunnies.
Okay, rolling.
A lot of people talk about, oh, well, the government's not going to tell anybody because they're going to panic. Well, if they told them the truth, there wouldn't be any panic.
I gotta shut this down because it's overheating.
Oh,
it's just these cameras overheat for some reason. Plus the hot, probably it's like.
Yeah, it's warm down here.
We'll
It's 80.
take a break for a minute, I guess.
Yeah, cool.
And then we'll try and get that car filled up. I think it's gonna be pretty cool.
I'm having a good time.
Yeah.
You want to have seat on my bubble wrap, man? Take a seat, been up.
Alright. You guys know, right?
Look, I'm still working on. Here, work on this. This has got fucking good tasting hash on it. I mean, I barely bit that one. But yeah, this is basically what I do every night. I'll sit here, I'll blow glass, and I'll come over here and sit and talk with everybody because a lot of people have noticed it's a popular thing to call us moon tarts on the internet because a lot of the big channels, of course, are controlled opposition and they don't want to talk about something.
Go into detail
like
about like when you first noticed the moon was doing that and why or something.
Yeah. Well, I just walked out on the porch.
But what else should we fucking talk about? In case shit pops off or anything. You know, because if shit develops, I can throw shit in too. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think of things that are a little crazy right now, but they might develop. What about the fucking what's that subduction zone? We should fucking have you talk about that just in case, because they're bracing. They're talking that they told Oregon to brace for mass casualty again. Like, what the fuck?
Well,
They're trying to say fire wise or something, but I mean,
they've got a lot of volcanoes up there.
right.
You know.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. They're trying to act like it's forest fire, but I'm thinking.
No, it's not.
We'll
not
talk
dues.
about that. The subduction
It's
zone.
not dues. It's none of that. It's
The
physics of this.
Maybe talk about the subduction zone and how it could cause a tsunami and wipe out Seattle and Portland. But if that happens, there's probably going to be
there's eruptions. Of
and then go into induction heating and why you think that's causing fire or something like that or
Well, it says it's an induction furnace. It just heats up really fast too. It doesn't play around.
Yeah, right. Fuck. Yeah, an induction furnace. Wow.
Well, that's really what a sun is. They tell us it's billions of
but it's an
nuclear
electromagnetic
explosions. It's an
sphere.
electromagnetic freaking magnet.
Do you think it's even hot?
Oh, the magnet itself? No. The sun, the body of the sun itself? No. Just the carbon around it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how an induction furnace works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's the only way a sun could actually be in a magnetic world.
Maybe you could talk about that too for a second.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we know how to make black holes now.
So caldera, that. I wonder if I should. You know what? Let's get you on the other side of this shop. Let's get you over here so we have like a fucking more angles, but you're facing me, but you're like it's like you moved in the shop. You're working on the other end of this fucking table.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, you want to hit this?
You don't want to ask me if to. Man,
I'm surprised my live feed stayed up.
This is pretty cool, huh?
I love this. I mean, it's all brick. It's not going to catch fire.
It's fun.
Doing this? Mm-hmm. This is fucking a blast. I'm having a good time here.
But also like blowing your glass.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this too. Yeah, I always have fun at work.
But yeah, this is kind of cool for you to get.
This is like my first like real interview.
Yeah.
You know, I've done a couple on Skype and stuff with some channels that I just don't even talk to anymore. Because they talk about Palladian messages and shit. And that's been part of the problem of waking people up.
Right.
You know, and goddamn, the moon's been doing cartwheels for 10 years. Who the hell's trying to wake anybody up?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you'll go over here now by that shelf. Kind of. Or something. Or what we got now? Come forward more toward me. Oh yeah, maybe you could even go back. Actually, go back a little. Let's see what happens. Yeah, maybe like you're chilling against that wall.
No fucking spiders gonna be.
Maybe come. Yeah, that's pretty good actually. Just like that's pretty fucking cool. Okay, so this one you're just bullshitting with the camera, like you know. All right, rolling.
So we've got the subduction zones all the way through Northern California.
Wait,
and Washington.
repeat that.
We have the subduction zones all the way through Northern California and Washington, Idaho. They're saying that these quakes in Idaho aren't on volcanic regions, but if you look at them, they are. They're in the volcanic fields. And it's all from the induction heating, from her bringing in all that energy from the bow shock to close all these field magnets in the back. It requires extra electricity. And that's just the simple physics of a magnet. Expect your bigger quakes to happen. And they've been ramping up gradually. Well, they're going to start ramping up a lot more swiftly here. We're going to jump from, we're having multiple fives a day. I mean, you can close your eyes, throw a dart at the map, and hit a 5.0 quake. And it wasn't like that a couple of years ago. People were laughing at me a couple of years ago when I was telling them this was going to happen. Well, I'm going to tell you now the same thing I was telling people then. We're going to graduate to multiple sixes a day a lot quicker than we did the fives. And then the sevens will roll. And we're going to start seeing volcanic activity. Well, we're already seeing volcanic activity, if you ask me. That's half of the
on. I'm going to move this closer to you. Rolling.
So we're already seeing volcanic activity. All these spontaneous fires spreading hundreds of miles within a few minutes. That's faster than any wind's traveling. I mean, we're seeing spontaneous fires jump up in 3, 4 different states now. We've got hundreds of fires going on. And is it a coincidence they're all around volcanic peaks? You know, induction is heating metals, and it heats it fast. It uses the electromagnetic flow, and it heats metals, melts it. It's one of the fastest ways we know how to melt metal. Well, it's a natural process too, apparently. I'd never imagined the Earth actually drawing in electricity from the bow shock, but here we are. It's a very evident thing going on every day now. These GOES satellites are very accurate. Heck, we've got pieces of glass with lights around them that show our magnetic field, just like the billion-dollar satellites do. We got the So we've got some really low tech stuff that's showing full magnetic fields. I hear people talking about how these billion-dollar satellites up there are just guesswork. We've been reading magnetic fields for decades. How is that guesswork? Magnet's a magnet. It works the way a magnet works. And that's the only way a magnet works is scalar physics. And they've not ever been able to actually explain why a magnet works the way it does. That's why they had to make scalar physics, because, like I said earlier, and magnets respond to each other. Anything that happens on that magnetic chain faster than the speed of light, regardless. So they couldn't. They had to actually create their own box of physics to put a magnet in. They call that scalar physics. So the properties have been known for centuries.
Do you know anything about Rex 84 or FEMA camps?
What's Rex 84?
It's like Readiness Exercise 84 with Oliver North, where they basically authorized the building of FEMA camps. But what about just FEMA camps in general? Do you have anything to say about FEMA camps?
Well, the FEMA camps. Yeah, it's rumored that the Walmarts are FEMA camps. I've been watching the Walmarts transition themselves with gates when you walk in and when you walk out. I don't know. It looks like they're making changes all over the place with those. Open up FEMA camps. So
Let's get a flame right here for a little flicker. So, this is looking good though. And then they'll talk about
Well, watch your arm.
over here. I'm just through the lower. And then you'll talk about FEMA camp.
So the FEMA camps that they actually openly tell us about, they have the inward pointing barbed wire fence, and it looks like they're keeping us in, rather than trying to protect you from anything on the outside. Makes you wonder what the purpose of those camps really are in the first place. And I worked for a sitting senator that actually told me 3/4 of the population is going to be eliminated. Leave it up to your imagination what those FEMA camps are, survival camps. You begging to get it?
Talk about where 3/4 of the population lives is mostly around
Around the coast? Yeah. Well, doing the math, he's telling me 3/4 of the population. And I'm thinking to myself, well, how the heck are they going to get 3/4 of the population to get, dead in the first couple of days? Then I think, well, shoot, you look at where our population is. Everybody's on the coast. We've already started seeing this magnetic braking in action. The coasts and the ocean has been rolling out on the east coasts of the globe to up to a mile or two. People walking.
All right, I'm gonna come in closer before I run out of. Same thing.
We're already seeing some of the oceans responding to this magnetic braking. We've got the coast rolling out a mile or two from on the east coast of the globe. People walking out on the beaches, being like, "Where'd my ocean go?"
Let's turn it off.
All right.
Let's crank it up a little more.
Okay.
For more lighting. Yeah. Rolling.
The oceans are responding to all these magnets being around us and doing some magnetic braking. As the Earth slows its rotation down, the oceans will recede from the shore globally. And they have been. We've got people walking around with cameras taking pictures talking about where'd my ocean go. It's not coming back in the tsunami form because we're slowly slowing down and the braking will stop, continue to work. But at the same time, these oceans are rolling out on the East Coast. So on the West Coast, we're having record high tides. Well, because the ball we live on slowed down. And NASA came out in 2018 and started talking about expect larger quakes because the Earth's rotation is starting to slow down, which are the words I just said. But they're blaming maybe it might be the moon. They have it as a theory. But I'm telling you, I know exactly what it is. If you go outside of your light dome from your city, you go in the northern part of the northern hemisphere and look northeast, you're going to see a massive spot in the sky where there are no stars. Well, if you stare a little harder, you're going to see the circumference of the massive planet.
All right, talk about that.
There's a massive planet behind us. Everybody's got, all these Neveru channels have everybody looking at the sun. If you get outside your light dome, outside your city, and you go look towards the northeast in the northern hemisphere, you're going to see a very large spot of the sky that's void of stars. Well, look a little harder. You'll see the circumference of the massive planet behind. That's why Earth is closing field. Because there's another big magnet pushing.
All right, hold on. Keep the same position where you were looking for, maybe less plain. All right, rolling.
So, yeah, there's planets behind. I mean, Homebrew and I and a few friends have been watching these closed field lines and going over the physics of it and decided that there had to be something behind us. And we watched it for about 6 months. Finally decided that we had to end the debate. And if they were actually that close, we would be able to see them. And it took me about 15 minutes to find my first one. They're really there. Iswap is not wrong. We have little planets behind us. Now, back to Egypt, I mean, they depicted Ra with a staff in his hand and a horsehair and an ankh around his belt. Well, the ankh represents an Earth-sized magnet. The staff represents a massive, and that's the one behind. It's an Earth-sized magnet on his head, which indicates it's See, we were brilliant. When we do magnet signatures and magnet formations and everything like that, we understood that the sun held the planets and all that. And I've got working models on how to actually orbit a planet.
What do you think we should talk about?
I got what you want to talk about. We got answers. I know how planets orbit.
Talk about that. Keep mentioning that exact 1700 something frequency.
1748.
Yeah, and keep mentioning that over and over and talking about it and kind of rehashing it and like explain that a little.
Well, yeah, well, like the very center of this hieroglyph, it's giving us all of this information about the heart energies, what we are, what we're looking at. It's even got the trumpets of Revelations, explains how that's going to come through your alpha wave. We've got 1748 hertz in the center of the picture. I'm like, man, that's got to mean something big. And it does, it turns out. Look, we've got
Keep talking 1740. All right, roll it.
so I wasn't even sure at first what I was looking at. A friend of mine, Homebrew, the Homebrew on YouTube, he came to me with
Repeat that.
a friend of mine, Homebrew on YouTube. He came to me one day with a metal plate with the same design. And I was like, oh my goodness, I had never even thought of that. And so we went to looking for the hertz, and it was 1748 hertz. And we recognized the hertz. And my friend Robert comes up with, hey, I was sitting in the movies. Click. At the end of the movies, there's 1748 hertz pattern in a full torus around Earth. And I'm like, oh my, somebody in Hollywood is 1748 hertz. And so I'm like, okay, so they like to put these kind of things in our face. And this is the first time I'm looking. Let's look at it a little deeper. I found that when you have goosebumps, for example, the oscillations between the hair and the follicle is 1748 hertz. And that goes along with, well, we actually have a magnet in our chest. And after researching scientifically on YouTube, he does this thing where he'll lay a magnet under about a millimeter of water. So he does it with several different magnets. And every magnet he lays in the water exhibits 1748 hertz in full toric field, just like the one on the movie screen. And I was like, oh. So all magnets are riding on this. That must be the electromagnetic field frequency. So I'm like, okay, so what does that mean to us? So I start looking a little deeper, and I find the electron microscopes are reading atoms, and they're showing toric fields. Well, that means every atom in existence is a magnet. Okay. I'm the one moving.
Okay.
Their Pyrex are pretty strong. Oh shit! What was I talking about? I was excited
17 toric field.
1740.
Rolling.
All right. So all of a sudden I'm realizing, well, every atom in existence is magnet. And it's writing 1748 hertz electromagnetic field. Well, that's omnipresence. That goes beyond proof God exists. I mean, proof. That's like in a feral cell. You just proved it in magnet. You don't have to have faith anymore. We got a creator. It's not religious. It's like, hey, I'm so pragmatic. I got to touch it. Well, I just touched it, and I found him, and it's been an enlightening journey. It started out with despair, and holy cow, we're on our side. What are we going to do? And as I come to find out, we're actually made and created for this time in creation. Amazing. The things have been kept from us. It's crazy.
All right, we're almost out of battery. It's dead on now. All right, think the last shit you want, like the most important shit you want to talk about.
Well, what to expect? I'm expecting, because the Native Americans spoke of dancing with the blue kachina, the blue sun. I've already spoke with them. They concur. The blue kachina's next step is going to reveal himself. And I give that probably by the end of October. We'll understand we're surrounded by planets and sun. What does that mean for the individual? Well, I hope the individual somehow gets this message created in this time. It's not a time to be afraid, time to rejoice, be happy.
Look straight on now, right here, like you're sitting right back against the wall. There it is. Yep. Just like that. You're coming straight on. Yep. Okay, hold on. All right, no, this is all you got. It's a battery.
I just hope the average person gets this message.
Oh, say hi. My name is
Eric Briggs.
and I also go by Angry Catfish on YouTube and keep doing that. Give it space in between, like 8 seconds in between, and keep
Do you want
doing
me to
that.
mention where I worked for Davis?
No, just like you're introducing yourself over and over again. Hi, my name is
Eric Briggs.
And I'm also, I go by Angry Catfish on YouTube or something like that, and keep doing that, but give it a 10-second space in between and try it in different tones and
Okay.
Okay, go.
Hi, I'm Eric Briggs. I go by Angry Catfish Briggs on YouTube and Catfish's Corner. On Catfish's Corner, I do live class flowing, and on Angry Catfish Briggs, I teach you how to read hybrid.
Now keep introducing yourself shorter, just the first part with your name, because picture that would just be quick cut.
Okay. Hi, my name is Eric Briggs. My YouTube channel is Angry Catfish Briggs or Catfish's Corner.
All right, do that again, like differently, maybe different tone.
Okay. Hi, my name is Eric Briggs. My channel on YouTube is Angry Catfish Briggs or Catfish's Corner.
Let's keep trying that. We're about ready to run out of time.
Hi, my name is Eric Briggs. My channel on YouTube is Angry Catfish Briggs and Catfish's Corner.
All right, that's all we got. That's fucking
Awesome.
Down. So I think that's fucking good.
You filled 2 data cards.
Yeah, because I mean, your segments all honestly, by the time I get done with this film, I mean, I bet all the experts are only gonna have 5 minutes in each, but it'd hopefully be a fucking jam packed, fucking cool 5 minutes or something, And because I mean, I can only imagine I'm gonna still drag around like 10 motherfuckers, and then I only want it to be a 90-minute.
I know you probably didn't actually expect the COVID to be because of such a big scope thing. Too.
Yeah,
I mean, who would, man?
Yeah.
Have you watched the moon? It came up about 2 o'clock last night.
Oh, really? No.
And it came up like a grin, like a Cheshire grin.
I need to start.
It's once you see it, it's hard not to.
Yeah.
But yeah, I actually require my YouTubers to go outside and watch the moon before they're allowed to talk to us.
That's cool,
On
man.
my channel. I've got a few thousand people that are willing to do that. And they've been finding that it helps wake up their freaking families and their neighbors.
Yeah.
Because how could it not?
Yeah.
I got this guy, Jason Hart, who woke up his neighborhood. And he said that one of his friends moved away.
I know people are really wanting that.
They want the truth.
Well, yeah, no one's talking about the real.
Well, when you stand there with your neighbors and friends and you're watching the moon, and then you come back out a couple hours later and the moon sure as hell is rolling, and a few hours later it's really rolling, and you can't stop looking, and it spreads. My son's talking about it with and the kids talk about it, the teachers talk about it in school.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's
starting to catch on.
It's the moon. It's real. People can lay their eyes on it. It's not Neveru. And they've been full of Neveru for 20 years. Yeah. And I keep telling people, I said, don't give them your Palladium messes. Don't give them a weird cloud. Don't give them Neveru. Mm-hmm. Give them the fucking moon.
Right.
Then give them.
So then they know.
Yeah, then give them their heart. Right. Give them what's really coming in. Give them raw. Give them the dingly cobra. Don't scare them. Because
then it's too.
That's the last thing you want to do. Is get somebody scared, because this isn't a scary thing.
Oh my God, we're all gonna die.
Oh man, waking up alone is scary. Just by itself.
Let me
I'll walk right into your way.
Thanks, man. That's gonna draw.
Thank you.
Oh, and I gotta have you sign a release form.
Okay.
Not that I don't trust you, but you actually gotta have this check because I'm gonna try to get it on Netflix and stuff like that. If I have I fucked up on the last.
I tried to not cuss.
The last film I did, I basically I didn't get like 2 signatures, and then it was real hard to get a hold of people. Like for some reason, one lady almost died.
Oh, you'll want to get mine. I might disappear someday.
And what happened was I couldn't. do anything with it, so I just release it myself. But like this time, I'm gonna actually maybe think about getting it on like something, you know.
Not that I think I would disappear in a bad way. If I do disappear, it probably won't be in a bad way. I'm probably in a cavern somewhere doing something other earth. Because there's some corn givers that need to have a little peace meeting with the lady, and that's my mission right at the moment, is getting either the Masons or the natives to open some doors. So I'm my next project. I've deciphered that the Masons have a bunch of lodges out there that aren't Masons, and they're not the temples. So I've narrowed it down to 3 buildings in Colorado that go knock my doors. I've sent them all emails.
I've heard of crazy shit like there's underground bases, there's dragons. Like,
Well, they've caused wars and murder and all this over this information. I'm walking in there to give it to them.
Yeah,
I'm not too worried. These are the guys that used to pull the strings for the guys I work for. I'm familiar with how they work. A lot better than natives. But I've spoken with over 250 native tribes over this last year.
damn.
Bro, I didn't know what to do. And Mom's sitting there asking me, why did you stop? And I told her, I said, I don't know what to do. And she shows me the Hopi prophecy. I read it and I realized, this isn't really exclusive to the Hopi. This is more natives. So I started looking online and found myself a directory and just started alphabetically calling the tribes. From the state to state, ended up calling the Pueblo people because I started with Arizona. Man, I swear to God, they were sitting by the phone acting like they were waiting on me to call. And when I started, I thought, going to unify the tribes to scout this white boy. And it ended up, it took me about 2 or 3 months to get through the list. And I swear it was some of the best time I've had in my life. Some best conversations and shit.
Yeah.
So, and they confirmed, they noticed that the moon's been doing cartwheels since 2010. They also noticed, and it kind of made me happy that they noticed about the same time I did.
Fuck yeah. Alright. Make sure I got everything.
Yeah, get your lighter tonight. Did you find that?
No, maybe I did. Tripod, you wanna maybe?
Yeah, I'll help you.
Thanks,
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate it.
yeah, that should be cool. Like, we'll see what happens. I'm just gonna wing it.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we at least get the weekly cover.
It will be that if I only had to do a 5-minute deal.
Patches. She's upset because Shepard didn't actually come to see her. How y'all doing? Right the fuck on. I think that went well. How y'all doing over here? Sorry, I didn't turn on the radio again, did I? I'm gonna sit here and drink some coffee. Ah, that was fun. That's my first time on cameras. We'll see how it looks after production. Floor gets a hold of it. Did y'all have fun? Yay! How you doing, Rebels? That was pretty cool, huh? I've been trying to get somebody to fucking talk about this for a long time, and this guy used to work for Alex Jones. Oh, look, I got his damn lighter. I told him to grab his lighter. You saw it here first. Fuck. You know, because look, I hope he cuts in the stuff about 17 or 48 hertz because he wanted me to talk about it a lot. And it's the most important thing I think that we talked about too. I agree. I mean, that just goes right down to the root of it. It's motherfucking magnet, baby. Who been deleted? I didn't delete nothing. Lighters are fair play. They are today. I told him to get the damn thing. How you like that? He came in and gave me a blunt. I was like, yeah. Rolled in a palm leaf. That tasted different. I mean, it tasted nice and smooth. I liked it. A lot better than a blunt. I'm not a big fan of blunts, even though I smoke cigars. I'd rather have my marijuana by itself, not with my tobacco, personally. So did I miss anything? That's the question. Let me see what our quakes are looking like. The mama was hot earlier. That Long Valley. No. Uh-oh, John's making accidents happen. So I'm not going to blow the rest of the night. I got to reset up my kiln and shit, and I'll do that tomorrow. Actually, I might not. I'm getting my teeth pulled tomorrow. I'm not going to blow glass the rest of the week. Almost forgot. Hmm. See, it's 11 o'clock, and it wouldn't get hot until not tonight. It's all right. I already did work before. See, I'm glad I started before Shepard got here because it was more like an interview tonight than it was last night. You got some initial footage, but I think the sound was better tonight because he had that little portable mic. Patches alert.
Who, Alex Jones? No, I don't think he works with Alex Jones anymore. I don't know. Alex Jones might be in this too. I have no idea. I really don't. I don't even know where the guy came from. He just got a hold of me and said, I'm leaving Dallas to come see you. Somebody in here, friend of ours, gave him my information, and he didn't even know what he was coming into. Who would? He's never even seen the moon flip yet. But he's going to be driving across the country, so he'll be having plenty of time to watch it. Well, the guy that was just here, he made Shade was one of his movies. He's got a couple, a few. But Shade, I guess, about chemtrails was his movie. He did that. And his partner used to work with Alex Jones too, or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know the guy. I just I hope he takes and uses that footage good. I hope he uses the information. I hope he gets a hold of me and gets pictures of the Dingley Cobra. Because people need to know the truth. The raw symbol. Yes, he wasn't a god. He was a son. Oh, Jesus.
Acquired the cup of Elijah filled with wine was set on the seder table of Jesus and his disciples. The ceremonial meal is described in Mark chapter 14. Conducting the seder, Jesus took bread. Oh, that's where they got matzo balls from, huh? The balls of Jesus, matzo balls. That's what Jews love. Yes. Tasty. Put them in your mouth and suck them. And made the blessing and broke it and gave pieces of it to his disciples.
Did he make another video?
And he took the cup, and when he had thanks, he gave it to them. And they all drank from it. Yeah, fucked up like Jerry's kids. Pass that shit over here, Jesus. Oh, yeah, this shit's going to be rough for you tomorrow, buddy. So without doubt, the cup of Elijah was there, but Da Vinci chose not to show it.
What do you want?
And this
what do you want, our dog?
which could only be
What do you
based
want, your hound dog? Hey, nothing but a hound dog. Hound dog. Your hound dog. Your hound dog. Your hound dog. Barking dog.
Stands an inexplicable gap to the right of Jesus. And the disciple is right.
What do you want, hound dog? What are you barking me for? Hound dog.
Between
Hound dog. Both of them. Both of them. Hound dog.
the thoroughly theologically correct Da Vinci implied that an unseen Elijah did come through the open window of Jesus. That was his.
Barking dog.
Elijah,
Barking
the rabbi suggests,
hound dog.
did return
Hound dog. Barking.
and heralded the proceeding of the
Barking
anointed
whining.
king of the house of David,
Barking. Barking
and
whining.
thus confirmed when he arrested
Hound
Jesus,
dog.
was
Hound
brought
dog.
before the Roman governor and asked
Hound
him,
dog.
"Thou the
Hound
king
dog
of the
bastard.
Jews?" And Jesus said unto them, "Thou sayest."
What?
The
Timmy's in the
sentence
what?
to die on the cross was evident.
How did Timmy get in the
When
hole?
Jesus raised the cup of wine and made the required blessing, he said to his disciples, according
Who
to
put
Mark
Timmy in the
14,
well,
24,
Patsy?
"This
I'm
is
looking
my
at
son
you.
of the New Testament."
Looking at you, Patsy.
If these were his exact words,
put
he did
Timmy in
not
the well?
mean to say that they were to drink wine turned to blood, a faith transgression of one of the strictest programs of Judaism from the earliest times, for blood is the soul. What he said or meant to say was that the wine in this cup, the cup of Elijah, was a testament, a confirmation of his bloodline. And Da Vinci depicted it convincingly by his disappearance, presumably in a way by the visiting Elijah. The vanished cup has been a favorite subject of authors over the century. The tale becomes legend. The Crusaders sought it. Knights Templar found it. It was brought over to Europe. The cup became a goblet, a chalice. The chalice representing the royal blood, the sang real in French, and becoming sang real, the Holy Grail, or had it after all never left Jerusalem. And from what I understand, the Grail is not even actually a cup itself. It's like
lost her mind.
A tablet, it's like something to do with magical incantations and being able to conjure up demons and everything else as it is. So that's why I think that painting is that way, is because Elijah appeared in spirit form.
Or a hound dog.
The continued subjugation and intensified
Hound dog.
challenging rebellion. It took Rome's greatest generals and best legions 7 years to defeat little Judea and reach Jerusalem. In AD 70, after a prolonged siege and a fierce hand-to-hand battles, the Romans breached the temple's defenses, and the commanding general Titus ordered the temple put to the torch. Though resistance continued elsewhere for another 3 years, the Jewish Great Revolt was over. The triumphant Romans were so jubilant that they commemorated the victory with a series of coins that announced to the world Judea Capita, Judea captured, and erected a victory archway in Rome depicting the looted temple's ritual objects. But during each year of independence, Jewish coins were struck with the legend Year 1, Year 2, etc., for the freedom of Zion, showing fruits of the land as decorative themes. Inexplicably, the coins of Year 2 and 3 bore the image of a chalice.
There is no
Was
well,
the Holy
Patches.
Grail still in
I don't believe
Jerusalem?
you, Patches. There is no well. She keeps saying Timmy's in the well. I've been out there looking. There ain't no well.
Chapter 16.
Who the fuck is
Armageddon
Timmy?
and prophecies of the return. Will they return? When will they return? These questions have been asked of me countless times, they being the Anunnaki
They
gods
never left.
whose saga has filled my books. The answer to the first question is yes. There are clues that need to be heeded, and the prophecies of the return need to be fulfilled. The answer to the second question has preoccupied mankind ever since the watershed events in Jerusalem more than 2,000 years ago. But the question is not only if and when, what will the return signal? What will it bring with it? Will it be a benevolent coming, or as when the deluge was looming, bring about the end?
Probably a little bit of both.
Which prophecies will come true?
Benevolent coming.
A messianic time?
When was
a
that
second
ever
coming,
happen? When did
a
that
new
ever
beginning,
happen?
or perhaps a catastrophic apocalypse?
Benevolent coming. Every time they come, they
The
fucking
ultimate
kill
end,
somebody.
Armageddon. It is the last possibility that shifts these prophecies from the realm of theology, eschatology, or mere...
Damn straight, I'm pausing it. I'm pausing it. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Oh. Turn that off. I could turn that off. Hound dog. Hound dog. Hound dog. Hound dog. Barking. Hound dog barking. You too, Chico. Little hound dog. Chico's just a little hound dog. He barks all the time, too. So you just can't hear him. What are you doing? What are you doing on my bed? You peed on my pillow. Get out on my bed. Go on. Hey, your daddy ain't took you out to poop yet?
No, never.
Hey, man.
Never.
Take the dogs out. Brush your tooth. Just one. Pick one. Pick one tooth. Brush it. What the fuck do you want? You're too short to have me. You're too short with that little stubby tail of yours. The fuck are you wagging at? Did you love me? Just love me. What are you doing? He's stinky. He smells like a dog. He smells like a little stinky dog. Go tell him. Go tell him. Go tell him. Go tell him. Tell him, say, I got poop. I got poop outside. I got poop. I got poop. I got poop. I got poop. Chico, I got poop. I got poop. I got poop. Where's Kitty, Chico? Where's Kitty? Is he in the well? Fucking crazy dogs. Patches. You're hurting my ears. You too, Chico. Hey, Seamus.
You're not telling me to do anything.
I am.
It's not.
You.
You're not
Come
telling
here.
me anything.
Sit. Sit.
You're not hearing her telling me anything.
Sit. Nope. Sit. Oh, there's your little girl. Sit. No. Sit. I was going to give you a tater chip. You're out running around. You're probably going to be barking in a minute.
You're a patch. You're huge.
There you go.
You are huge.
There you go.
Huge.
Cow dog. Cow dog.
Well, it's an elephant dog.
You got stripes on your spots, dog.
Oh God, cow zebra. Cow zebra dog.
Yes, she does.
She's a cow zebra dog.
What? What?
Cow zebra dog.
So she's in heat. I'm going to go walk him
Curiosity.
because there's other dogs in the yard.
Mankind's very
I'll be back.
survival.
She's a cow
For
zebra dog.
Armageddon,
Look
a
at her.
term that has come to denote a war of unimagined calamitous scope, is in fact the name of a specific place in a land that has been subjected to threats of nuclear annihilation. In the 21st century BCE, a war of the kings of the East against the kings of the West was followed by a nuclear calamity. 21 centuries later, when BCE changed to AD, mankind's fears were expressed in a scroll hidden in a cave near the Dead Sea that described a great and final war of the sons of the light against the sons of darkness. Now again, in the 21st century AD, a nuclear threat hangs over the very same historical place. It is enough reason to ask, will history repeat itself? Does history repeat itself in some mysterious way every 21 centuries? A war in annihilating conflagration has been depicted as a part of the end of days scenario in Ezekiel chapters 38 through 39. Through Gog of the land of Magog, or Gog and Magog, are foreseen as the principal instigators in that final war. The list of combatants that shall be sucked into the battles encompassed virtually every nation of note. And the focus of the conflagration shall be the dwellers of the navel of the earth, the people of Jerusalem, according to the Bible, but the people of Babylon as a replacement for Nippur to those from whom the clock stopped there. It is a spine-chilling realization that Ezekiel's list of those widespread nations that will engage in the final war, Armageddon, actually begins with Persia, the very country which is today's Iran, whose leaders seek nuclear weapons with which to wipe off the face of the earth the people who dwell where Megiddo is. Oh, so there's Zechariah buying into the Iran wants to wipe Israel off the face of the map propaganda. Let's see how he spins this. Who is that Gog of the land of Magog? Well, that's Bush and George W. Bush, isn't it? And why does that prophecy from 2.5 millennia ago sound so much like current headlines? Does the accuracy of such details in the prophecy point to when, to our time, to our century? Armageddon, the final war of Gog and Magog, is also an essential element of the end of days scenario of the New Testament's prophetic book, Revelation. It compares the instigators of the apocryphal events to two beasts, one of which can make fire come down from heaven to earth inside of men. Only an enigmatic clue is given for its identity. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast. It is the number of a man, and his number is 666. Many have attempted to decipher the mysterious number 666, assuming it is a coded message pertaining to the end of days, because the book was written when the persecution of Christians in Rome began. The accepted interpretation is that the number was a code for the oppressor Emperor Nero, the numerical value of whose name in Hebrew, Neron Quasar, added up to 666. The fact that he had been to the space platform in Baalbek, possibly to inaugurate the temple to Jupiter there, in the year 60 AD may or may not have been a bearing on that 666 puzzle. That there could be more to 666 than a connection to Nero is suggested by the intriguing fact that 600, 60, and 6 are all basic numbers of the Sumerian sexagesimal system. So that the code might hark back to some earlier texts. There were 600 Anunnaki. Anu's numerical rank was 60. Ishkur, Adad's rank was 6. Then if the three numbers are to be multiplied rather than added, we get 666 equals 666 equals 216,000, which is the familiar 2,160 zodiacal age times 100, a result that can be speculated on endlessly. Oh, that makes sense. So that the 666 could pertain to a Sumerian code, which pertained to some of these Anunnaki. Boy, that would make a lot of sense as to why they wanted the antiquities from the World Trade Center. They wanted the antiquities from everywhere. Because they're trying to crack this. See, I get it now. Okay, they're trying to crack this code and trying to figure out who this is. For the scheduled return. I bet they're trying. That's what the whole thing with the Stargates are too. They're gonna open up this Stargate using this Sumerian technology, and they're gonna open something up, and something's gonna crawl out. They're not gonna be able to fucking put back in. I just be funny to watch it happen. Then there is the puzzle that when 7 angels reveal the sequence of future events, they do not link them to Rome; they link them to Babylon. The conventional explanation has been that, like the 666 was a code for the Roman ruler, so was Babylon a code word for Rome. Babylon's a code word for fucking America, I think.
Yeah, it is.
But Babylon was already gone for centuries when Revelation was written, and Revelation, speaking of Babylon, unmistakably links the prophecies
at least one of them
to the great river Euphrates, even describing how the 6th angel poured out his vial upon the great river Euphrates, drying it up so that the kings of the east would be joined in the fighting. The talk is of a city of a land on the Euphrates, not on the Tiber River. Since Revelation's prophecies are of the future, one must conclude that Babylon is not a code. Babylon means Babylon, a future Babylon that will get involved in the War of Armageddon, which verse 16:16 correctly explains as the name of a place in Hebrew tongue, Har Megiddo, Mount Megiddo in Israel, a war involving the Holy Land. If that future Babylon is indeed today's Iraq, the prophetic verses are again chilling. Whereas they foretell current events leading to the fall of Babylon after a brief but awesome war, they predict the breakup of Babylon or Iraq into 3 parts.
I think it's
like the book of Daniel, which predicted phases of tribulations and trying stages of the process, so has Revelation tried to explain the enigmatic Old Testament prophecies by describing a first messianic age with a first resurrection lasting around 1,000 years, followed by a satanic reign of 1,000 years when Gog and Magog will engage in an immense war. And then a second messianic time and another resurrection, and thus the second coming. Unavoidably, these prophecies triggered a frenzy of speculation as the year 2000 AD approach, speculation regarding the millennium as a point in time
Yeah.
in the history of mankind and the earth when prophecies would come true.
Want to sniff my sock? No.
Besieged with millennium questions
I ain't
as
gonna
the year
charge you.
2000 neared, I told my audiences that nothing will happen in 2000,
I love you.
and not only because the true millennium point, counting from the birth of
Hey.
Jesus, has already passed, Jesus having been born by all scholarly calculations in 67 BCE. The main reason for my opinion was that the prophets appeared to envision not a linear timeline, year 1, year 2, year 900, and so on, but a cyclical repetition of events.
We'll be the child in front of the people.
The fundamental belief that the first things shall be the last things, something that can happen only when history and historical time move in a circle where the start point is the end point and vice versa.
You want to fight?
Inherent in this cyclical plan of history is the concept of God as an everlasting divine entity who had been present at the beginning when heaven and earth were created and who will be there at the end of days,
Not my bed.
when his kingdom shall be renewed upon his holy mount.
She
It is
thinks.
expressed in repeated
She's
statements from
trying
the
all day,
earliest
yeah.
Bible assertions to the latest prophets, as when God announced through
No.
Isaiah,
Hope you
I
don't
am
want pillow
he, I
yet.
am the first and also
He's
the
the reason
last.
she's
I
not
am.
allowed on it.
From the
Where'd you
beginning, the ending I foretell, and from the ancient times, the things that are not yet done.
Yeah,
And
when he
equally
goes
so
upstairs,
twice
don't worry,
in the New
Chico, I'll open
Testament's
the
book
front
of
door, you can
Revelation.
go out and play.
I am
Here you
Alpha
go,
and
Chico.
Omega, the beginning and the end, saith the Lord,
He's like,
which
my
is and
home.
which was and which will be.
He's like, my home.
Indeed, the basis for prophecy was the belief in the end, that the end, rather, was anchored in the beginning, that the future could be predicted because the past was known, if not to man, then to God. I am the one
She's
from
just
who from
Ah.
the beginning tells the end, Yahweh said.
Go lay down over there.
The prophet Zechariah foresaw
Yeah,
God's
you know,
plans for the future, the last days in terms of the past, the first days. This belief, which is restated in the Psalms, in Proverbs, and in the book of Job,
Chico pee on my pillow.
was viewed as a universal divine plan for the
my
whole
pillow
earth
is my woman.
and
Get
all
off
its
my bed.
nations. The prophet Isaiah, envisioning
I
the
know
earth's
you.
nations gathered to
Yeah.
find out what is in store.
He
He
can't take
described
his
them
eyes
as
off of
asking
her.
each other,
You found his home.
who among us can tell the future by letting us hear the first things? That this was a universal tenet is shown in the collection of Assyrian prophecies. When the god Nabu told the Assyrian king Esarhaddon, the future shall be like the past.
Baby loves you, daddy.
This cyclical element of the biblical prophecies of the return leads us to one current answer to the question of
That's it.
when.
We're going to fight.
A cyclical revolving of historical time was found, this the reader will call, in Mesoamerica, resulting from the meshing that begins the wheels of two calendars,
He thinks he owns
creating the bundle of 52 years, on the occurring of which, after an unspecified number of turns, Quetzalcoatl, aka Thoth or Ningish Zeta, promised to return.
I'm going to eat you.
And that introduces us
He loves you.
I know. He thinks he
to the so-called
You
Mayan
think that-
prophecies,
Okay.
according to which the end of days will come about in 2012
No,
AD.
the duck is not for sale.
The prospect that the prophesied crucial date is almost at hand
Get
has
him,
naturally
Chico.
attracted much interest and merits explaining and analyzing.
He's just happy to be in a
The
lab.
claimed date arises from the fact that in that year, depending on how one calculates,
He does.
But
He knows
the
it.
time unit called Bactin
there's a lab.
will complete
Right there.
its 13th term.
He's only
Since a Bactune lasts 144,000 days, it is some kind of a milestone. Some errors or fallacious attempts in this scenario need to be pointed out.
Get his belly.
The first is that the Bactune belongs not to the two meshing calendars
Alarm clock. You're going to get up early.
with the 52-year
stuff.
promise, the
Yep.
Cobb and the Tzolk'in,
Right now.
but to a
Before I
third and much
forget,
older calendar
Set my
called the
motherfucking
Long
alarm
Count.
clock for early baby time.
It was introduced by the Olmecs, Africans who had come to Mesoamerica when Thoth was exiled from Egypt,
You're going to.
and the count of
Give it,
days
Chico.
actually began with that event. So
Let me
that
see.
day
Let
one
me
of
look
the
at
long
this.
count was in what we
Oh,
date
yeah, you're
as
fucked.
August 3113
All week you're getting
BCE.
up at 7:20.
Glyphs in that calendar represented the following sequence of units.
King bubble wrap.
1 kin equals 1 day. 1 unal equals
They're both
20
looking at me
days.
like, don't you dare pop it.
1
Don't pop.
tune equals 360 days, and
That's
1
about
cat
perfect
tune
size
equals
for a bubble.
7,200 days. A back tune is 144,000 days, and a pick tune is 2,880,000 days. These
Go
units, each a multiple of the previous
your light
one,
out.
thus contained
Did you lock the door?
continue beyond the back tune
I'm gonna beat you.
with ever-increasing glyphs.
Nope, and I never
But since
got-
Mayan monuments never reached beyond 12 back tunes,
Get him, Chico.
whose 1,728,000 days were already beyond the Mayan existence,
Bug patches.
the 13th back tune
God,
appears
don't,
as a real
please.
milestone.
She's being good.
Besides, Mayan lore purportedly
her
held that
dark.
the present
that light out and
sun
go to
or
bed.
age would end with the 13th back tune. So when its number of days, 144,000,
Chico. What the fuck did you drop him on
13
his head?
equals 1,872,000 is divided by 365.25.
Uh-oh, math.
It results in the passage of 5,125 years. When the BCE 33113 is deducted, the result is the year AD 2012. This is an exciting as well as an ominous prediction, but that date has also been challenged already a century ago
No.
by scholars like Fritz Buck, El Caliandro Maya, El de Cultura de Tiwanaku, who pointed out that as the above list indicates, the multiplier and thus the divider should be the calendar's own mathematically perfect 360 and
Hail out on
not
my bed.
365.25. That way, the
Chico peed
1,872,000
on my
days
pillow last week.
result in 5,200 years, a perfect result,
Pillow.
because it represents exactly 100 bundles of Thoth's magical number 52. Thus calculated, Thoth's magical year of the return would be AD 2087. One could stand even that weight. The only fly in the ointment is that the long count is a linear time count and not the required cyclical one. So that its counted days could roll
Get
on
down.
to the 14th back tune
Don't even
and the
play me.
15th back tune and so on. All that, however, does not eliminate the
No.
significance of a prophetic
You
millennium.
can lay down by her.
Since the source of millennium as an eschatological
Freak
time
out,
had its
Chico.
origins in Jewish apocryphal writings from the 2nd century BCE, the
Nope, you ain't
search
getting
for
my
the
lap
meaning
either.
must shift in
Nope.
that direction.
You peed on my pillow.
In fact, the reference to 1,000 or a millennia as a
Fucking
defining
dog.
era
You peed on
had
my
its
pillow.
roots way back in the Old Testament Deuteronomy,
I told you off
assigned
my
to a
bed.
duration
You
of
go lay
God's
down.
covenant with Israel,
There
a
you
period
go.
of
You got a
1,000
bed over there.
generations. An assertion
Thank you.
repeated when the Ark of the Covenant was brought to Jerusalem by David.
She's in heat. He's
Psalms
going to follow her
repeatedly
around anywhere she
applied the
goes.
number
He's too short to
1,000
do anything, though.
to
Funny as
Yahweh,
fuck.
his wonders,
Her poor
and even
leg.
to his chariot. But the Anunnaki came and went during a
poor
window of
kneecap,
opportunity when
to be
Nibiru
specific.
arrived at Perigee, nearest the sun and thus closest to the Earth and Mars, is so obvious
Yes, I do have him.
that some readers of mine used to simply deduct 3,600 from
Chico.
4,000 as a round date for Anu's last visit,
If you pee on my door, I'm
resulting
going
in
to freak
400
out.
BCE, or deduct 3,600 from 3,760 when the
No, don't be
calendar
coming
began,
over here wagging your tail.
as the Maccabees did, and arrive at 160 BCE. Either way, the
God.
next arrival of Nibiru is way in the distant future.
It
In
is
fact, as the
not.
reader now knows, Nibiru arrived earlier, circa 560 BCE. When considering that digression, one must keep in mind that
Sitchin's
the
a
perfect
crackhead.
SAR 3600 has always been a
His math.
mathematical orbital period.
His
The
third level
celestial orbits of
geometry's
planets,
fucked.
comets, asteroids digress from orbit to orbit due to the gravitational tug of other planets near which they pass. To use the well-tracked Halley's Comet as an example, its given period for 75 years actually fluctuates from 74 to 76. When it last appeared in 1986, it was 76 years. I remember that. I was 10. I remember I went out.
Yep, I
camping
remember
something
Halley's
and-
Comet too. And they said about Halley's Comet, it was 6 months late and they blamed Planet X. They really did. I remember that. It was a big story when I was a kid. I was like, what the fuck is Planet X? It's like, don't worry about it. It's nothing. It's NASA. No, NASA. They blamed Planet X when Halley's Comet was fucking 6 months late from their prediction.
because they predicted it 6 months late. NASA did, and they blamed Planet X. I remember that shit. So Planet X slowed down fucking Haley's comet. I remember that shit distinctly as a kid. And they actually used Planet X as the term, not Nebaru or anything. They said Planet X. And I was just a young kid, man. I can't even remember how old I was when they said that shit. And what the fuck year was that? I don't even remember. I was just a young kid anyway. Born in '68. I wasn't old at all when Haley's Comet went by. And I remember reading that myself in the fucking newspaper. So as a kid, I used to read everything. But yeah, it ain't just a planet. It's the system. It's a whole fucking system. It's a big system. We're just teenies. Anyways, I remember that too.
You could actually see it with binoculars. I remember getting to see it, and I remember people saying, "Well, remember this because it won't be around for another, you know." You remember when you saw Haley's
80
Comet? I
years.
remember it was a big deal, you know.
Yep.
So yeah, I saw Haley's Comet. It will come again when I'm 86 years old. I have already shuffled off this mortal coil by then.
Yep, something like that.
But I guess with the life extension technologies we got now, I just might see it. You never know, right? Man, I got over there before any of that. Extend Halley's digression in the Nibiru 3600, and you get a plus minus variant of about 50.
But look, 10 years ago, we weren't really having comets. And then we started having a flood of comets. We had like 100 comets come in like a year or so. And NASA comes out with this story. Sean ain't here, so we can talk about this. About Lazarus fucking comets. Just within the last few years. And it's like Lazarus comets being revived from the fucking asteroid belt because of fucking Jupiter's gravity. And I'm all like, that doesn't even make any motherfucking sense. Lazarus comets dormant millions of years and then being revived by Jupiter's gravity. Anyway, that was a story of why we were seeing so many comets. Because when Haley's Comet come around, like he said, it was a big deal. That's the only comet you're ever going to see in your lifetime, they'd tell us. Fuck, man. You're seeing a comet every other day. They got a fucking comet coming in. What do you think's pushing them fucking comets in? Ron Horace. Everybody's worried about an asteroid. I'm like, man. Me losing weight? I don't know. It might be. I don't know. I haven't looked at a scale in a long time. But fucking, they was telling us we'd only see one comet in our life. I am wearing the same shirt I had to wear on yesterday there, Reeble. I've lost a lot of weight. Well, not really a lot of weight, a lot of girth. I used to be a muscular dude, but muscle don't really weigh that much. So I haven't really lost much weight. I've just never had any fat on my body. Studio page. I'm glad I got out of that business. Studio camera. What do you want? What? No, you go over there and lay down. You've got your own bed. You're worse than she is. You know that.
Okay, maybe just for a minute. Come on. You think you can get up here? You gonna get? Nope. You can do it. You can do it. You just okay. Fine. I'll help. God, now I'm helping him steal my lap. What are you doing? What do you want? You want love? You want love after you peed on my pillow? How you want to pee on my pillow? Just because she's in heat. Hmm? Well, he's upset. She won't give him time of day. She's tired of him humping her leg. Who is who? Wait a minute. Who's who? Who's he what? Vampires? Well, I've never met one. I don't know. I've never met one. Not like a Dracula vampire, anyway. I've met people that can suck your energy dry. Like Chico here. No, he just eating. I just kidding. He all stuck no bodies. Little Chico, he'll suck all the love right out of you. He'll just be like, I want it all. He'll sit in your lap until it's gone. And he'll go off and eat dinner. He'll just go off and eat dinner. He'll be like, I got love. I got all the love. Have I seen werewolves? No, I used to have a timber wolf named Lightning, though, for 14 years. He was a beautiful dog. He had brindle and stripes in his brindle. It was beautiful. I've never seen a werewolf. I'm not going to discount them. I'm not going to discount vampires. I'm just saying I've never seen one. What do you want? What? What? You're just pushing up on me now? Like you plan on staying here this night? You getting all my love? Chico. Chico's a little werewolf. He got fangs and he get ugly sometimes. When you do things he doesn't like, he'll let you know. He'll bay at the wolf at the moon, scare off all the bad guys. Don't you? Don't you? Tough guy. He thinks he's bigger than Patches. Patches sometimes thinks he's bigger than her. Dogmen, maybe little men dogs. What do you think, Chico? You don't? Chico says he just don't think. Werewolf in the girls' dormitory. It's a good movie. Uh oh. Anubis on steroids. They're like Arnold Schwarzenegger if he was an Anubis. Oh, he's teeny. He's teeny. What are you doing? He says he missed me today. I don't know why. I'm always mean to him. No, I got you. I got you done. I got you done. I got you done. When I first got him, he got this little bent tail. Come here, Sticky. See that? I thought the lady that owned him had slammed his tail in the door or something. I come find out that's actually the mark of a purebred Chihuahua. Chico's worth money. And when we moved here, the way I found out is because I was getting my weed off of this guy named Nacho. And man, old Nacho took one look at Chico and goes,
You know, my wife would probably kill you over that dog right there. He goes, if you ever want, first thing he said to me is, you ever want to sell that dog, man, let me know. Said my wife would love him. I'm like, oh shit. Better keep an eye out on Chico. Genetically created in the lab. See, now if something like that does exist, I think maybe they might have been because they created some crazy shit in their labs and they said so. Whatever happened to those crazy things? I don't know. They didn't say, did they? You are on my bed. Uh-huh. Look at him. He's sneaky. He thinks he's sneaky. Seen his ass jump up there. Sasquatch. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I wouldn't want to hang out with no Sasquatches. I hear they'll rip you in half. I'm not kidding. I believe Sasquatch exists. Why not, man? Loch Ness Monster, all that shit. Why the fuck not? Problem is, while everybody's out running around looking for monsters, we got real ones in the legislature telling us what to do. Everybody's listening. See how that works? I know where the monsters are, except for the werewolves. I'm not sure where they are. We could actually classify the U.S. government and the Crown Vatican D.C. Corporation as a vampire, though. We could actually do that. I can tell you where the vampires be. We'll go that route. Blood sucking cocksuckers. Yeah, I'm sure they probably do, man. And Sasquatch, I'm sure they do. I mean, why wouldn't they? We got fossil records that look like them motherfuckers. I mean, fuck, they got footprints that you can't fucking fake. I mean, fuck, if you looked at it once, you'd be like, okay, yeah, there's probably something like that out there. They're eating people. I don't know if they're eating people. I'm just saying they're big enough to. What the fuck? I seen one. No way, Reevels. You have a good night, brother. Thank you. It's always a pleasure having you hanging out. I am almost packed with my final bowl. I'm heading out myself soon. I will be sleeping. Sleeping. So I'm getting 4 teeth pulled tomorrow. And you can't talk me out of it. I'm getting the metal took out of my head. And I figure he's gonna numb up one side of my head. I want all 4 of them fucking bottom teeth took out at the same time. So I am definitely not going to be blowing glass this week.
I'm going to get myself a denture plate. I'll show it off. I'm tired of fighting with my teeth. I have metal fillings in all my molars, and half of them fell out. The other half need to come out. So I'm just going to have them pulled instead of fixed again. Tired of dealing with tooth pain. I mean, look, I've had tooth pain since the moment I got them fillings put in. Think about it. Every time I bite into something metal or hit it wrong with a fork or something cold, something hot, what hurts? Your fucking fillings. And that's been all my life, man. I'm tired of it. And if it ain't that, that motherfucker's just throbbing in your head. I'm like, all right, look, take these motherfuckers out. So we're doing that tomorrow. We're doing it. Yeah, no suck. That's why I said no glass blowing for a week. I did that once. Ouch. No dry socket here. That stuff is not for me. And the tooth, man, the fucking tooth, that shit can kill you. Fucking tooth infected and shit. I mean, I'm not too worried about it killing me, except from fucking pain. Not right at the moment, but I mean, that could change tomorrow because I mean, these guys. It depends on what day it is if that motherfucker's going to hurt or not. You too, Rebel. Glad you made it for the interviews and all that excitement. If I feel like talking, I'll let y'all know how I'm doing tomorrow after my dentist appointment. Well, that's another thing too. Yeah, I want the metal out of my head. Yeah, mercury is one of the most deadly poisons known to mankind. Or deadly substances. Anyways, it's a fucking metal. But I mean, you can touch it and soak it into your bloodstream, and boom, you're dead. It's not good stuff for you. That's been long established, and they wash all this stuff in mercury. They say they have to, and you don't. You don't have to. You don't have to make fucking vaccine at all. You just wash your hands and flush your toilet. You'd be all right. I'm convinced. Look, disease disappeared with the hot running water and good sewage. Period. That's where I'm at with it. For God's sake, we don't have open sewage anymore. Go figure. Why was everybody getting sick? Fucking walking around in shit. Yeah, they look to treat a symptom. They don't look to treat the disease. And as long as the symptom that they're treating is less than the symptoms the medicine gives you, that's a plus. I've, I've seen some of them that cause anal leakage. And I'm like, I don't want that. Oh, God. I think it was some kind of diet drug or some shit. I was on the commercial there, and it causes anal. And that was at one time they had the fucking uh, potato chips that would make you fucking shit weird. I was like, what the fuck is that? They cause anal leakage. You got problems. You got anal leakage. What's the trade off on that? Yeah, you don't want that, do you? Yeah, they want you sick. Hey, look at me. I was taking fucking painkillers for degenerative discs and fucking, people running red lights and smacking me into hard objects. It hurt. And, it still hurts, but I'd rather live. I mean, fuck, man, it was killing my liver. It was killing my fucking liver. So even through the toothaches and shit, man, I'll get swelled up some days, but I just fucking deal with it. I'll throw the peroxide in there and boil the fuck out of it. But I'm fine. I'm finally tired of messing with it. I'm like, just pull the whole fucking side out. So I'm gonna go get it done tomorrow. I'm actually kind of excited about it. Fentanyl. See, there you go, Valerie. My friend Angel's mom just got off of fentanyl a couple years ago now. She was on it. I thought she was going to die of it. They wanted me on it. They want me on fentanyl. Every time I go into the fucking doctor, they're like, "Oh, well, we almost killed you with the fucking opiates. How about you let us put the patch on your ass?" I'm thinking, my typical response: "Fuck off." I got marijuana. Thank you very much. So now at this point, though, they can't even find the damaged liver enzyme in my body, but they can see where I'm on the no donate list because I had hepatitis, and they're just standing around scratching their head. I ain't scratching my head. It's not a fucking mystery. I eat green butter. I eat well. I haven't taken their fucking medications in fucking 30 years. Almost. I've been clean for like 25 to 28 years. I don't know. I lost count. A long time. A couple years before my daughter was born, I was off of everything. And man, my body healed itself. What can I say? Oh, the Oxycontin, yeah, that's no good. Those are rough, man. They glue you right to the couch, Andy. They glue you to the couch. You start moving, and you start feeling sick. You're so fucked up. I know that's how I felt. I mean, I felt like fucking puking half the fucking day because I wanted to move. Every time I'd move my head, I'd get like, ugh. I was worthless. So I had to make the decision, what the fuck am I going to do? I'm going to live. And the doctors, all of them wanted to fucking operate on my back. I was like, no. Everybody I've ever spoken to, even as a kid, man, would tell me, don't get your back operated on unless you're in a wheelchair. Well, I wasn't in a wheelchair, so guess what? I never got my back operated on, and I'm glad I didn't. Every time I hear somebody got that back operation, they're like, man, the fucking pain's worse than it was. I'm not gonna go for the back operation unless motherfucking I'm already in a goddamn hospital or in a wheelchair. I can't walk. You know what I mean? Granted, there's days I'll cramp up, I can't even get out of bed. But today ain't one of them. Usually I'm cramp and get out of bed. If there's every day I can't, then I guess I'll think about it. See, a few back surgeries, a few. See, that's a few. That's rough. And I'm going back in to fix something they missed, or going back in to fix something they fucked up. And you get that first one, you fucking up. In my book, I've seen it. His grandmother on his mother's side had one. Man, she can barely walk, and it's because of the damn operation. Yeah, mercury is bad for tooth fillings. Then they want to fucking drill holes in your head after they pull your tooth out and plant fucking metal in there again. Screw metal into your bone. Yeah, that's a good treatment. No, give me a fucking plate that I can take out of my mouth after I eat my dinner. I don't give a fuck if I got a full mouth of teeth. Really, I don't. As long as I can eat my dinner, I don't give a fuck. I got my smile teeth. My fucking molars are getting out of my head though. I'm tired of the pain. Tired of the fucking pain. Can't take it no more. And they ain't no guarantee there's going to be a dentist in 15 years. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I don't know. Raw's here, folks. We're rocking and rolling, and fucking, I'm looking at the sunrise in the east when the sun's setting over here. Guess what? I'm getting my teeth pulled. Who was targeted? Oh, well, hey, ex-military marks the spot. Usually we have a little bit more information than the civilians around us, and that doesn't make for an easy retirement. Once a Marine, always a Marine, right? Very well may have been targeted. I don't know the situation. I'm just saying. Every one of us was targeted in action. Every fucking bullet that was shot at every fucking one of us was paid for by every one of our own mothers out of the tax dollars, because we got to fund our enemy. That's a problem. Yeah, see, that's a problem right there. He was smart. That's enemy number one right there. In some circles. Look how hard they work to make people not smart. They literally got whole cultures, and I'm not talking about fucking skin color. I'm talking about fucking hip hop cultures, which includes all skin colors. But that culture itself, across the whole rainbow of colors, is teaching their children how to twerk instead of read. And that's socially engineered. I saw the incremental fucking boiling pot on that one because I didn't like the smell of it when the Beastie Boys came around. Although I can bebop to some fucking brass monkey, the funky monkey. But I saw it.
with political correctness and rap coming in, I was like, oh shit, what the fuck happened to heavy metal? Operate on your ears. Oh yeah, Tim, I heard that. You ain't liking that much. I don't know, man. I just don't go to doctors in general unless I'm like gushing blood or something. It's life or death, or I'm just not seeing the doctor. One time I was sick with the flu real bad. This is like I was with his mother, as a matter of fact. So this is probably fucking 18, 20 years ago. I was so sick, I was delirious in the bathroom, sitting there talking to the trash can. Fucking, I guess I passed out. I woke up in the ambulance and they had me on the IV already. And I tried to talk him into turning the damn ambulance back around. I'm like, nah, man, I'm better. I'm better. Yeah, IV, I'm better. Rehydrate, I'm fine. He's like, motherfucker, settle down. You're having an arrhythmia spike right now. You're so fucking dehydrated. Because I couldn't keep anything down. You know how it is. Fucking every orifice of your body's leaking. So, like I said, I was talking to the trash can when I passed out. It was rough. So he's like, you're having an arrhythmia spike because you're so fucking dehydrated. I was like, no, I feel great. Take me home. Ah, fuck. They ran like 3 jugs of water in me and sent me home because I didn't want to stay there. And I actually felt better. I really did. I went home. I don't even think I puked again after that. I just rehydrated me. And, all right, I'm better. I have a pretty good immune system, and even if I got like creeping death, I might like feel like I'm going to die, but I usually bounce back the next day and I'm ready to play ball again. You eat right, you stay active, you're generally going to stay healthy. But yeah, sometimes when I get sick good, I guess. The motherfucker was like, oh, you fucking arrhythmia spike, you so dehydrated. I was like, all right, maybe I do need to go in there and get some juice. I don't need no heart attacks today. Get ready for 5G. What the hell's 5G, Haney? That's a military frequency. You're not talking about GWEN communication systems, are you? Homeschool. It's not that hard. How old's your kid? I homeschooled mine. I put him in the school at 12 years old. Listen to this. All right. I put my kid in here at 12 years old. He's had one vaccination shot in his life. It was an MMR, and it gave him a 3-hour seizure. I fought with the secondary doctor, and the big doctor come in and told him, look, you listen to the parent. I was like, yay.
I had already talked to him about the shots and shit. And so I'm dead. My son's not getting another vaccination ever. All right. So I was homeschooling my kid because of the same thing. And the core curriculum. The core curriculum's a goddamn embarrassment. Period. That it's even there. They should have. Y'all should have burned the schools down. That's all there is to it. I can't believe. Look, I wrote a poorly punctuated and structured freaking paragraph along with a side by side comparison of two core curriculum and the previous curriculum in North Carolina, and it literally resulted in the first unanimous decision in the entire legislature history. And that tells me that's because nobody else does that shit. Period. It's your fault. Your kids got the core curriculum. I'm going to tell you that right now. Because these little things like that, if you guys stand up in unison, they'll buckle on. And they'll be like, well, we can't. And they'll try to fucking do it a different way 5 to 10 years later. But you got to stand strong. That's how they do these things. The Common Core. That's right. I proved that it was dumbing down our children in a rainbow spectrum from K to 12 by the factor of 1,000. From English, science, math, social studies. Period. Next thing you know, I've got 3 senators wanting to talk to me because Davis calls me up and says, you know, that bill it resulted in the first fucking unanimous decision ever. I was like, cool. He goes, cool. Oh my God, it's unprecedented. He's like, you don't mind doing some more work for me, dude? It's like, I'm here to fucking change things for the right. I made it clear. He should have told me he knew about Red Dwarf G1.9 before all that bullshit. 3.5 years later. But I'm just saying, all I did was write a letter to the management. My kid out here in Colorado, I put him in school the first day. He's 12 years old. I put him in as a freshman. I stood strong. I was like, no, you need to test him as a freshman. Well, they were like, yeah, okay, we'll try it. And the first day of school was the first day after Christmas vacation, and they were giving their star tests. Well, he never, I was like, oh shit. They're going to give him one of these fucking tests. And he aced every one of them. Okay. The school counselor wanted to make him a senior last year, graduate him at fucking 15. He's probably going to be graduating about 15, maybe just turning 16 because he's there. He's got half a credit to get. And on this new program, he got initiated in Colorado. They've got a self-starter program now. And they're getting rid of the fucking core because the superintendent down here went down to the fucking governor's office and said, look, I got this fucking 14-year-old making a fool of my school right now, dude. And they changed shit right here in Colorado. So he is going to get free college as soon as he gets his graduate credits until the end of the school year when he actually gets his cap and gown. So he's going to end up with about 3/4 of free college credits because of this new program and shit. So pretty excited for my kid. And Colorado, I mean, if you got kids in school, you might want to think about getting them out of that core curriculum Colorado's working on. But it's not, what I'm getting at is it's not hard to teach your kids at school, at home, especially if they're younger age.
14, 15. Well, oh, years ago. But if they're younger age kids, oh my God, it's fun. It's fun to watch kids learn. It really is. Watch their eyes light up as they discover shit and figure out how to make 2 + 2 = 4 all by themselves. So you'll probably get more out of it than the kid, but it doesn't take that much. And online, there's all sorts of different uh, programs. I would suggest Khan Academy because it keeps track of what your child does, all the way up into planetary physics and college prep. And it's credible through the schools because the school systems also use some of the Khan Academy curriculum in their curriculum, but they don't use a lot of it. But it's credited because it's more than what the fucking schools are teaching them. There you go, CH. Khan Academy rocks, doesn't it? I really love that program right there. Very, very good shit. I really like it. The history programs are fun. Some of them are actually mostly accurate. But they do. They have classes that go all the way up into college and shit. And their school recognized, their curriculum recognized. Because they keep track of what you're doing, keep you graded, show how well you're doing in the course. Yeah, it's one of the best ones out there. And even with it, you can go down and you can look for worksheets. You can download free worksheets if you got a printer. I used to have a printer. I'd print out all kinds of shit. Have little worksheets for them: English, math, science, all kinds of cute little things when they're younger. I don't know how old your kids are, but when young man, you can find all kinds of material out there. You don't have to stick with just one curriculum. Hell, I used to go to yard sales and find geography books from college and teach them out of that. Why not? Fucking rock's a rock. He just wasn't gluing eyeballs to it and calling it Earth. Yeah, that's why we got to do this because we're one family and they keep us separated and confused. And you know, I'm glad I could help you out with that because I mean, honest to God, that's what you should probably do. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to teach your children at school or at home, especially if they're younger. Anyway, and even if you do send them to public school, oh my God, you're doing them a disservice if you're not teaching them at home, anyways. Because have you looked at the curriculum? God. So you might as well just, I mean, honest to God, in the long run, you might as well just teach them at home. I just pulled mine out of school last year because he's faster than his Algebra 2 teacher. They were unlearning him stuff, how cursive write, because they ain't teaching cursive writing. And yeah, like I said, the superintendent is a stand-up man out here in Otero County because he went to the fucking governor and said, you know what, I've had enough of this shit. And they worked on fixing the system.
We're working on fixing Colorado's education system. I can at least say that is fucking some stand-up shit. So I hands Yayo Terra fucking County. You got a good superintendent of schools. He actually has the students' best wishes in his heart. And I thought that was pretty cool. I haven't seen too many in the administration of schools that actually have a care for the students, unfortunately. And I have had plenty of experience as a politician in the other side of that. And this guy, he stand up and he has the best intent for the kids. And I can say that much. Yeah, some of the cursive language. Well, the languages do derive out of Arcadian text and the Latin text and stuff like that. You bet. They're just rebastardized like everything else we use. "2 years of college. That's a hell of a good deal, Kim." Every kid that graduates, they might need the 2 years of college to learn how to fucking read. I told the superintendent before he went and fixed things, I was pulling my kid out because they was unlearning shit. And the teachers can't even talk to the kids. Because what got my attention is my kid was failing English. And that's one of his stronger subjects. You know, he's like A's in English all the time. I'm like, man, that's what the fuck is going on here? And I thought he was fucking off because he got comfortable or something, you know, thinking all he's got to do is just get by or something. And I'm like, dude, what in the hell? He's like, I don't know. They're marking all this 0, 0, 0. I'm like, well, what the hell? Are you losing these papers? He's like, no, Dad. And so they don't do them in papers. They do them on Google Docs. And I'm all like, well, where the fuck is your work? And he's like, well, it's right here. And there it was. It was all timestamped too. So instead of first thing in the morning in class, the teacher would be like, do you got your homework? They kind of skipped all that. Teacher doesn't even think about it. She looks in her emails, and if she didn't get the email from the kid, they get a 0. And I'm thinking, and I asked her, I was like, well, all right, look, when I was a kid, I went to school. First fucking thing that teacher would say in the morning, and I hated it. Did you do your homework? Every class I went into, that was the first thing. Everybody do your homework. Hand in your homework. Yeah, homework. Okay, so that doesn't take too much effort. So what I'm seeing is this teacher doesn't see any homework. She didn't even fucking ask the class. And I asked her, I says, well, you know, they send you to school to learn how to teach these kids. Didn't they teach you how to ask them if they did their homework? She's like, well, you know, I need to start doing that. I was like, well, let me ask you this. I said, is there any way that you can actually go into these students' Google Docs and check and see if they've done their homework? I said, you're the teacher. And she's like, well, you know, I don't even know. And I was like, okay, so not only are you guys unteaching them things, you guys don't even know what's going on in your own system. So I pulled him out of school and told his principal or his superintendent what I was doing. I told him, I said, look, I've worked with your graduates because if you know, I went and worked at McDonald's and what you call it, Carl's Jr. there for a little bit. I was working with some of these graduates. Oh my God. I told him, I said, dude, if you fight me on this, I'll embarrass you. He's like, I ain't gonna fight you. I ain't gonna blame you. I'm gonna go up and see what we can do about this. And he did. He changed policy in Colorado with the fucking governor up here. And I put Seamus back into school. I was like, all right, I can deal with that. He's gonna get free college. Shit. Like I said, and they're gonna let him graduate on his own. So win-win. It's 12-12 here, buddy. Listening to Josh Reeves. That motherfucker. It's better than listening to a dry reading of this text because it can get pretty dry. But it's okay if you want to hear it. We're going to hear it because I've got dry text set up. Although the next one we're doing is There Were Giants in Those Days, and that's another Josh Reeves. He'll read that one too. AI can't read the cursive. There's one for you. Yeah, and how are these kids supposed to sign their name? They got to print it. They got to print their name or mark it with an X. And we're sliding back. There's no that's not acceptable. They just don't want people reading these things. Anything. Look, the Treaty of Ghent. It's an old longhand script. If you don't know how to read cursive, you couldn't read the Treaty of Ghent. I haven't seen any cross translations in print personally. I've seen a couple of partials in explanation of the Ghent, but I haven't seen the full fucking Treaty of Ghent in readable fucking form other than longhand script. It might exist. I didn't look very hard, but every time I look for Treaty of Ghent, it's in longhand script. Yeah, well, the agenda in the big picture revolves around the fact that we live in a three-sun system, and only certain bloodlines have known that, and they use that to thin out the herd every fucking time they get a chance. This is what that looks like. I hope to throw a wrench in their fucking system this time, because we've got more answers now than I've got to keep saying. I've got more answers now than I knew questions that existed. So I mean, I'm finding peace in it. I'm good. I'm not worried anymore. I'm more worried for them, honestly. Now that I know what's at stake and what's going to happen, the physics of it, and I understand now. I would hope to make them understand. So I'm banging on doors. It'd be pretty cool if they wanted to help fix things, wouldn't it? Well, see, that's the thing. I'm not going to beat around bush with the government. I know what the government structure is. They're a bunch of puppets. I'm going to the fucking puppet masters. I know their structure too now. And I found it a lot quicker than like I said, the Native Americans, they've got all these tribal things hooked up on a list. You don't find shit like that for the Masons. You gotta look for them a little bit. But I knew where to look, of course. I mean, they're not hard to find. There's 3 Mason temples in Colorado. I know where they are now. So that part of the search is done. I've sent them emails and told them I'm coming. I want to meet a dragon. I don't even care if I meet the dragon. I want the dragon to get my information. They've been fighting over it for fucking centuries. Ain't nobody had some of the shit that we got. And, what am I doing? Handing a loaded gun to a fucking demon? No. A demon couldn't use this power, couldn't even hope to. You gotta be meek, loving. Invented the steam engine. Well, remote view. How you tell if the remote viewed you? Did you remote catch them? Just asking. You sure they didn't use your cell phone to track you? On the rush area 51. You don't need to actually rush anywhere if everybody just realizes the truth. And I honestly, I could probably literally walk up to the fucking Vatican and they would invite me in if I just fucking showed them what I got. They've been fighting and trying to find this information for a long time. They even in their own writings said they had no idea what we were drawing in them fucking pictures. We've got Masonic knowledge that was lost in fucking war and murder, all that years ago. Hell, they'd probably roll out a red carpet. So I'm going. I'm going. I'm hitting every temple I can find. We'll knock on their doors. Like I said, I ain't gonna tell nobody when I go. I'm just gonna show up and knocking on the doors. I've already told them I'm coming. I remember John Crapper. He invented something too. Ah, and that's true. That's very true. Y'all do that. I'm gonna go take a crap. Homeboy invented the fucking toilet. His name was John Crapper. I know. I know, right? He got he got a bowel movement named after his ass for his effort. I thought that was some funny shit. I was like, you gotta be kidding me, but you look it up. His name was John Crapper. And he invented the fucking toilet.
So now you know why you're going to go take a crap, right? That's some funny shit. What a way to go down in history, I know, right? That's what I'm saying. You better be careful what you fucking invent. See, he would have been better off just building himself one and shutting the fuck up. Now the whole Crapper family had to change their name. They're all like, oh man. Oh, poor little Johnny. He's going to the John. John? Crap. You know, I mean, they fucking tore that guy up. They turned his name to shit. Oh my god. Well, Gallagher, the Millen guy. Well, hi there, Joe. Sounds like you've got a great job. Wait a minute. Yeah, I thought that crapper thing was funny. I was like, God dang, man, that's messed up. I mean, you go into the John to take a crap. That's that's some messed up shit. What? Excommunicated? Holy crap. Yeah, they don't like badmouth people talking about them in truth. They're kind of like YouTubers, Facebook. They like to block your fucking posts. They call it excommunication. I call it fucking liberating. Oh my god. You know, you walk into the fucking church and ask them why in the hell ain't they fucking talking about the goddamn confounded moon, they'd probably kick you out too. Anybody want to get kicked out of church? Ask your preacher why he ain't told you about the confounded moon. Why in the hell he's been so silent about it to his flock? Because it's a sign given. Isn't it his job to watch for the signs? Watch over his flock? I don't know. What the hell's the preacher been looking at? Sure as hell ain't been the motherfucking moon. Or they ain't talking about it. Which is it? Which is it? Which is it? Do they know? Or are they not talking about it? I don't know. They're the worst. Do they all have rulers, CH, in their little pockets in their dresses? Fucking nuns. Crack them fucking knuckles. Wed Catholic church or Catholic school. I know about nuns.
Pumpkin spice. I watch people all the time. They call it people watching because if you watch them long enough, they're gonna make you laugh. I've found that pretty universal in people. Universally true. Including myself. Watch me long enough, I'm going to burn myself. Or cut myself. Do something to make you laugh. Damn it. You see me tonight. I was in the interview. We had the damn torch running and shit. I'm sitting there doing the talking and I touched my torch. I said, ow! Fucking torch hot. I just turned the fucking thing off. Creepy watching. I like people trying to creepy watch me. I'll give them a show. I'll give them something to watch. You're close. Well, why would people be watching anyways? See, that's something I'd want to know. I'd walk up and ask him. If it's my fucking neighborhood, I don't recognize fucking car. It doesn't belong there. I'm not one to call the cops, but I'll be the one knocking on your fucking window. Hey, how y'all doing tonight? You wanna smoke a bowl? What you fucking doing? Watch me. I'm up at 3 o'clock in the morning all the fucking time, turning off my oxygen. I see some fucking weird car out there. I'm gonna go let them know about it. I got neighbors. Yeah, I'm not exactly a great big old man. I'm old. I'm beat up, but I ain't gonna fucking let somebody intimidate me. I don't know. That's up to you. You want to be a prisoner in your home? I don't know. Why in the hell would they be watching you? What you been doing? That comes to mind. What the fuck you been doing? Been showing people the moon? Talking about aliens. So who would I'd be watching you too. What the fuck? You know, a lot of people talk about aliens. No, I want to know what you did to make somebody want to watch you, though. What kind of aliens we talking about here? We what are you doing? You trafficking? See, now it's starting to make sense. She got she got a fucking U-Haul load of illegals up in her driveway in the U-Haul. That's why they watching. See,
And tell us about these aliens. I talk about aliens. The Anunnakis, they ain't very friendly. Bible canon talks about aliens. I bet you Sitchin was watched. He was implemented with the CIA too. You'll watch that guy. Well, oh, you live by the cop station. Maybe they're going to break their buddy out of the cop station. Because, I mean, my next suggestion wasn't going to work if you live next to the cop station. So never mind. Never mind, I was even thinking that. I do too, but I can run real fast. Oh my God. Dad fast. It's called 12 gauge. Go right through the block. Poof. Yeah. And I mean the block of the engine. They ain't going nowhere now. Now you got their attention. You better hope they're up to no good because you're fixing to get in trouble if not. You can blow somebody's radiator out of their fucking car because they're sitting on the edge of your block. Uh-oh. That's just how you handle business. You know, I know a person that actually does that job. I really do. It's fucked up. They almost get beat up every day. Mortgage companies taking fucking pictures of fucking homes and they've been on a fucking, I'm not kidding you. That's some funny shit. They go out there and they take fucking pictures of these homes. And motherfuckers, man, if somebody's at home, they usually want to know what the fuck they're doing taking pictures. She said some of them are cool, but I'll tell you what, man, I get threatened all the time. I'm like, I bet you do. I probably you don't want to. You don't want me to catch you taking pictures of my house up in my yard and shit. I'm bringing the flying elbow attack with me. And your camera? Yeah. So, yeah. That's a real thing. I didn't even realize that was a real thing. And I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. So the fucking mortgage companies, because the depreciations and all kinds of shit, they want to make sure somebody's living there on terms of mortgage and all kinds of shit. But yeah, they've got people that go around and take pictures of your fucking house. I did. I told my friend, I said, I ever see you around the fucking house with your camera, I said, we're gonna fight. Oh my God, that would be a rough job. Well, how do you even know it's not one of your neighbors if you're running in the house every time the car shows up? Just asking. You witnessed a car repo? I bet that was fun. I mean, they might be coming home. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to figure this out. I don't know. I have a hard time. I mean, what are you like a trackable government agent or some shit talking about UFOs or something you shouldn't be? Or I mean, are you just somebody that's talking about UFOs because you're talking about UFOs and you honestly think somebody's following you around for that? That's I'm I think you're just paranoid. I don't know. Are you? I mean, what? You're obviously what, a female? You sure they ain't following you around and scoping you out for that? I don't know. That to me would sound more likely. So yeah, I'd be careful. I'm just saying. Are you sure that's not your neighbors or something? I just. How do you know they're watching you and stuff? I'm just trying to help you out here, trying to figure out what's going on. I find it kind of weird. What up, John? How you doing? So I mean, now you're making just. I mean, I want to go back out or just see if they pulled up. They did the other day. I was so scared, almost didn't make it back in the house. Why did you almost not make it back in the house? Were they jumping out of the car to chase you down? I'm just wondering if you might be. I'm getting the feeling that you're embellishing things a bit. This is getting kind of crazy over here. I don't really like crazy in my chat. I'm just wondering where you're going with this. And the hell, you're kidding me, right? I mean, what are they doing? They chasing you around now because you're talking about aliens? Is that what you're telling me? Because if they're chasing you around, jumping out of your car, and you're afraid to come out of your house, and you live right next to the police station, why haven't you made a report? Or have you made a report? What's going on here? Do you need help? This is getting real weird. Good to hear, John. Welcome to chat. We were sitting here listening to Josh and got talking about him just getting chased around. I'm not sure what the hell's going on here now. I'm wondering if I shouldn't call 911 for her or something. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is this a gang stalking, or I mean, what is going on here?
Yeah, it was pretty cool, Kate. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Got a lot of talking done. We'll see what happens after the production floor. I want him to look at the moon. He ain't even ever seen the moon. Like I said, he didn't know what he was walking into. I mean, the scope of what's going on with the actual fucking why are we under lockdown? Who would? Just off the top of your head, who would? I didn't notice I was being followed. They tried to kill me, Kristen. I never said that I was being followed ever in my life. I said I was being harassed. My license would be suspended and I wouldn't know it every other month for no reason whatsoever. All I'd have to do is show up in fucking court and they could state my license and give me an apology. Guess what? Next month, my license was suspended. My lights would go out. My bill was paid, but my lights were out because I didn't pay my bill. No, that's the kind of shit I had going on. They stopped once I started reading hieroglyphs. Isn't that kind of fucking funny? And they actually destroyed my truck with me in it. So, it isn't something obscure. You can actually point fingers at somebody that they can't even find now to give me the money for the truck they destroyed. It's a $120,000 brand new 3-day old truck runs into the side of me, bought in the last location I was known in Texas, driven by somebody that didn't own the truck in Colorado over here in Pueblo 3 days after it was purchased. Now they can't find the driver of the truck nor the owner of the truck to give him the 120,000 fucking dollars for the settlement of the truck. So nobody was following me. They tried to fucking kill me, and then they made my life hell. So that's why I'm wondering because this isn't a government thing that's going on. That's for damn sure. If they wanted you dead or if they wanted you silent, you would be. And you wouldn't be barely getting into the house. So they drive away and don't stop. Well, then what are you worried about? that's why, yeah, I think you're just imagining things, Kim. If they're, I mean, what are they doing? Are they yelling at you on the way through? Or that's what I'm saying. What are you scared of, though? What are you scared of? You've got a magnet in your chest. And if you stop being scared, maybe you'd understand why they should fear you. Not going back. Well, I can't help you with that. No, that's what I thought. You're just being paranoid. That's not healthy. You need to relax. Well, if they're not hanging out and yelling at you or anything, or stopping and getting out of the car and chasing you around, and they're just driving through the neighborhood or whatever, that's nothing to be afraid of. You've got a magnet in your chest. You could crush their car in defense if you needed to. You couldn't attack them. But what would you have to fear? That's what I'm wondering. There's nothing to fear. Look, they've tried to kill me. You just gotta hold love in your heart for greater and be neat and do Don't let anybody scare you like that. You got worth, you know. I don't know why you'd let somebody scare you like that. Maybe someone's hurt you or something, but don't be afraid, Kim. Don't be afraid. Just calm your magnet. Calm it. Get out of here for a little bit and calm here. You know how you feel when you're calm? Just feel calm and learn how to maintain that a little bit. If you start feeling anxiety, just calm and feel with your magnet. That's going to help you feel what's going on a little bit better. That's just, I read it on a wall. It's the best I got for you. You're going to actually be able to feel the intent of people around you if you just calm it and try not to think about it. And 9 times out of 10, you'll feel the calm because there's nobody with intent to hurt you. And I've also found that right before bed, if you calm your magnet, it helps me sleep better. I've been getting like 5 or 6 hours, and I've never really done that before. I usually get like 4 hours sleep, so I'm actually getting a little bit more sleep lately. Wake up kind of peppy. I didn't even drink coffee till this afternoon today, just because I wanted some coffee. I'm sure it's nothing to. I certainly hope it's not. I mean, like I said, if they're chasing you around or something, then yeah, it's something I'd be worried about. But just maintain your calm. If someone's threatening you or something, that's different. But yeah, just learn how to maintain your calm and feel with your magnetic field. It'll help you. A heart meditation on YouTube. A heart. I've never heard of those. No. How you doing? Yeah, they confiscated an awful lot of gold. CH. They broke the bank and took all the antiquities. Delivered a lot of them ended up actually in the Vatican too, as a matter of fact. Some of them are traced right there. They know they're in the Vatican. They manifested right there. Nice. Day 2 went good. Well, I already showed him the Pharaoh cell at his motel room. Showed him Pharaoh cell, showed him Ra, conical hat, Cobra. He's never even seen the moon flip, man. That was, like I said, I didn't think he knew everything I had. So he got it tonight on camera, though, a couple of times. Yeah, pretty much. He said we might do another one like on Skype. where he's in the movie acting like I'm on his show or something, so I can show some pictures. Yeah, he'll work it out. I don't know. I don't know. He's got other people to talk to, and like I said, I hope he watches the moon because I mean, once you see the fucking moon, you know I'm not talking shit. He ain't never seen the moon yet. Yeah, he got a lot more than he bought, but he sat there for a few hours and looked. So I know he got it, at least the gist of it. That we broke this code. He likes 1748 hertz, you know, and hey, that's the best part of the message anyway, right? Your magnet. And I showed him the blank spot in the sky, and he can see it from here. I didn't need to show him. He, you can see it. You can see it right there where he's at. Pretty good. Yes, pretty much. No. Well, see, in 2012, he had noticed that the moon was doing stuff, and he got hit hard by trolls, and he just never really looked into it. I was like, dude, expect huge fucking kickback if you're going to use my face, my credentials, where I'm at, and my message. Because I can implement a sitting senator complicit in mass fucking murder. What else do you call that? They know something's coming. It's a preventable death. They're going to hold you in place, unsuspecting, to be washed away. I call that mass murder. Now, if somebody's got a better term, let me know. Because I would like to start prosecution, but I don't even have $10,000 to fucking I got $1,000 for a NASA link, but I ain't got 10 grand to lay down on a federal lawsuit. And then you're held up for 20 years after the fucking passing, anyways. So I'm trying to get everybody to dismantle the government brick by brick. It's not impossible. We just gotta show everybody the motherfucking moon's doing cartwheels, number one. Put your Palladian messages in your pockets. Because the Palladians ain't making the moon spin. Portland, well, mm, you know, the Mercy just pulled in there. I believe it's for Log Valley. They pulled it in there because they expect it to be semi-safe, although that fucking plate's going to give like a motherfucker right up there when Long Valley goes. It's going to unzip all the way into Yellowstone. It's a matter of how long it'll take after Long Valley goes. We're already seeing, man, I'm looking at these fires and it looks more like fucking volcanic seepage and heat setting these things because look at everybody else is pointing it out too. This shit's just fucking woof. It's like a 200-mile spread. All of a sudden, the whole fucking thing's on fire. Well, we're seeing induction every day off the scale. There's no way to actually read. I don't even, man, we'd blow up a gauge if we was trying to read that shit. You notice NASA tries to keep their shit out of that stream. How much power is coming through us and through this planet and out the back? Only God knows, man. But I'll tell you this much. It's a lot. It's enough to heat up this mantle and get these volcanoes really excited. Because it's not plates we're looking at shaking. I've been saying that for a while. If you look at each and every one of these damn quakes, they're on a volcanic field. Yeah, each and every one, but maybe 2 or 3 a fucking day. I mean, 90% of the fucking quakes happening here on a volcanic field. So that's not a surprise. That's not something I didn't expect to see. As a matter of fact, I expected to see it. Who wouldn't? If you, I mean, that induction heating has been ramping up and ramping up. At first, she was only pulling out of the one side. Then she started pulling out of both sides. Then she just started doing it all day because she's pushing field lines all day in the last week or two. But it's gradually gaining speed. It's gradually getting more apparent. Obviously, for God's sake, look at the, and then look at it. This is definitely a progressive thing going on. There's no question. And I've described it in several videos exactly the mechanics that's causing this. So there's, I'm not guessing. I'm not. I'm. There ain't no damn doing this. They want people to believe that the government's doing this shit. So they don't go into fucking panic and move off the shore. They want you dead. That is the only reason. I stood down as a sitting senator's top investigator. They want you dead. No. Hey, I got a pillow for you. It wasn't even the fact that they weren't going to tell you. I figured people would figure it out. But they're not even preparing for you. One, they're going to make sure you're held in place. Interstate travel's fixing to be a thing of the past, folks. Real soon. This is wave 2 coming. This isn't a joke. This isn't a guess. This is me telling you what they fucking told me as a sitting senator's top investigator because they were bored from hearing my fucking lengthy explanation of us being on our side making the sky roll. They already knew. She wasn't going to sit for another fucking hour and listen to it. She felt like sharing information with me. I started freaking out. One, because I had been working 3.5 years with Davis and documenting for 3.5 years the lunar roll and the sky rolling and how it shifts every now and again and this and that and other thing and just rocked it. I had my neighbors out all night with me helping me document the shit. And just to have, and I did it because I didn't want this senator thinking I was crazy and trying to take away my kid. Well, here they are now telling me that they fully expect 3/4 of the fucking population to die off. That's a little more than just not warning. It's planning your fucking death to me, and I couldn't deal with it. So that's why I quit. And this is what it looks like. This isn't guesswork. This is why I stopped being a sick. I'll tell you what. I'll be happy if they don't do it. But this is the fucking reason I quit. Right here, you're looking at it. Interstate travel is fixing to be a thing of the past. I'm telling you, get the fuck out of California. It's all I got. Or the west coast of anywhere you're at. Look, being on the East Coast, you'd at least watch the fucking water go out. You know what that means. It's coming up on the West. We've already seen it in action. It's been happening. It's not crazy talk. We've seen it happen already. NASA actually came out and said our spin's slowing. This isn't fringe. This is real discussion over documented. They already disclosed this. Nobody can call me crazy for the words I'm saying. I'm warning you. They already told you what's coming. They already told you what's happening. The Earth's spin is slow. Now they blamed, possibly, theoretically, maybe it might be the moon causing it. We know it's not. You can see that massive fucking planet right there. Right now. Not the fucking moon slowing us down. Good talking to you too, Kristen. I hope it goes well. I hope he gets the message out that it's not a scary thing. I really do. 'Cause it's not. That's the last thing you should be right now is scared. I can tell you that right now. I've been scared for a long time. Over this. Scared for you, scared for my kids, scared for me, scared for my fucking dogs. I'm not scared anymore. I laugh at the fact that I used to be. I was so fucking ignorant, ignorant. I didn't have the fucking information. Glad, uh, I'm glad I read the fucking hieroglyphs. For fuck's sake, man, I'm fucking glad it happened. It was weird. It made me feel, it still makes me feel weird. It blew my fucking mind. But you know what? I'm fucking glad because I didn't know I had a magnet in my chest. I didn't know anything about no 1748 fucking hertz. And I had given up on God. How in the hell was I going to fucking be meek in the first place? Because I thought I lived on a rock. You can't be meek for something you don't know exists. It's not a coincidence we've stumbled into this information. It needs to proliferate. Because without this knowledge, our people will surely die. And I do say our people. It's our family. We're one family. We're fucking one family. All of us are one family. This has been hidden from us for thousands of years. It needs to proliferate. Any way I can get it out there, I'm going to do it. Except with the Palladium messages. I can't do anything. I'm probably not doing world news this week anyways. They said tomorrow, I am getting 4 fucking choppers pulled out, and I'm not going to feel like talking to anybody. Probably. I don't know. I bounced back pretty good. 4 of them, one side. My jaw's got hurt. Oh, evil. Thank you, Reba. That's that's one thing. Like I said, I didn't have to script that. I didn't have to script any of it. When you're telling the truth, you don't have to fucking remember what you say. The truth is always the truth, right? Tell me what you want to know. Is there a purpose to the system moving in? Well, yes. It depends on where you look at it. The creator made it a 3-sum system, and so its purpose is to be a three-sun system. And as far as aspects of its purpose, there's those two. We could nail those down. They're coming in to share energy. They circle around a central point of resistance, and they do this periodically. Now, at this point, we also know that this blue sun, Ra, happens to be Earth's first sun. So she was born on this sun, not the little one we're on now. Now, they destroyed a planet and created the asteroid belt and trapped Earth in the void that it created. Thus, heaven was separated from Earth, and Earth separated from heaven. This is as per cuneiform Bible canon. Thus, trapping us in this void on a negatively or positive, either way, it's an opposite charge from Ra, spun us around backwards at full speed because she got knocked out. She had no control over what just happened. Her trees got all felled, and everything on her went sideways and or bounced off the fucking planet. She was doing 25,000 miles an hour and flipped it. It's been rough on us ever since because she's been asleep on a very low energy sun. Where we have watched some of these planets coming in next to the sun that look as big as the sun. Well, they are. Because to be fully lit next to the sun, it has to still be on the other side of the fucking sun. How far away from the fucking sun is it still? I don't know. But I can tell you this much. You're seeing it next to the sun, and you can tell its reflection. Guess what? It's on the other side of the sun, and that motherfucker's big. Our sun is teeny. And they'll tell you that. They show you the size of everything in the universe. Well, how big are blue suns next to our fucking sun? Our sun looks almost like Mercury to a blue sun. And we've got one climbing for ants. My mother is excited. Her family, see, because they're real people. God's first creation isn't just Mother Earth. It's all those magnets out there that create light and have magnets in there that have magnetospheres around their bodies called planets and sun. It's not a coincidence they have that too. Our creator's a lot bigger, and a lot greater, and a lot grander, and a lot fucking smarter than anything I've ever read allowed me to believe he or she or it is. The design that is in creation and physics and meek and electron magnets. Oh my God. See, that's the kind of brilliance I could have never fucking imagined. How's that? I could have never imagined a safety switch on the power of a planet because a little person like me can literally harness their entire strength. How are you going to govern me if I get mad? Want to go crush your head? Because I can't. That's the wrong frequency. Period. You can't. It's the wrong fucking frequency. It doesn't work. You don't have the power of the planet. It's gone. That fast. That fast. It ain't a wind down from it either. It's like, gone. That's a safety switch. I ain't never, I mean, like, you can't fake it with the intent of your heart. You can fake it here, but it's this one. that governs you, because that's your spark of life. That's that spark of life. Everybody wants to know, where's my soul? It's that magnet field. It's that torrid in your chest that they can't explain. Magic. No, it's not. Fucking magnet. Everything alive has a magnet. These suns are not billions and billions of nuclear explosions. They're freaking induction furnaces. They're a magnet riding on the electromagnetic field, pulling power, heating the carbon around them, just like any other induction furnace. They're in a low, it's like a light bulb, a tungsten light bulb. This thing's just burning, the eternal burning sun of the power of their life force is much greater than a planet's. It's got the carbon around it is just hot as fuck, but it's in a low oxygen environment. So it produces heat, radiation, everything, but there's no billions of explosions. It's simple as that. Sun runs out of shit, the carbon cools down, we fucking go dead. Boom. Explosion. The carbon's too fucking hot inside, the outside cools. What happens? Kapow. It's physics. That's what a sun is. That's what a sun is. It's not what we were told at all. They're big. They're mighty big. And it's not gravity that holds you in orbit. I proved that with the fucking Sunday schooling like no other. This should very well change the world. You got your opposing magnets interwoven in between each other. They create a fucking field that grab anything coming into it, and hold it there, depending on the mass of the object. And it likes to double up pair things. Like you can roll two balls at the thing, and those two balls are going to end up on each other in an orbit. You roll 6 balls, there's going to be 3 sets of twos. Pretty crazy, isn't it? And the one's usually standing up. It's like, ew. Then you turn that whole apparatus, and what happens? All the planets start orbiting with the spinning magnet in the center. This ain't guesswork. We figured out planetary fucking physics, mechanics, right down to the atom, all the way up to the black hole. And I have covered it extensively with the Ferrell cell and physics. Not my words. Not my words. If I'm speaking words, I'm reading something to you on my other channel. All of that. That's thousands and thousands and thousands of years of information we lost, and we got it back. That kind of shit just needs to get out there. Don't you think? So I am really happy Shepard came and talked about it. Because I mean, you know, I agreed to talk to him and give him what I had on COVID. I didn't know how he was going to act. I still don't know. I just know he's got a lot of footage, a lot of good footage. I hope he uses it. Especially the good parts, not the scary parts. Because yeah, this can be scary if you didn't know what a magnet is and shit, you know. And yeah, I've been scared for everybody for 9 years. I'm not scared anymore. Your salvation is in your hearts. So is your neighbors, and so are your loved ones. None of us are different. We're all the same on this little magnet. It's on her side right now. She's been through hell, and she needs some love and cooperation over here. I would hope that we could actually unify under a fucking common goal. And this is being human, being what we are, humans instead of killers. We're not supposed to be killing each other. And I can prove it. I can fucking prove it. And I have a few times, a few videos. I don't know what else to do. I see it spreading though. I do. I see it spreading, so I'm not worried about it. I know mom's not worried about it. We've got it. She's got people's brainwaves. We ain't reaching, you know. But I'm enjoying watching you guys be able to go out and come back and be like, man, I woke up my neighborhood. I woke up my family. I woke up my wife. Because I know how goddamn aggravating it is being called a fucking nut job for pointing out the obvious. It's like, wait a minute. No, really, the moon in your sky, it's fucking huge. And it's doing goddamn perfect. John, it's been a interesting couple years. It's been about 10 years, actually, for me, searching for answers as to why our moon's rising wax, rolling 180 degrees, and it'll set wane every night. So, as a naval navigator, I know that is literally telling me I just jumped in an airplane in New York and landed in Sydney from my front fucking porch. So, we used to be on a ball, of course, rotating this way. I can't make my wrist go on the whole fucking circle. But we just tilted. And we're still turning the same way, you know. But we just tilted. In space, we tilted about the time Fukushima and the Indo tsunami happened. Imagine that, right? Because those pretty much happened back to back within that year of us starting to do this number. And then we laid down. Because there was a period that we were doing this. And that's when I noticed it. It was a couple months till we settled down and started just rolling. I was like, I gotta get out of California. That was almost 10 years ago now. On my birthday this year, I will be out of California 10 years because I left on my birthday, October 2011. October 29th, 2011. Seamus was 6. And we had nobody. I had my little truck and my Hallmark trailer. Off we went. Seattle. Yeah, that would be my best bet for you. I love that area. I was up in Bremerton, uh, Navy. Do I have to tell you why I was in Bremerton? I was in the Navy up there on the Arkansas dry dock. That's when I went temporary assigned duty down to Alameda under Texas and floated around shooting missiles at Saddam and all kinds of crazy shit. But if you're getting, look, man, I spoke with about 250 Native American tribes this year. I made videos on my other channel about it. There's some tribes that the whole tribe was having visions of drowning if they were staying where they were. And I got them together with the tribes out here because they had actually made the decision to move their entire tribe. So if you're getting signs that you might want to fucking leave, think about it because your house won't be there, your job ain't going to be there when this is done. I can't tell you what to do, but I'm telling you right now, if you're getting told to move, move. I would look and verify what I say first, of course. But your moon's doing cartwheels, and that you can't roll the shadow on a ball by rolling the ball. So of course that's us, and it's very simple. We used to roll like this. This being the ecliptic here, that was our night sky pretty much at a 23-degree fucking angle. Nothing flips, nothing flips. But when you do this, the whole goddamn room starts flipping when you bend over and touch your toes. Well, that's exactly what we're doing in perspective to the ecliptic. It's that simple. That's why the moon's rising in different spots and all that. It explains everything you're looking at in the sky. It's not just the moon doing it either. Orion is doing a fucking roll like the moon. And Orion should never do that. That's an ecliptic. That should never do eclipse. So it is. Everything is. The day sky too. Yes, the day sky continues to roll. Venus rises first before the sun, and then Venus will set after sun. There's only one way to do that. The sky in the day is also rolling. Yeah. The cam gear. Oh yeah, he's got some high tech shit. he used to be. Have you seen Shade? That's his movie. Oh, the blunt. I thought you were talking about his camera. Yeah, that blunt was pretty damn good. I was impressed. I was like, damn, thank you. He had a nice setup. I like the way it looked on the big. I was like, damn, that looks like some movie quality shit, man. Sounded good. Like I said, he got a lot of footage. He got a lot of information. I hope we get the raw conical hat in there. I don't care if it's like a 10-second fucking look. There's raw. I think the visual of that would help. People understand that. And if nothing else, I'm sure people can see the eye raw. It's out there. All they got to do is Google it. Eye raw and goes, shit, that'll take them right to Steve. I don't care. They'll see me read that hieroglyph and cry. God. That was a crazy day. We're gonna say, man. I was fucking freaking. I'm still fucking freaking out. I'm reading hieroglyphs, bitches. Oh yeah, he saw it. He saw it. He saw everything I had. Yeah, he saw me from my congressional shit all the way down. Everything I got, the moon rolling, saw Ra,
He hasn't actually watched the moon. I mean, obviously, there's thousands of people here talking about the fucking moon rolling. And he understands that this is bigger than what even he thought. He thought that the whole lockdown was because of a convergence of asteroids. I said, bro, it may have been to a point because it happened around the same time we got locked. I knew we had to be in lockdown for food. He's like, man, we had a convergence asteroid that ain't never happened before. And I looked at it, I was like, yeah, that ain't never happened before I've ever seen. But, I don't know. That looked like close call. And yeah, and we're under continuity of government as soon as he signed that fucking paper, that act. But they definitely had to take control of that food supply because we're out of food. So 2 reasons to go into lockdown? Okay, I'll go with that. But expect more. We're going to get hit by some asteroids. Period. Expect it. I'd expect some big ones. We'll see. I don't know. We only got Mama's shield up over here. I mean, you read the book Revelations. Keep in mind when you're reading that book, they're talking about the passing of a binary system. Well, the sky on fire, you do realize that it takes like a little grain of sand to make a shooting star. Well, imagine a dust cloud. Yep. Hearts on the table. So is a trump card. Yeah, it's a crazy time to be alive, that's for sure. I mean, I don't think I'd choose a different time to be alive. Hell, man, we get to actually witness this shit. There's been generations of people that have been looking for this shit. There's been generations after generations thinking this was their time. Since it was the last people's time. Noah, I guess? I don't know. Secedra. Depends on what era we're talking about here. But yeah, I mean we're there. There ain't no question about that. We've been on our side for fucking 10 years, man. There ain't gonna be no hanging on our side another 10 years, I can tell you that. I read it in the cuneiform. Actually, Josh Reeves read it to us. It's about a 10-year span from beginning of tribulations to the quickening. How long does the quickening last? I don't fucking know. We just found out how long the fucking tribulations last. Give me a break. I'm working on it. 3 days? Yeah. I'm already considering this like the quickening because I'll tell you what, man. Compared to fucking 10 years ago, fuck, man, we're in a sprint race. I'm looking at some crazy developments every day, just getting more and more and more noticeable, including the fucking number of quakes, where the quakes are happening, how the quakes are happening, all this stuff. The twinkling of an eye. See, it's a damn good way to put it. But John, here's a beautiful thing about all this stuff. In physics, man.
We just proved God not only exists, we proved the omnipresence of our Creator at a very specific frequency of 1748 hertz. It's no longer a matter of belief or faith in Creator. He exists in everything at all times. Omnipresence is a step or two beyond. Does he exist? Fuck yeah, he exists. Every atom in creation. As a matter of fact, you ain't gotta believe shit. If you don't know it, you better learn your physics because it's a fact. God exists. Not God, Creator. The God, to me, that's a dirty word. That guy needs somebody to kiss his feet all day. That ain't the Creator. Creator's in every atom in existence. Why would you need a place? Why would you need anybody doing anything, kissing your feet? They got shit to learn. More so worry about you. They gotta love you. They gotta love your first creation. Understand where they are in nature. And if dad or mom wants you to do something, you better hop too. They ain't gonna ask you to hurt nobody because that's not your job in nature. We're the healers. So we got a beautiful future ahead of us. And it's going back to our origin. Does that mean we're stupid? No. Does that mean we're low tech? No. It means we're fucking amazing. We can interstellar travel. We can talk to each other instantaneously across the globe, unanimously or one at a time. We're amazing. That's where we're at. We actually have knowledge now where we can run electric generating and travel by car or plane or helicopter on a magnet without any fuel. There ain't no need for war. There ain't no need for none of it. It's all what we allow, and we need to stop allowing it. Much better late than never. Definitely. Well, and how can we say it's late? This is definitely divine intervention for me being able to wake up. I mean, getting that fucking hieroglyph in front of me. Because I never looked for a hieroglyph. I never looked at Egypt. I never looked for a hieroglyph. I never had an interest in looking at hieroglyphs. Then Raw shows up, and Bobby Maverick throws that fucking Stella that Butterfly had given him in the interview, and there it is. I sure as hell didn't plan on waking up that morning and fucking reading it. And there I was reading it. I thought him and Butterfly had drawn it up just for the goddamn interview. Then I'm listening and fucking getting the picture. I'm like, no way. Oh, fuck no. No, you need to bring that back here right now. Because they took it off the screen. And I was realizing that I was reading that and I needed to look at it again. I didn't want to go nowhere. Because I understood at that point what the fuck I was looking at. I was like, you gotta know. Because they were talking about it and I'm sitting there freaking out. I'm all like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And then they took it off the screen and instantaneously you could hear me like, no, 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 bring that motherfucker back. Look at this shit. I started translating it in real time right there on WSO. And fucking, I'll tell you what, man. That's a day I will not soon forget. I promise you that. We will probably do a radio show, but I don't know if it's going to be centered around Raw. We might talk about 1748 hertz, and I tell people to go over to Lee and read some hieroglyphs and shit. But I don't know if this material is like right for radio. I know I can talk a lot.
But you just got to see this shit. I require it. I require you go out and look at the moon yourself. You know that, right? I mean, I do. I tell you, you can't even talk to me. How many times? How many people have I told that you can't even talk in here unless you get that done with fucking looking at the moon? How are we going to even have a conversation if you haven't looked at the moon and watched it roll in one night? You got to look at that with your own eyes. Because I'm going to require you not to believe a word I say. You have to know this shit. You can't be meek to something you don't know exists. You just prove father and mother both are living entities. They exist. God is greater than we've been allowed to know. How you doing, Renee? And we didn't come across this because of me. That's some divine intervention. So I don't think it might. I don't think it's late. I think it's divinely on time. Because I did when I felt that burning, and I had to sit and think about it. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's not late. Maybe I'm just fucking freaking out because I'm stupid. Me, I'm stupid for me, not you. Because I'm sitting there freaking out on this shit, man. I'm like, goddamn, everybody needs to know. Everybody needs to know right now. Well, they do, but I don't believe that the creator would allow. I mean, I don't believe he'd come in late to his own party. Right? I just don't see it. I think it's just right on time. I really do. There you go. That'd be great. Fuck, man, people need to watch the moon. I mean, more than an hour. You need to check out the moon at rise. It's an easy thing to do. You just type in moonrise in my city, and boom, you go look, and then take a nap. Wake up. 8 hours later, you still got like 6 hours of the moon up there. That motherfucker will have done. Already. You didn't miss much because it's slow motion. Good. Good, Renee. See? There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm here for. So you can help your friends. That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for helping her. I'm sure she does appreciate it. I do. I appreciate your help. That's another magnet on the chest of mama. Yeah, that's another bunny saved. That's another dollar earned. Sold up. That one you can take with you. Good. I hope you told her expect to get cussed the fuck out. You know me. I'll be like, what the fuck? What do you want, fucktard? You should go over to Homeworld. Ask him if the earth's flat. Poor John. He's having He's having an experience over here with flat earthers last week. Funny shit. Been having fun teasing him about it. Yeah, it's fun because I mean I completely have gone through it, and I can commiserate with him. And you know, being alone and going through it kind of sucks. So I'm glad John's going through it. Just just have somebody commiserate with. Poor guy. I wouldn't even wish that on my worst enemy, having to deal with a flat earther every day, a new one every day. 'Cause maybe two or three sometimes. It gets out of control, and it's just saddening to believe that the state of humanity that today in the modern world people actually believe that we live on a flat frisbee. It's like, damn. You know what? This thing has done all of that. I'm blaming this thing for people who have never gone out of their mother's house. Oh my God. They ain't very good at math either. A fucking 6 foot bulge in a mile. It's like, what? Or a couple of miles. They talking about, he's sitting in the middle of a fucking lake. Says, look, it's flat. Like, I'm gonna punch this guy. Didn't know where Long Valley was. Well, shit, man. Send her a link. Be like, here's Long Valley in the area that's fucking on fire right now and quaking like a bowl of jello. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I really don't know what to tell you. That's a simple Google search. Doesn't know what they don't believe you. The fucking Long Valley's in LA. It's been long established for I don't know, 50,000 years. Oh God. Yeah, I mean there should be no convincing there at all. I mean, that's just simple as that. Long Valley is a big caldera, and it's there. Couldn't wake them up. Chico, you need to get out there and go lay down. Quit trying to steal my bed. God, he just wants to sniff where Patches was. She ain't letting him over there by him. That's just hard to. Well, I mean, that's the same thing. Fucking people just. I don't know what to even say, Renee. Sorry. No, you're sitting on Long Valley. Nah, I'm in Los Angeles. I'm good. What caldera? Yeah, I guess. I mean, did you share her a link or something? I mean, that's that. I got a link. You want a link? I'll give you the the UCLA professor talking about Long Valley if you want it. It's the easy one to go. I mean, you just say Long Valley Caldera, and it's like boom. There's your links. And she's still just cool with that, huh? Hmm. You sent her that guy. Yeah. That's funny how the USGS used to talk about it until they had that big quake and then they got real fucking quiet, didn't it? Real fucking quiet. Not a word about nothing out there. No, that was a fault line. Just won't settle down. Fault lines don't do that. I lived in LA. Ain't nothing normal about what's going on out there. Playing Candy Crush and look, yes, Handy, that has been my biggest head shaker since I've been online. I have found fucking information on everything. More information on one subject than I thought existed on 100 subjects. And motherfuckers are doing just what you said. Oh, like, you know, while you're playing your Candy Crush, you could be listening to a fucking documentary and learning something. Uh, I do all the time. What can I say? It's it's really sad, the state of the world today. They've made learning something only stupid people do. And I know that didn't make any sense, but that's what they did. Yeah, it wasn't that at all. It isn't the fact that they can't get to it, it's the fact that they don't care. They don't want to know. Or they're too smart already. All they need to know is gangsta bitch. Nickel dime, nickel dime. And that's the cool thing. I mean, you got nickel dime, you can walk around with your fucking pant leg rolled up. Old school limp. Get fuck, you can do a 3 minute mile. You got that limp going. That's right, I got the marijuanas and the cracky cocaines and the twerkies. You know, everywhere you look, there's fucking meth heads. It's like, fuck, man. You know this shit is fucking engineered like that. They do rats. They do rats like that. They give rat no hope. He wants to do crack. They'll get themselves off of this shit if they give them an exercise wheel and find something better to do. But yeah, they've stifled us. They knew this shit was coming. Look at the ages of growth and all this shit that happened. Man, they've known this shit was coming since the last time it came. And that's the game. That's the big game. Getting what they need out of us when they need it and letting us wash away. Nice, Renee. When I was doing that interview on the show, podcast, whatever, live cast on the World News Report about that, um, I saw a lot of people in chat were like, "Oh my God, it's been like right in front of our face," and making comments like that. Symbols right in front of our face. We just didn't have the key, and we didn't give them credit enough to be that smart. You know what I mean? We didn't even allow them the chance to be that smart. So of course we weren't reading these things. We were looking at grassy knoll. Yeah, I like the fact Homebrood's growing his channel. He's growing the group. People are starting to look for answers. I've been saying, look, a lot of people are going to start looking for answers because of this shit's picking up speed. And I'm glad. I'm really glad to see them looking for answers because we have them. We fucking have answers to give them. For God's sake, we have answers they need. Everybody, everybody needs them. Even the horrible people. Because horrible people can fucking understand this too and understand where they need to stop being horrible people. But how can you be a good people if you don't even know what a good people is? You know what I mean? So we got that too. It ain't in who you worship. It's who you know made you. It's the mama and the daddy. No man or woman over another. Yeah, John. Well, that has come to an end. Welcome to somewhere you've never been before. Take note, a couple of different things about my channel. You will not see a donate button anywhere. I do not monetize. This information is 100% free. The only thing I ask, you share the information you learn. You've been trying to wake up people? I don't know. A lot of people have given them that wrong information. Watch your moon. It's going to rise actually like a grin tonight. It'll roll and set like a frown by morning. The 180-degree roll, but you shouldn't be doing that. That's something your loved ones can't turn off. You can't close the book on. That motherfucker's in the sky, and every time you look at it now, it's going to be at a different angle. And that's global. Yes, with the wrong info. I know. 20 years of the wrong info before I ever got on here, John. If I'd have known, I'd have been here. Yes, go to Scientific Lead channel. Thank you, Reba. You are, or Renee. Jesus. I just called you Rebels. I'm sorry, Renee. It's getting late. I'm going to blame it on that. Yeah, Scientific Lead's a channel on YouTube here. And I don't know if you've seen the golden Peruvian planes. They call them B planes or whatever. Let me see if I can get one of the pictures over here. Hello, hang on a second. So you go over there and he's got this movie called The Motion of Everything, A Field Defined. And you're gonna watch that 28-minute video. You'll see that it's not pretty design on this airplane. It's actually open halo waves, centripetals and centrifugals, and you'll know how to make it fly on the magnetic field. Your Sumerian texts or your Sumerian drawings and some of your other shit. Fuck. No, that's not gonna work. Hang on. Some of those and stuff. All of them pretty much. They're gonna all look different for you from now on. God damn it.
All right. Mm-hmm. Copy the link address. See if that works. Because a picture address is like 5 million things long. So let's see how that works. There you go. Take that with you when you go to Scientifically and watch the motion of everything, the field defined. You're gonna shit yourself. So sit down, get your Depends on, and get ready to read some fucking hieroglyphs. How well do you want to read them? Well, he has a playlist with the same name of about 170 videos. I would suggest start there. I'm not that old either. I'm just 51. How old are you, John? By chance? How in the hell did you find me if you're not that old? Because most people here are older than I am. Oh, well, okay. See, you're older than I am. That's why you're here. You were probably looking for why in the hell's my moon doing some shit, too. Welcome to the club. We figured out why. And a lot more. We actually proved God exists in every atom at all times at 1748 hertz. I think that's some pretty good stuff. You know, we found out a lot of stuff this year. So have a seat. I've got my other, you do know my other channel, right? Angry Catfish, because that's my learning channel, not this one. That's where all my, okay. All right. That's the important that you go and see. That's where all the information's at. This here, of course, this is just several different reasons we're here. Number one, there's nowhere else to talk about these things, and we all love each other and like to hang out. I missed everybody when I stopped doing it. I had to take down 350 some videos on my other channel because there's just too many there, and I didn't want to clog it up. So and I wasn't sure if I could even make another channel. Here we are, though. So, channel made. And this is where we'll be doing our lives and chat and blowing glass, mainly. Tonight, though, and last night were kind of special because we had Shepard Ambellis come by and interview me for his new movie he's doing on COVID. And that was a little bit out of the routine, so we didn't get so much glass blowing done. Oh, yeah, it blew my mind. Well, look at me. I'm reading small print. This is some small print right here, and it's not clear print. It's like they low quality this while I'm running. I don't know if you've ever done a live stream or not, but they kind of low quality the chat out to, I think, make room for bandwidth or something. I don't know how it works, but I can tell on the playback that this is some real low quality printing. It's just fuzzy as fuck. The whole time it's like low pixels or some shit. So if I can read this, man, I'm doing good. 2-3 foot, about 3 foot from the screen too. This is a little tiny print. I could have never read that
a couple years ago. I've been blowing glass since '93. Um, I had cataracts pretty bad. I just be walking around like that trying to fucking read shit, man. Calling in my son, being like, "Can you read this?" You just have a cell phone, never been on a computer. Good. That's probably a good thing. I was never on one till 2011. I logged on a couple of them at my friend's houses, and then I got online like late 2012 with my own computer and shit. Well, Handy Mine got good overnight. I attribute Mother Earth to it because it happened the very first time I met her by accident. And she made me think somebody tried to fucking possess me or I'd lost my mind or something. I wasn't sure. Um, at first, I thought I'd lost my fucking mind because she gave me a download, dude, and I wasn't ready for that. Man, I swear to God, I thought we lived on a rock. I mean, like a rock in fucking space floating around. Like, I don't even know what the fuck I was thinking, dude. I was thinking we lived on a fucking rock, a little googly eyed fucking glued on fucking little kindergarten project rock. And I went and tried to tune my magnet to it. And yeah, I got a download, man. And it was a big one. And it scared the fuck out of me. I thought I'd lost my mind. I thought I'd pointed at the moon too long. Because all of a sudden I'm getting the hologram of the moon in front of my vision and told that, I don't recognize that as my own. I thought that was the weirdest thing that ever happened in my life. And I had just read a hieroglyph. All right. So I walked away from it, freaking out. I mean, everything. I was like, I'm done. And then 3 days later, I'm sitting there reading, realizing I'm reading something I shouldn't be. And I'm like, okay, so I'm going to close my eyes. I'm going to wait, open them up, and it's going to be blurry again. No, I can read this shit. Something happened to me physically. What tried to possess me? See, that's my next thought. I was still not even in the impression that we lived on a fucking living planet. I thought something had tried to possess me now. Not only, I got over that you're crazy. I'm telling you, man, it took me a while to realize what was going on. A lot of searching. I've had a crazy fucking year and a half. What can I say? It's awesome. How'd you do that? The doctor still refuses to believe it. Hey, man, sometimes you just gotta accept it. I ain't gonna complain. I got my eyesight back. I've always had really good eyes. You know, I'll take it. Natural cure. Nice. How'd you cure it? Mama did mine. I just, I had just been examined like maybe 2 months, 3 months before that because I was having hella trouble. I mean, like, my eyesight just started going down, and I was like, what the fuck? Because it was blurry at first and for a few years. And then, like, within a year, it just started going down, and I was like, what the fuck? I can't see anything. I can't even see the fucking stop sign and read stop on it. I know it's the shape and the color, but this is getting bad. And now I'm sitting here 2, 3 foot away. I just looked and I can read your shit over here. Glaucomas, smoke kills some money. Castor oil. Hmm. That shit's good for earaches too. Funny enough. Hmm. Interesting. Well, I didn't have no castor oil. I haven't had any of that since I was a little kid. Yeah, mom just cleared up my eyes, man. I guess she wanted me to see shit. Yeah, on her eyelashes. Yeah, it's good for you. Holy shit, it's 2:30 in the morning, people. I gotta get some sleep. I got teeth to get pulled tomorrow. I'm gonna wake up with my kid here in about 5 hours, 4.5. He's got school to check into. Yeah, it's good for drawing out toxins too. Yeah, y'all have a good night and thank you for coming. It's been a good evening. Had a good chat as usual. It's my pleasure. I just hope to help wake up your friends and family.